Who are you looking down on? Hyde snorted coldly. He looked very tough, but he was full of doubts in his heart. He knew that he could not face the killer's strength alone. The latest research on the bracelet by the security team is made of special materials. It can be said to be indestructible and cannot be opened without a key unless the arm is chopped off. It has a precise positioning system, so you can easily catch it no matter where you run. Chen Lin took out the dark black metal bracelet and introduced it. This was just issued by her superiors. She didn't expect it to be put to use so quickly. This stuff is pretty good. Zhang Bufang took it and looked at it carefully, and clearly noticed that the outer material was special. If he guessed correctly that it was made of the same material as the track of a tank, the security party had really put a lot of effort into making this thing. Urga didn't say much and directly proved himself with actions. After taking it over, he handcuffed it on his wrist without any hesitation. Then the red light flashed for a moment and returned to its original appearance. Sister Chun, can you attack? A wicked smile appeared on the corner of Hyde's mouth. It would be best to have an electric shock or something. Isn't bullying him a trivial matter in the future? Zhang Bufang waved and walked out the door with Urgu. After all, he could not count on himself. He needed to ask Taylor what he thought. I believe the woman would be happy. Driving the jet black Lamborghini towards the Taisher Group building, his right eyelid kept beating as if something was about to happen. Brother Fong, I'd better not follow you in openly. If someone recognizes you, report it to security. Urgu murmured, and as soon as he finished speaking, his figure flashed and disappeared in midair, and all the employees in the group did not notice it at all. Zhang Bufang drove straight to the chairman's office on the top floor without any obstruction. He consciously opened the door and sat down leisurely on the sofa to pour himself a cup of coffee. If you smoke, get out immediately. Taylor cursed in a low voice without even raising his head. Who else but him could dare to be so arrogant and casual? He could use his toes to figure out what the other party was going to do next. I have good news for you. You need to change bodyguards. After hearing what the boy said, his fingers froze, and he continued to correct the document 2 seconds later. His mood did not fluctuate at all from beginning to end. The illegal organizations targeting the Taisher Group have not been completely eliminated. Then you are so stupid. Taylor looked excited and opened his mouth to curse. Suddenly, he realized that his emotions were out of control and quickly calmed down and returned to normal. The assassin was already my younger brother. From now on, he will protect you. Zhang Bufang was frightened by the sudden roar. In a blink of an eye, he looked over at the woman who was still working hard. Was it because he was dazzled? Impossible. I don't believe in that killer's character. Hearing that bastard was slacking off, other people were full of anger, and he was still a dangerous person. As for the real reason, only she knew it. Just keep your heart in your stomach. The Security Bureau has put enough restrictions in place. Besides, it's safer to have a silent killer beside you to protect you. He explained with a serious face. Unexpectedly, the woman's attitude was not violent. It seemed that the plan was about to succeed. When the time comes, I am ready to announce my departure from the city. In fact, it would be perfect to hide in the dark and wait for those illegal organizations to reveal themselves and catch them all. Then what are you going to do? Taylor's husky voice is filled with fire. It's okay. I'm going to travel everywhere. Roll. Before Zhang Bufang could finish his words, he heard a roar that echoed through the air. He was frightened without warning, and his face was confused, and he couldn't understand the current situation. In order to create a more realistic situation, he can only hide it like this for now. After a while, if no one takes action, he will continue to complete the mission of personal bodyguard. Does it mean you agree? Get out of here right now. Taylor's face turned red and he picked up the glass and threw it at him and roared. Do you really think you can't live without him? Actually, my main purpose is to prevent you from being irritated anymore. After all, we are going to have a fight when we meet now. I will ask him to report to you tomorrow night. Zhang Bufang persuaded with earnest words, thinking that he could convince the woman with his sharp tongue, and he felt more and more that the plan would work. Oh, I'll go. Seeing the water glass being thrown towards her again, she ran away in panic. It was really a woman's heart that felt like a needle in her heart. She really couldn't understand Taylor's strange thoughts. Taylor had thick breath coming out of his nostrils. His hands were in front of him, and his whole body was shaking with anger. Does that bastard really have no emotional intelligence? Some things really have to wait to be said to him personally? Often she still wants to save face and suffer the consequences, and will never take the initiative to bow her head. No matter how she feels on the inside, she will always look cold on the outside. As soon as Zhang Bufang went out, he spat and cursed loudly and said, "A tiger will treat me like a sick cat if it doesn't show off its power. I must teach that woman a lesson someday. Brother Fong, I feel like the chairman of Taisher Group is interested in you." "What the hell? Are you kidding me?" I almost burst into tears when I heard Urga's serious voice. However, the plan that had been considered before did need to be revised. If the woman did not cooperate, the success would be lost. Then the two of them were going to the coffee shop to discuss the plan. "Sister Taylor, please calm down. Brother Fong must have his reasons for doing this. Otherwise, we should find a chance to ask." "Fart. That bastard just wants to be lazy. He really thinks I can't live without him." Taylor's face turned red and he was yelling curses, as if he was being lit by explosives and the flames were shooting out. Anyway, now that all the illegal organizations have been brought to justice, he doesn't have much to worry about. Guantong felt that there was a lot of evil in the air, and he seemed to hesitate to speak. Changing the subject was the right choice in this situation. He snorted coldly from his nose, sat down on the boss's chair, and threw the documents on the table. He could only use hot water to suppress the anger in his heart. Zhang Bufang and Ergo listened to disco electronic music and whistled leisurely as they walked toward the city center. It was rare to have such a leisure time, and they were in a happy mood. "Brother Fong, will the plan be ruined because of this?" "The only way now is this. After all, they know us very well in the dark. If we don't find a reason to leave, things will be postponed indefinitely." He clasped the steering wheel with both hands and murmured in reply, staring straight ahead, probably forming a new planned itinerary in his mind. "But how will the chairman of Taisher Group deal with it? If she doesn't cooperate, I believe she will be exposed soon. It's okay to protect her quietly." Erga frowned and suggested. After all, he clearly heard the woman's irritability. If he went there rashly, he might end up being taken away by security. Zhang Bufang sighed helplessly after hearing this. It was also a headache for him. After thinking about it, he couldn't think of a perfect solution. "Ignore it for now. I have been busy for so long lately, and I really need to relax." No matter what, he waved his hand and stepped on the accelerator to the central trade city. Just like that, the two old men walked into the coffee shop. "Rinshire Group. Dong Run. I just got the news that the killer was kept by that kid, and the rest were all taken to prison." With his legs crossed and a cigar dangling from his mouth, Rin Zitao burst out into a disdainful chuckle. How could he be the most honest manager in the city? He was so open and honest in doing things. This was because he didn't have enough evidence. Otherwise, he would have to remove the woman from power, but it made him wonder why the killer was left behind. Could it be that the other party had other secrets? "Dongrin, I always feel that things are not that simple. That boy is more messy than I thought. Let's not get into troubled waters this time." The confidant secretary next to him came forward and said sincerely that even the terrorist killers had been subdued, and he was worried that the Rin group would be implicated. Nowadays, life can be said to be full of fun, and carefree, so why bother looking for unpleasant things for yourself? As the saying goes, water in a well does not offend the river. A young boy who embarrasses himself one after another must pay back his capital with profits. Rin Zitao narrowed his eyes slightly and burst out with murderous intent. He gritted his teeth and spoke in a hoarse voice. It was obvious that his belief in revenge was firm and nothing could affect him. "Dongrun, after a large-scale investigation, it was found that that boy has a close connection with the killer organization. I asked you to investigate the chairman of Taisher Group, but you keep telling me what is that kid doing? Now it's useless for me to speak. I'm going to check now." The secretary in a suit and leather suit noticed Rin Dong's anger and stopped talking. He nodded obediently and walked out the door. Rin Zitao was the only one left in the huge, luxurious office. He walked leisurely to the floor-to-ceiling window and looked at the endless traffic on the road with the corner of his mouth raised slightly. If I had known the identity of the grandson killer, he probably still had a small status in the organization. I didn't have to worry too much and just put a secret arrow in the back. What could I do to him? More and more, I feel that Taylor has a big secret that cannot be revealed. Due to my status, I can't find out anything about her in the past. There is no relevant information even in the hospital. I must find out the truth. From now on, We must observe the surroundings for clues and report anything as soon as possible. When making phone calls, we must also make sure there are no walls around us. Zhang Bufang looked serious and ordered him to go ahead and disappear from the city starting tomorrow. In order to better lure the snake out of the hole, he must think carefully. Different from the previous plan, I couldn't personally investigate the suspicious places. I was still passively waiting for them to attack and then show their prowess to capture them all. In order to create the illusion of his departure more realistically, I planned to tell a few people the news and asked not to expose the secret. Brother Fong, don't worry, I will definitely protect her safety. Ergu's facial muscles twitched. He gritted his teeth and said with determination. It was obviously a very important task and no mistakes were allowed. I trust you, Zhang Bufang said seriously and patted his shoulder. He had been sitting in the coffee shop all afternoon, admiring all kinds of beauties. It was time to go back home, and I had to rush back to communicate with Taylor. Recalling the crazy scene, my scalp went numb, so I had to rush back with a frown. Erga chose to walk back to the security bureau, always remembering the orders given by Brother Fong and observing the surroundings to see if he could get any unexpected gains. Suddenly, he felt murderous intent coming from behind, and his face suddenly changed. He hurriedly straightened his brain and stared closely at the movement nearby. Young man, can you lend me a moment to speak? When Ergu heard the faint voice coming from behind him, a layer of cold sweat appeared on his back. Being able to come to the side quietly without noticing it showed how terrifying the opponent's strength was. At least it would take him a matter of minutes to kill him. Soon, the system's arrogant voice came. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Please take a rest early. After hearing what the system said, Zhang Bufang breathed a sigh of relief and then lay on the bed to rest, preparing to return to the base camp early tomorrow morning. The next morning, Zhang Bufang was packing his luggage when Guantong came over. Do you want to go with me? Zhang Bufang asked. Guantong hesitated for a moment and said, Okay, I will follow you from now on. The two set off back to the island, and Taylor and Hyde were very happy to see Zhang Bufang back. Brother Fong, you are finally back, Taylor said excitedly. Looking at the excited Taylor, Zhang Bufang said gently, Yes, I'm back. Later, Zhang Bufang introduced Guantong to them, and Guantong finally joined them. Brother, Chunhee and I are working in the police station now, Hyde said. It turned out that they had helped the police catch a drug lord before and were injured honorably, so the police department specially invited them to join. That's good. You can help others better. If you need help, you can call me. Hearing Zhang Bufang's words, Chunhee said happily, With brother's help, it will definitely help us a lot in handling the case. Zhang Bufang was enjoying himself here, but at the same time, something happened somewhere in the small island town. Boss, things still ended in failure. I just watched Ma Zai report it truthfully, describing the whole story in detail, and even took out photos. After hearing this, the burly man with yellow hair gradually frowned and punched the big man weighing more than 200 kilograms away. This required such terrifying strength that he became more and more interested in this young man. After investigation, we found out that the kid had helped the police arrest a famous drug lord before. There was a lot of rumors at that time, and he was stabbed and hospitalized in the end, dealing with a bullshit drug lord and still getting hurt. The burly man with yellow hair sneered again and again, using his own strength to easily defeat him without any effort. It seemed that the boy was still not good enough. Now that the sneak attack has no good effect, the turtle grandson is like a god descending from heaven and can easily resolve it with the help of the police. Now they need to take action. I tell my brothers to cheer up until the last moment. Pack up and get ready to leave here. Yes. Ma Zai nodded in response, and as soon as he finished speaking, there was another knock on the door. What are you talking about so late at night? Seeing the man in front of him, his mouth was wide open and his face was dull. He swallowed back the words behind his back. He saw a black shadow in the air. The next second, the man's neck was bleeding, and he fell there completely lifeless. I've been putting up with you for a long time. You actually came to your door. The strong man with yellow hair spat loudly, and then slowly wiped the blood left on the dagger with a tissue. The game had just begun. Find a few people to dispose of the body. Don't let anyone know. Ma Zai beside him scolded him in a low voice. After all, things would become tricky if the police paid attention to him. so he needed to be more careful. No need. I want to kill more people, just to wink at the so-called police station. How can I arrest you without paying a price? The strong man with yellow hair ordered in a low voice. Now he has found out that there is no relationship between the kid and the police. Even if he is honest, the police will still come to encircle and suppress him. Because the two of them are working together, he doesn't need to worry about anything, even if he is caught in the end. There were so many people buried with him. Boss, if there is an accident, if there is such evidence of murder, there will be no possibility of remediation. He took 2 steps forward and worriedly reminded him that after all, he would spend the rest of his life in prison for intentional homicide, and no amount of money could be spent to get him out. What are you doing blindly? I don't know how many lives I am carrying. The burly man with yellow hair took the trouble to wave his hand. As the world's top killer organization, countless people died under his dagger. What else should he worry about? Boss, I know how to deal with it. Without saying a word, he suddenly kicked open the door next to him, removed his legs, and killed the wretched man inside, and tried every means to tease his female killer. If he hadn't taken care of her, he would have died 100 times. It can be said that he let go of his hands and feet and vented his bad breath. He was tortured just like his grandson in the past few days, and now it has been doubled. Then the team of several people disappeared into the night. They will not leave until the game is over. Early the next morning, Zhang Bufang stretched out comfortably and slept very comfortably last night. At this time, Zhang Bufang's cell phone rang. Brother Fong, come here quickly. Okay, I'll be there soon. Zhang Bufang heard the voice on the phone and responded with a gloomy face. After hanging up the phone, he started to pack his clothes. Brother Fong, what happened? Guantong noticed something was wrong with him and asked curiously, what could happen so early in the morning? He looked quite anxious, but Taylor also had questions in his head. It's okay. Hyde and the others have encountered a problem. I'll go over and take a look. Then you should be careful. Before he finished speaking, he saw his back leaving. He must be unable to stop him. Things have been happening one after another recently, so it would be better to give Brother Fong less trouble. Although Taylor didn't speak from beginning to end, there was a strong look of worry in his eyes. He was silent for a while and then put away the dishes. Zhang Bufang drove the dark black Lamborghini towards the suburbs and received news that a murder had occurred in a marginally poor rental house. What's going on? Brother Fong, I received an alarm this morning saying that there was a human life here. When I arrived, I found something unusual, so Sister Chen informed you. The two of them, Hyde, hurriedly came over and explained. Sister Chen is Chen Lin, the leader of the serious crime team and the immediate boss of Hyde and the others. The thing is like this, the deceased is the landlord here and a 40-year-old man. We found that renting this house is not poverty. It seems that there are other purposes. From the expensive bottles of wine and food left behind, it turned out that this man was quite wealthy. We found many surveillance screens inside. Chen Lin said with a serious look on her face. Zhang Bufang saw the only surveillance screen on which the facial muscles were twitching. It was clearly the Taylor villa. Are there any other clues? Brother Fong, there was a pungent smell when we first came in. After investigation, we found out that it was to eliminate fingerprints. There was a layer of dust on the surface of everything, and we couldn't find anything suspicious. Hyde came closer to report, and many details were handled so perfectly that no clues could be found, which made him suspicious that the other party seemed to have deliberately left traces. There was only one way to explain it. That is, the other party knew that the police had arrived, just to show off in disguise. Captain Chun, come and see here. Everyone followed the police officer into the room next door, and what they saw was a palm with a raised middle finger painted in blood. It could be seen from the degree of dryness that it was left behind late last night. Is he messing with them? What the hell? It was obviously intentional and man-made. It was the first time I saw such rampant gangsters, and I was so bold that I openly provoked them. Typical revenge mentality. If you dare to be so arrogant, it is definitely not an acquaintance in this city who committed the crime. It is probably organized by thugs from other places. Chun Lin frowned and said suspiciously, this is the first time she has discovered something like this in so many cases. There are not many of them, and they are all killers with special skills. Zhang Bufang murmured in response. It could be seen from the neat cuts on the deceased's neck that only a killer could do this. Recalling that the killer who assassinated him before including the one who came to provoke people in society last night, was all arranged by him. He suddenly realized what the other party had done. Unfortunately, it was too late and he had already escaped or was about to start taking real action. Why did the killer kill these innocent people? After inquiring, I found out that the charterer is usually mean-spirited and bullies everyone. As for that big man, he is known as an old gangster. Haid asked in confusion, as professions like killers usually do not kill innocent people indiscriminately. Chun-Lin was also very confused. How did the boy know that the other party was a killer? After a long investigation, no clues were found. It's very simple. The other party has been hiding here for several months, worried about being noticed by them and being wronged. So before leaving, he vented his hatred and killed them. Brother Fong, how do you know that the other party is a small team or a killer? If there are too many people, it will be inconvenient to move around. I heard from the neighbors that they bring a few lunch boxes at a time. As for the killer, I just made a wild guess. Zhang Bufong waved his hand and said perfunctorily, finally figuring out what was going on. Chun-Lin and the others didn't know many small details in other industries, so it was difficult to find out. Besides, he couldn't reveal his identity yet. Chun-Lin nodded in confusion after hearing the explanation, but she had 100% trust in the young man in front of her and initially concluded that the other person was the killer. Then what is their purpose here? Chen-He asked doubtfully. Could it be that he came all the way here just to kill 2 people to offend the locals? Never mind him. Don't let me meet him. Otherwise I'll be left with nothing to eat. I'd like to see how powerful the so-called killer is. Hyde clenched his fingers and made a clicking sound, opened his mouth and cursed. Now it was clear that the bastard hit them in the face mercilessly and would never let him go. The killer is much more terrifying than you think. He mainly carries out sneak attacks in secret. He will not linger after a successful attack. This matter is aimed at the Thai group, and I will handle it properly. Taisher Group was founded by Taylor's grandfather. Taylor's grandfather found Taylor before and handed the company over to her, hoping that Zhang Bufong could protect her. He was still very confused at that time, but from the surveillance video just now, it seemed that someone was indeed targeting Taylor. Zhang Bufong looked at them indifferently and reminded him with a solemn expression. He recalled the dagger handle mark in his mind. If he guessed correctly that it came from a familiar killer organization, then things would be very difficult. He didn't intend to tell them the truth. After all, he knew that the fewer people there would be, the more protection he would have for Taylor, and he would deal with the killer organizations one by one. Can you do it yourself? I just said that the other party is a well-trained team. What do you need from me? Chen-Lin frowned slightly and said worriedly. It was her first time dealing with a killer. The boy looked serious and didn't look like he was joking, so he still needed to be more cautious. Brother Fong, why don't you let the 2 of us accompany you, which can be regarded as taking care of you before and after? Haid took 2 steps closer and said, you have nothing to do there anyway. Maybe you can learn something from Brother Fong's side. Go ahead and do your work. To deal with the matter at hand, you also need to comfort the residents of the whole building. I believe you also have to deal with major reporters. If you need anything, I will contact you. Zhang Bufong waved his hands casually and responded perfunctorily. There were some things that they couldn't understand even if they were told. Now that they couldn't figure out the other party's position, they had to be more cautious. They were worried that Taylor and the others would be in danger and needed to rush back. Brother Fong. When Hyde and the other 2 were about to say something, they saw Brother Fong's back and swallowed back the rest of their words. They couldn't help but sigh. Maybe if they were stronger, they could help. Get to work quickly. Chen-Lin scolded him in a low voice. She knew his personality after spending so long together, so not telling her too much was a form of protection. Sister Chun, are we really going to just ignore the provocation and do nothing? Hyde was very unhappy and said that if a killer dared to be so rampant, he must be given some color to show him. He really thought that the police station was just setting up to ridicule him wantonly. What do you think? I want to personally lead a group of elite teams to investigate. Didn't you listen to Brother Fong's instructions just now? What to do if something unexpected happens if you act rashly? It's equivalent to doing a disservice. Shouldn't you want to stop him? He kept Brother Fong's words firmly in his mind and disapproved of the other party's approach as it was too risky. Brother, we are all elites in the training team. How can problems arise with a group of elites with extremely strong physical fitness? They are just little killers, so why bother? Hyde vowed to pat his chest and carry all kinds of firearms with him, not believing that they would dare to be arrogant in the face of live ammunition. Maybe I can help Brother Fong solve a big problem by then. I told him not to underestimate the killer because he must be careful when facing him alone. Patting Chun-hee on the shoulder, he continued to add fuel to the fire and persuaded him. After several words, the other party could not find a point to refute and finally chose to remain silent. Sister Chun, what do you think? Chun-Lin nodded in agreement without giving an answer. In fact, she had no idea about the strength of the killer, but there should be some gap compared with the elite team who had been trained by the devil. It is clear that Hyde is a very persistent person. It is commonly said that he will never look back until he hits the wall. Even if he refuses, he will still act alone. Just in case, it is better to have an elite team follow him. I'm going to mobilize manpower now. After receiving the permission, a look of excitement appeared on his face. This time he just wanted to prove himself. All bullshit killers should die. Chun-Lin watched his retreating back as her right eyelid kept beating. She always had an ominous feeling in her heart, feeling that she had given the wrong order. Boss, that kid has also gone to the rental house. I believe he will be happy when he sees us leaving gifts. When he heard the report, the corners of the yellow-haired man's mouth raised. This was the result of provoking him. Thinking of their painful and angry expressions, he felt very happy. The group of people is located in an inconspicuous ruin. As killers, they have been in all kinds of environments, so they have no requirements for accommodation under special circumstances. Boss, when are we going to attack that kid? He spends a lot of time alone with that girl. It won't be difficult for us to catch them all. Since we are escaping from the base area, we must start as quickly as possible. We have recently drawn up a specific plan to do it. After we get the woman, don't linger and leave as quickly as possible. The strong man with yellow hair continued the order. The killer's disadvantage is that he fights head-on. There is no need to waste time after the mission is completed. Boss, after receiving the latest news, the police sent out an elite team to search for us. The sentry horseman hurried over to tip off the news. No matter what time, there would be people watching every move of the police and the kid. Ouch, are you angry out of embarrassment? After hearing this, the strong man with yellow hair let out a disdainful laugh from his nose and said in a strange tone. He originally thought of ignoring the gang of cops. Since he dared to take the initiative to come to the door, he really thought that with the elite team, he would be invincible. Brothers, teach these ignorant guys a lesson. He waved a group of people to leave in the distance. Since he couldn't touch the boy at this time, he just wanted to play with them for a while. Soon 3 unlicensed cars were driving on the suburban road. If they wanted to find me, they would give the police a chance to see if they had the skills. Downtown police station. Stand at attention. A group of strong men in camouflage uniforms straightened their backs, carrying AK-47s behind them. They stood there in full military gear with murderous intent. The surrounding hooligans also fled away in fear. Hyde was very satisfied that he was not afraid even if the opponent came from an international mob organization, but it was a pity that he didn't understand how killers fight. Set off. After giving the order, they left in a mighty manner. Today they were going to search every corner of the city and find each other out. At this time, Zhang Bufang knew nothing about everything. He drove his Lamborghini back to Taisher Group and went to every floor to check and found nothing suspicious. How about it? Taylor raised his head and asked, knowing that he had rushed over after receiving news from the police. He was also curious about the person behind it and whether he was in the same gang as the nanny. We found the opponent's base but escaped. Judging from the appearance, they will probably take action soon. Zhang Bufang sat down on the sofa and said expressionlessly, being in such a completely passive state was very detrimental to them. After what happened just now, the identity of the other party's killer was more confirmed. Knowing their strength, they were especially worried about Taylor's safety. The only way was to turn passivity into initiative. Obviously, the current situation does not give him any chance. He doesn't even know what the opponent is like now. He can only wait for them to be fully prepared to meet them before resisting. It can be said that only by turning defeat into victory can the current situation be averted. Then what should I do? Do I need to find another bodyguard? Guantong frowned and said worriedly. After all, Brother Fong was so busy that he couldn't protect Sister Taylor 24 hours a day. It's better to say goodbye. It's very troublesome to find out the origin of the other party now. Anyway, What can happen to thousands of people who usually stay in the group? Taylor stopped him quietly and said, "Don't lead the wolf into the hole again. I don't believe that the other party is so upright," and escorted him out of the group. "Be careful." Zhang Bufang sighed helplessly. There was really no perfect solution in front of him. He only hoped that the other party could take action as soon as possible to save Taylor and the others from panic. Do I need to ask Grandpa? It's better not to worry him. If the old man had found some way, it wouldn't have lasted until now. As soon as he finished speaking, his mind reverberated with the sound of that bad old man asking questions and getting angry and itching his teeth. Maybe now he is lying under the shade of a tree to enjoy the coolness, with fine tea beside him. Taylor nodded after hearing this. After all, his grandfather's age made him less worried. Anyway, with that kid around, even though he didn't say anything, he felt full of security in his heart. At this time, Zhang Bufang's cell phone rang, and he picked up the call. "Send their location to my phone." Zhang Bufang's face suddenly darkened, and he said in a deep voice, "The two brats would cause trouble every day." Knowing full well that the killer was so frightened, he rushed over and said without any hesitation that they were going to die. Killers are a very unreasonable profession. No matter how high their martial arts skills are, they are still likely to be assassinated. This is because they hide in the dark and look for the perfect opportunity to strike with a surefire move. Even if they are slightly negligent, they will be killed. Their advantage is that they are fast, but their disadvantage is that if they fight head-on or their whereabouts are discovered, they will be completely destroyed. "Okay, I'll send you the satellite positioning right now," Chen Lin said anxiously. The more she thought about it, the more something was wrong, and she couldn't get through the phone call at all. After careful consideration, she decided to inform him. "I had no choice but to use a special machine in the police station to locate the IP address of Hyde's mobile phone. It was shown in an abandoned residential area in the suburbs. After sending the location, I rushed there in a hurry." Zhang Bufang asked Taylor for the keys to the Porsche Cayenne and left. Taylor and the others were considered sensible and did not stop him. "I always feel like something is wrong. Let's tell Brother Fong something." Chen Qing looked at the abandoned residential area around him and reminded him that he might have heard a rustling sound in his ears, but when he looked back, there was nothing. "Brother, you are too nervous. Relax, and we will definitely catch those bastards." Hyde patted him heavily on the shoulder. It was obvious that he was just thinking wildly. It was obvious that the rumor was coming from somewhere. Besides, he had searched many places for several hours and found nothing suspicious, so he might have been scared away long ago. "Who are you scolding?" Suddenly, a faint voice echoed in the air, as if falling from the sky. Everyone looked around to find the source of the sound, but unfortunately the surrounding area was deserted and no shadow could be seen. "Pretending to be a ghost? Aren't you very arrogant? If you have the guts, come out and let me see who dares to openly provoke the police." Hyde snorted and raised his voice and shouted, never expecting that they would really dare to be so rampant. It was just in line with his own wishes, so he just stopped them. "Really let me out." A familiar voice sounded in the air again, and the words were mixed with bursts of evil laughter, and I couldn't help but feel the chill rising on my back. "Now I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and apologize in 3 seconds. "Oh." Before Hyde could finish his words, heart-rending screams could be heard from behind. When he turned around, he saw the elite team on the edge kneeling on the ground with blood dripping from their wrists. He only felt a black shadow passing before his eyes, followed by severe pain, and the AK-47 disappeared in his hand. The speed was incredibly fast, and the gun seemed to disappear out of thin air. Oh, the police station's gun is really new. When everyone saw the blurry figure on the roof not far away, they took out their AK-47s and took aim. They clicked the trigger and fired at the command. "Who the hell are you?" Hyde's previous arrogance was wiped away. From what happened just now, he realized that the other party was much more terrifying than he imagined. He could kill a person in the blink of an eye. Could this be the strength of a killer? Do you deserve to know? A cruel smile flashed across the corners of the eyes of the burly man with yellow hair, and he threw the AK-47 down casually. He was not afraid at all when facing so many black wounds, and everything was under control. "Don't blame me for being rude if you don't say anything. Look at your bear-like, incompetent roar." Ha ha ha. Just as the laughter subsided, screams started to sound again. The same hand tendons were picked. The well-trained elite team was confused and fell into panic. Their physical fitness was far beyond that of ordinary people, but they were useless. The opponent could kill them silently. He dropped himself, but couldn't fight back. I feel very aggrieved in my heart. It can be said that there is no place for heroes. The veins protruding from each person's sandbag fist can definitely explode with huge energy, but the other party ignores them and feels very angry inside. What do you want? Hyde's face turned red, and his whole body was shaking with anger. He gritted his teeth and roared. He was the one who proposed this plan and must bear full responsibility. Even if you pick out the tendons, you won't lose your life, but the entire arm may be completely useless from now on. As a soldier, it will be more uncomfortable than killing them. I'm too lazy to argue with you idiots, and yet you dare to act like a brat and send me to your door. Do you really think I have no temper? I heard that the kid even warned me. Why don't you stop? I've been waiting here for a long time. Don't be afraid that everyone here will die today. The burly man with yellow hair smiled evilly and installed a loudspeaker to prevent the other party from jumping over the wall. He was on the top floor to see how they got up. Brother Fong will take care of you. Ha 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 ha. Excuse me, is he a god? I remember you didn't notify him. Why don't you create a surprise for him? FCK me. When Chun He and the others heard each other's roars, they felt the murderous aura coming from 100 meters away. They could vaguely see a few black figures. They couldn't help but tense up, knowing that their skills were terrifying and they didn't dare to be careless. In particular, Hade's intestines were wet with tears, and a large amount of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. It looked like he was going to confess this. Kill them one by one. The strong man with yellow hair ordered in a hoarse voice. It would be boring to kill them all. It would be interesting to let them watch their comrades who are as close as brothers die slowly without being able to stop them. After receiving the order from the boss, one of the killers in black clutched his dagger and dodged towards Chun He at the front, with a clear target and a fatal move. Chun He felt the murderous look on his face, and his face suddenly changed. He couldn't help but shuddered all over, as if the god of death was coming. Da-da-da. In desperation, Hyde picked up the AK-47 and pressed the trigger. A deafening roar echoed in the air, sweeping all around. He had no choice but to do this. He was completely helpless and had no plan in his mind. No matter what, it is a real grab for live ammunition. Avoid being shot randomly and evacuate as quickly as possible. The evil atmosphere of the nearby waves will disappear. A layer of cold sweat appeared on Chun He's entire body. His face was pale, and he had no place to use his physical skills. It was as if he had seen a ghost, and only death was waiting for him. Everyone stood in formation, divided into two rows, alternated back and forth, and fired continuously, not missing any direction. Hyde looked solemn and ordered in a deep voice, "Maybe this is the only way. It is better than sitting back and waiting for death. Save your energy. What's the point of making such a pointless struggle? If I'm kneeling on the ground now, I'm in a good mood, and I might be able to kill you later." The burly man with yellow hair curled up his lips and sneered again and again. In his eyes, this was all retarded behavior. It only took a few minutes for the elite team of about 20 people to finish firing their bullets. They can't figure out the killer's location at all, so endless attacks are just a waste of bullets. They can just wait until they stop and then attack them. The sound of shouting and shouting resounded throughout the sky, but unfortunately no one dared to come forward no matter how much noise there was in the suburbs. Contact Brother Fong quickly. Hyde gritted his teeth and nodded. When his life was at stake, he no longer cared about face. Now survival was the most important thing. What are you doing standing still? Hurry up, Chun He said anxiously. As soon as the bullets were used up, perhaps only Brother Fong could save the situation at hand. If the bullets continued to be used up, everyone would end up here. There is no signal on the mobile phone. Ha 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 ha. The strong man with yellow hair raised his head and laughed loudly. He had already expected that they would bring in reinforcements at this time, so he set up a signal blocking device in the ruins in advance. He wanted to play with them today. When Hyde heard the laughter, his face turned red and he gritted his teeth. He didn't expect them to be so cunning. He could no longer hold back the anger in his heart, clenched his hands, and rushed over. Calm down the hell. Don't you think things are chaotic enough? Chun He held the opponent's wrist tightly and scolded him coldly. If he rushes out now, he will die. He has no idea how many killers there are in the dark. After what happened just now, he knows the opponent's strength and must not act rashly. The strong man with yellow hair folded his hands in front of him and raised his eyebrows while looking at the scene of the quarrel. He was obviously very happy to watch the scene of their struggle before death. "Are you a big man? Are you capable of fighting openly and honestly?" Hyde shouted loudly, clearly aware that the bullet consumption rate was plummeting and there would be a complete ceasefire in less than a minute, so he must think of a way at this time. How to provoke generals. First of all, if I confront you head-on, I won't even be a scumbag. Secondly, if I don't have a brain to show off, why would I listen to your nonsense? The yellow-haired brawny man let out a disdainful scoff from his nostrils. From his attire and reaction on the spot, it was obvious that the elite team was not a good one. Out of bullets. When Hyde heard the report from behind, he took out his daggers. In this case, he could only fight the opponent desperately. Sure enough, as soon as the shouting ended, the familiar murderous aura suddenly emerged again, surrounding them. From a distance, they could see an elite team demonstrating in the air. "Do you have any last words to say? I hear you have a grudge against Brother Fong. What is the reason?" Chin-Hee quietly pressed the recording button on his cell phone. Even if he died, he would leave useful information. From the last time, he knew that he was the bastard that Brother Fong was looking for. "I'm not targeting him. It's just that kid who comes to interfere again and again. Therefore, the stumbling block must be removed. Is there any problem now?" Huang Mao snorted and replied, wishing they would kneel down and beg for mercy so that he could fully satisfy his vanity. "Before I die, I want to see what you look like. Is it very ugly to be so far away and wearing a black hood? Tisk, TSK, TSK. You guys are really competent bastards. You can't even protect yourself, and you still want to be moved by him." The brawny man with yellow hair said what he said and said something weird, and he could see their true purpose, which was just to find out his identity. "I have so much leisure and elegance. Go to hell. This is what you will get for provoking me." As soon as he finished speaking, his best killer approached quietly. Due to his speed, only an afterimage was left in the air. Judging from the direction of the trajectory, the target was Hyde. Careful. Chin-Hee once again saw that the opponent was already in front of him, holding a dagger and falling from the sky, which was obviously a killing move. At this moment, there was no place to hide, and he could only watch the sharp tip of the knife coming down. Just as Hyde closed his eyes and accepted his fate, a tinkling sound suddenly rang in his ears, and an even more terrifying evil force hit him from another direction, like a surging river. Before a killer could dodge a sneak attack, another more powerful one came. I thought it was over, but when 5 seconds passed, I didn't feel any pain. When I opened my eyes, I saw a man in black lying on the ground in pain with blood on his mouth. At the critical moment, Zhang Bufang arrived in time to stop the final killing move. He stared straight at the opponent and saw the familiar and scheming eyes on the dagger and narrowed his eyes slightly. He glanced with an expressionless face for a week and his murderous intent completely exploded. The killer hiding nearby seemed to be locked and turned around without stopping. Especially the injured killer lying on the ground looked in disbelief. He had no idea how fast the opponent was, and the force was like a mountain pressing down on him so tightly that he couldn't breathe. "Get him!" When Hyde saw the familiar figure's face showing excitement on his face, he instantly became tough and roared at the top of his lungs. The killer trembled after hearing this. He had no fighting power now, let alone facing such a monster, and had no desire to fight. He endured the pain in his chest and ran away in a hurry. Even if the injured killer's speed is beyond their reach, I dare say that if the elite team actually fights 1 against 2, the reason for this situation is that they don't know the killer's tactics. Chin-Hee breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Brother Fong. It was a desperate situation. If he had come a little later, everyone would have been completely finished. Looking back now, he still has cold sweat on his back. No one noticed Zhang Bufang's evil smile at the corner of his eye. He could easily kill him and catch up with the killer. It didn't take a matter of minutes. As for the reason, only he himself knew the reason. "Please take care of me when we meet you for the first time. You'll regret it." The strong man with yellow hair suddenly threw the microphone in his hand when he heard his snarling voice. The veins on his neck suddenly became shattered. He was obviously very angry. Is the grandson still lingering? He is the one who comes to stir up the trouble every time. He also intervenes in handling some documents. He knows that this situation should be eliminated early. Unfortunately, there is no regret medicine in the world. After that, he turns around and leaves without any love. From various previous signs, it can be concluded that the strength of the young people in front of them is very terrifying, and the winning rate of the well-trained elite team can be said to be 0. Even though his killers were elusive, that bastard knew their fighting methods very well, so he didn't choose to deal with them head-on just in case. Who knew if there would be a large number of police behind them, and things would become very troublesome when they were surrounded, so he chose to give in temporarily. Boss, I always feel that that kid is scarier than we imagined. What? I'm still afraid of him. The chairman of Taisher Group is bound to win. As long as I can get that itch, all the hard work will be worth it. Keep your spirits up and the money for each person will be doubled by then. The burly man with yellow hair interrupted with a low roar. It could be seen that his momentum was a bit sluggish now. After all, the strength of that bastard just now was obvious to all, so he had to use money to lure him to boost his morale. Money is indeed a good thing. After hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. The previous dejection disappeared. They came all the way here and suffered just for the money. Boss, whenever we take action, the police will definitely pay close attention to this matter. The longer the matter drags on, the harder it will be to deal with it. His subordinate Ma Zai came up and reminded him that although the opponent could not grasp his position yet, the city would be caught sooner or later, and now he had to cut through the mess quickly. We can discuss these matters carefully when we all sit down. The strong man with yellow hair responded quietly. What made him confused was that his strength was so terrifying. Why didn't the young man control the injured thug to threaten him? In that case, even if he cannot be caught, it will still take a long time to obtain more powerful evidence. Is it possible that he is too confident that the elite team can easily catch him, or that he has just focused all his attention on himself? After pondering for a long time with no results, stop thinking wildly. Ma Zai, your subordinate, is not just a gangster on the street. Everyone is a terrorist killer, and you still can't deal with this young boy. Immediately afterwards, the black unlicensed car drove towards the city center. As the saying goes, the most dangerous place is safer under the light. After dressing up simply, we arrived at an inconspicuous hotel. Brother Fong, do you need to pursue me? Hyde asked, having to admire this intimidation. That group of people had completely lost even their basic combat capabilities. No matter how fast they were, they could not run very far. There was no obstruction in the wilderness to clearly see the direction of escape. Chasing your second uncle. Go and die. Zhang Bufong rolled his eyes in anger and slapped the back of his head unceremoniously. He acted on his own without obeying the instructions and almost lost his life. I'm not trying to help Brother Fong. Hyde embarrassedly scratched the back of his head and muttered in a low voice that this time it was indeed all his fault. I looked up but saw no one. I saw Zhang Bufong walking towards the elite team whose two-hand tendons had been severed. He expertly bandaged and blocked the acupuncture points. Now he can recover after going to the hospital for treatment. Everyone's eyes widened when they saw the skilled technique. They had been training for a long time and did not understand the situation in the city. What kind of identity this young man had was terrifying beyond imagination. This is Brother Fong. We will introduce them when we have the opportunity in the future and send them to the hospital as quickly as possible. Hyde waved his hand and ordered, and he could see the difference in the expressions in their eyes, which was exactly the same as when he first saw Brother Fong. But now he was used to Brother Fong's invincibility and was not too surprised. A group of elites saluted respectfully and drove away in order, and soon only the three of them were left in the ruins of the empty house. Rumble. Immediately afterwards, there was another engine blast in the air, and then Chun Lin drove over in that domineering raptor. How are things? Those people escaped, and the injured elite team has been sent to the hospital. After hearing this, Chun Lin felt slightly relieved. Fortunately, there was no big loss. Fortunately, she informed the boy in time, otherwise it would have irreparable consequences. Brother Fong, we should have supported each other just now, and we can try to arrest Sister Chun when she comes over. Chenny frowned slightly and asked, clearly aware that Brother Fong had finally stopped, so he did not pounce on him immediately, believing that there must be a reason for doing so. What are you doing here in hindsight? My grandson reacted too quickly, and saw Brother Fong coming over faster than a rabbit. Hyde cursed angrily. If there were bullets in the gun, he would have pressed the trigger, and there would be no way to escape if he was hit in the thigh. I let him go on purpose. An elusive smile appeared at the corner of Zhang Bufang's mouth, and he seemed to be in a good mood, as if his plan had succeeded. Brother Fong, what do you mean? Why do you want to let him go on purpose? The language and culture are profound and profound. Even if you can't catch the other person, you can still make excuses. Including Chen Lin's confused face, she really couldn't figure out the reason why he did this, and she couldn't come to any conclusion after thinking hard. Let's go back to the police station first. Sensing their gaze but still not giving any answer, he laughed lightly and prepared to stand up and leave, typical of showing off his understanding. I'll go to the top of the building and take a look. I'll get the pieces of the walkie-talkie back. I can compare them with fingerprints and maybe I can get some information. Unnecessary. Zhang Bufang waved his hand, and you turned around and returned to the Porsche Cayenne. Chen Lin cursed in a low voice at the sight of that bastard and returned to the car muttering. After returning to the police headquarters in the city center in about 30 minutes, Hyde and the others couldn't wait to get closer to see what secrets there were. Yurin took out the USB flash drive from his pocket and handed it over. Everyone's heads were full of questions. Why did you take out this useless thing in such an emergency? When she plugged it into the computer and heard the chatter coming from the computer, Chen Lin looked confused, while Hyde and the others had dull expressions on their faces. Wasn't that voice the turtle grandson, just now? Could it be that the chatter was the voice of their voices at this time? I know, Brother Fong secretly put something on him, so he deliberately let him go just to hear what their plans were. Chen Yi slapped his thigh and said excitedly, his eyes flashing with light as he suddenly realized Brother Gang Fong's strange behavior. Zhang Bu nodded with a smile. In fact, he had arrived a long time ago and had been waiting for an opportunity. When he knocked the killer away, he pressed the big black soybean thing up hard. The discussion sound coming from the computer can be concluded to be successful. The other party has not yet reacted to the situation. This will be the best opportunity to turn passive into active. Being able to grasp their every move is a huge advantage. Brother Fong, in this case we can determine the location through GPS positioning and catch them all in one go. Hyde rubbed his hands and said excitedly, if the time comes to bring a large number of police forces to completely surround the place, even the flies will not be able to fly out. No matter how fast the speed is, it will be useless. Chen Lin heard what was going on from their conversation. To put it simply, she knew the opponent's position, which was great news. She no longer had to worry about them sneaking up on her. That bastard is really brave. He dares to stay in a city center hotel openly. During the conversation, special equipment had been used to investigate their location. I never expected that the other party would make such a choice. If there was no accurate evidence, I would not even think about it. Brother Fong, prepare the police force now. It will take less than 10 minutes to arrive at full speed. The other party will definitely not have time to escape. Zhang Bu waved his hands expressionlessly. First of all, they must have been absolutely confident hiding there. They must have hired countless informants around them, and they must have slipped out of the back door before they arrived. Brother Fong, this is a rare opportunity. If you guys are well-armed and attack, you will definitely succeed. Chen He blinked, and his head was filled with questions. He wanted to learn more about the other party's every move. Why didn't he arrest him? It's a bustling area, with a lot of pedestrians around, and the police car driving past makes a lot of noise. We can't rule out the possibility of a traffic jam. By the time we get there, the other party will have already run away. Chen Lin explained in a low voice that she understood the reason for this. After all, the evacuation of pedestrians was the most difficult thing, and it was not as simple as imagined. At that time, everyone will be the best guarantee for their escape. Even if we can really block the hostages everywhere, things will only become more difficult. Zhang Bufang added that it may seem like the other party is seeking death, but in fact there are many tricks in the process. If you act rashly, you may fall into the other party's trap. After hearing this, Hyde, Chun He, and the others fell silent. Realizing their carelessness, they stood there obediently and remained silent. The computer continued to echo with the noisy discussion. Apart from chatting while eating, no information was obtained. The only information I got was that they were from abroad. Zhang Bufang frowned slightly. Could he still be an acquaintance? The base of the international killer organization is overseas. Recalling the battle just now, about 10 people were all killers. If there is really a boss among them, it shows that the organization has a high status. Is the glue firmly attached? Chen-Lin asked. Judging from the content of their chat, they would not discuss their next move for a while. She was afraid that they would be discovered if they dragged on. At that time, it could be said that they had lost both their wives and their troops. The other party would be more cautious to catch clues again. It can be said to be adding insult to injury. There shouldn't be any problems. We have done everything we should. If there is an accident, we can only blame bad luck. Zhang Bufang spread his hands and said innocently, obviously taking this matter lightly and not worrying too much. Brother Fong, go and do your work. The two of us will stay here and notify you as soon as possible if anything happens. After all, the computer itself has a recording saving function, so even if there are really overlooked places, you can still find them. Hyde and the others said with solemn expressions that they looked like they were going to live here. Anyway, there were resting places in the office where they could take turns monitoring each other. Zhang Bufang nodded, believing that the two police elites could still do such a small thing. He just saw a call from the old man, but he didn't answer it because of the serious situation and planned to rush over to see what was going on in person. Chen-Lin also agreed with this approach. There was no need for everyone to listen to that group of people talking and laughing. It would not be too late to come back with key news. Then a Porsche car sped along Central Avenue. I glanced at the hotel in the city center and saw that there happened to be a large shopping mall nearby. It was indeed very inconvenient to move around. Then I stepped on the accelerator and arrived at the high-end villa area. I arrived at the center of the road with ease. When I opened the door, I saw the old man drinking tea leisurely. He crossed his legs and looked angry. The young man was so busy that he was exhausted, but enjoying it. Tyler was taken. Zhang Bufang sat down on the recliner next to him and snorted. This old bastard must never be allowed to live comfortably. Whose granddaughter doesn't care? You kid, hurry up and drink some water to moisten your throat. It's not easy to come all the way here. The old man waved with a smile on his face, without any worries. He believed in the strength of the young man in front of him. If something happened, he would still stay here to taste the tea. When I didn't answer the call at first, I was a little worried. I've known for so many years how terrifying it is to keep an eye on Taylor's illegal organization. When I saw him rushing over and mentioning it, my heart dropped to my throat. You, old man, enjoy yourself every day. I am in dire straits for you. If you don't repay me properly, I will be here. How about I leave the Taisher group to you for safekeeping? The old man raised the corners of his mouth into an evil smile, and it didn't look like he was joking at all. Zhang Bufang refused while laughing. You are kidding me. Even if you give it to me, I won't take it. Why am I asking for trouble when I have a lot of money and am still free? I have a master here who wants to experience it next time. He sighed helplessly. There are some things that cannot be forced, and we can only talk about them and see how they develop, and then change the topic. Can you do something good for your granddaughter? Now an illegal organization has emerged, and it is difficult for the killer to deal with it all. Just watch and deal with it. The old man waved his hand indifferently, and after saying that, he narrowed his eyes slightly. After understanding the truth, he became even more worried. It was better to leave it to him to handle it. It can be said that he was relieved. Then give it a massage. Zhang Bufang saw that the old man's behavior was full of black marks, and he was doing this kind of thing? He was too careless. He originally wanted to tell him that his granddaughter was somewhat worried, but it seemed that he was worrying too much. Located in the private room at the top of the hotel in the city center. Sure enough, the boss is smart. Those policemen still searched all directions in the suburbs. They won't even think that we are all under their noses. Ma Zai, his subordinate, looked excited and reported that there were informants within a kilometer radius, and they would report any police presence. How's your injury? The strong man with yellow hair laughed loudly and asked. Seeing him caressing his chest from time to time, it seemed that the boy's punches were quite powerful. Boss, it's nothing serious. It's just a little bruised. Just bring some ice cubes and apply it later. I saw him waving his hands casually, which was nothing more than a punch. I didn't know that the black thing with soybeans behind his shoulder was flickering with a faint light. He had just been on the phone to find out something, and he was not sitting in the middle to eat with the other guys. That's good. There's an ice pack on the table. Get rid of it quickly. If nothing unexpected happens, we'll take action tonight. The burly man with yellow hair raised his eyebrows and said in an evil voice. A cruel smile appeared on his face, and he had already made a perfect plan in his mind. Boss, what do you mean? Tonight we have to teach the police a lesson or attack that kid directly. After hearing what the boss said, everyone gathered around and asked each other. They could see the unbearable murderous look on each other's faces. They had been holding it back for so long, and it was time to find an opportunity to release it. Yes, boss, it's the time when the police are keeping a close watch outside. Isn't it too dangerous to take action at this time? Just as he was about to turn around to get an ice pack, Ma Zai, who was injured, said worriedly that they would definitely not let go if he provoked the policeman so openly. I think the best way now is to wait for another 2 days or so. Even if the other party is angry and tensed, they will still relax. At that time, it is the best opportunity to make a move. It's the same principle as under the lamp, which is to take things by surprise. They, including the police officer, would never think of taking action in this situation. By the time they react, they have already succeeded. The strong man with yellow hair murmured an explanation, lighting a cigar and holding it in the corner of his mouth. His choice was to take risks and believe that the plan could be realized perfectly. But boss, we are killers, and we understand the importance of timing. If we procrastinate, it will only make things difficult. When I heard the boss scold me and keep my mouth shut, I really couldn't find any point of rebuttal, but my right eyelid kept beating, and I had an unknown premonition in my heart, as if something unexpected was about to happen. After the meeting, we will send someone to monitor every move of the chairman of Taisher Group. After confirming the location, we will prepare for action in the middle of the night. If we are quick, we will leave here early tomorrow morning. The yellow-haired brawny man ordered with an extremely serious face. It could be said that this was a last-ditch effort. Now he had no advantage except that the other party didn't know his position. If you continue to delay, you will be discovered sooner or later. By then, you will be completely at a disadvantage, and there will be no way to hunt down that itch. In the end, it will end in complete failure, so I came up with this plan. Boss, that guy is a 24-hour bodyguard. He will definitely be extremely cautious if he knows about our existence. And the police station will come over as quickly as possible if they get the news. So we paid a few people to pretend to be us to attract the attention of the police, making the police mistakenly think that even if they were caught in the suburbs, it would take a long time. As for that boy, I want to see how powerful he is. You can catch the woman first and run away when you find the right opportunity. The brawny man with yellow hair made arrangements in a low voice and told the plan in his heart without reservation. What a wonderful expression he would have if he knew that the so-called ultimate secret was monitored. Brothers, cheer up and stay here for a few months to get through it. After the mission is completed, a happy life will come. Yes. Everyone nodded solemnly, clenched their fists and made a clicking sound, and their arms were fully prepared with veins bulging out. Everyone, go back to your room and pay attention to your energy. I will inform you in the middle of the night. The strong man with yellow hair is very satisfied with their mental outlook. It can be said that success is inevitable, but they are still too young to compete with me. He will let that ignorant boy know that he is terrifying, and the price for fighting him is his life. He narrows his eyes slightly and waits for the arrival of late night. Always keep an eye on the sentinels to see if there is any news. I know, boss. The injured Ma Zai nodded and responded. You must not let your guard down at the critical moment. If you make any mistakes, all your previous efforts will be wasted. Huang Mao lay down leisurely on the leather sofa again, taking a break after working for such a long time. Perhaps this was the calm before the storm. The police station is more than 10 kilometers away. Hey, He glanced at each other and could see the excitement in each other's eyes. There was a buzzing sound from the computer, indicating that the grandson had taken off his clothes, but there was no need to worry about saving the useful information. The two of them hurriedly ran towards Sister Chen's office with their laptops in hand. This situation needed to be reported immediately, and now they just needed to figure out how to deal with it. Oh, I'll go. Comfortable. Zhang Bufang felt the softness on his back and groaned, looking like he was enjoying it. Young man, your body is the healthiest and most energetic I have ever seen in my life, but your kidneys are a little weak. Why don't you, old guy, talk so pleasantly? I was thinking of giving you a few dollars as a tip, but it seems I'd better give it another day. Hearing this, Zhang Bufang rolled his eyes angrily. I am a strong man, so his diagnosis must have been wrong. Lao Zhang, you go and do your work first. The old man smiled and waved his hands. He had long been accustomed to that boy's virtues. If one day he could speak properly, the sun would rise from the west. The old miracle massage doctor always has a smile on his face. He has a very high status in the field of traditional Chinese medicine. Many wealthy people come to him for massages, and the prices are beyond imagination. Old man, that old guy is talking nonsense. Come on, you look like a bear and your kidneys are weak. The old man teased. It is not easy to be able to make the old chairman of Taisher Group joke like this, and to know the status of the other party. The phone rang, and he picked up the call. Zhang Bufang's left eyelid shook slightly when he heard the content of the call. There was no obvious mood swing. He simply agreed and pressed the hang-up button. I'll settle the score with you, old man, some other time. I'd better break it in advance. He unceremoniously put the top tea leaves on the table into his pocket and turned around to leave. When Chen Lin said that he had the information, the old man watched him leave with a smile and shook his head. About 20 minutes. A squeak sound. The Porsche Cayenne parked exactly in the middle of the entrance to the security bureau. Perhaps he was the only one who dared to be so arrogant, and he drove straight to the captain's office in a majestic manner. Brother Fong, you're here. I heard that bastard's next plan not long ago, Hyde said excitedly, and then opened the recording that he had saved in advance. He was very relieved and allowed him to continue talking. He thought he had come up with a perfect plan, but in his own eyes he was mentally retarded. Was the receiver finally found? Zhang Bufang asked. After figuring out the other party's plan, he had to say that if he hadn't been monitored, he might have been in trouble. He even tried to trick him into attacking in the east and west. Unfortunately, Zhang was still very old. Probably not. I didn't hear the breaking sound until the end. It seemed like the guy took off his clothes. Cheney deduced that it should be thrown into the trash can. Damaged night clothes are easy to find, so they usually put on new ones before going out. Could it be a trap they dug? Chen Lin frowned. She knew from previous interactions that the other party was not a good person, and she still needed to think more. Hyde and the others also fell silent after hearing this. After all, this kind of thing cannot be determined, and it would be quite troublesome if it was a trap. Then just follow the plan. Zhang Bufang responded softly. His pupils slightly condensed as the action planning process emerged in his mind. The possibility of the other party lying was extremely low. It could be said that Chen Lin was too nervous. If he really found out that the receiver said that deliberately, he should have led him to another deserted place and disposed of him, instead of taking the initiative to arrest Taylor. Brother Fong, what should we do next? If the other party attracts the attention of security guards at night, will security guards be dispatched? Hyde frowned and asked worriedly, fearing that he would make another wrong decision. After all, the other party's thoughts were not yet 100% certain. Chen Lin also cast a look of help and silently began to rely on the young man in front of her. She didn't know what to do next. Although she now has significant evidence, she is still not sure of its authenticity. Sometimes being too cautious can lead to side effects. It can be said that you continue to wait for the other party to take action without having time to react. According to their action plan, we will respond one by one. When the ruffian who disturbs the ears appears, let Hade and Chun he lead the people to hunt them down. We must not let the clues out. Zhang Bu said expressionlessly. The matter is very simple and can cut through the mess quickly. When the time comes, the killers will be given a huge surprise. Brother Fong, we still have to take care of you. That bastard is really despicable and shameless. As for the pursuit, you can just find 2 security guards. Anyway, why do you spend so much money on it? After what happened just now, we understand the terrifying strength of the killer. If you fight head-on, you don't need to worry at all. If the enemy is in trouble and plays a sneak attack, you will be helpless. In any case, the 2 of them have at least experienced it firsthand, and their physical fitness is strong enough to help. No, you must lead the team yourself. You also need to make the momentum louder and lead the elite team around in a mighty manner. Your acting skills must be on point. Zhang Bufang refused without hesitation. The illegal organization did not have too many contacts. If he guessed correctly, he must have thought that Chun he was the leader. Only in this way would they be able to implement the next plan with confidence. Brother Fong, we listen to you. After hearing the reason, Hyde nodded and responded respectfully. After previous training, his acting skills can now be described as superb. What about me? Chun-Lin's head was filled with questions. She knew that by arranging the two of them, she was representing the security side, and she would definitely not be able to follow them anymore. You have a more difficult task. Zhang Bufang raised the corners of his mouth and revealed an evil smile. After a brief explanation, he turned around and left. As for Hyde, he also started to get busy with the things at hand. In order to be more convincing, he still sent out security guards to search vigorously. Boss, there are several security vehicles parked on the main traffic road outside. His subordinates were hurriedly reporting the news, and it was clear from the appearance of their full military attire that they took this matter very seriously. If they were caught in the hotel, there would be no way out. Even if they were as fast as lightning, they would not be able to use it. They are so arrogant and provocative to the security. It is suspicious that they are not angry. Why are they making such a fuss? Just lie down in bed and rest for a while. You will never think of hiding it under your nose. The burly man with yellow hair waved his hands nonchalantly, with a cigar dangling from his mouth, obviously very confident in his plan. Boss, they're leaving. Mazai breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the butt of the security car going away. As expected, it had only been patrolling for 2 rounds. When it stopped there, he was frightened. After hearing this, the strong man with yellow hair sneered. Are those mentally retarded people still fighting with me? They are simply destroying themselves by hitting an egg against a stone. They will be celebrating their anniversary next year. Top floor office of Taisher Group. What? Taylor's mouth opened wide with disbelief on his face. He never expected that in just one day, he would have mastered the information of someone who had been hiding his evil intentions for a long time and would dare to openly kidnap him in front of everyone. This is indeed what happened. Just a few hours ago, the security team had a dispute with them. Chun-Lin took 2 steps forward and explained. She was listening to Guantong bring 2 cups of tea with a wink. What she didn't expect was that it would come so suddenly. What do I need to do? Taylor nodded with a serious expression. From the various accidents in the past 2 days, it can be seen that they are bound to win the group. He was too surprised to react for a while. Of course, he believed what the other party said. What can you do? Just rest quietly. Before he finished speaking, Zhang Bu felt a burning pain on his buttocks. When he turned around, he saw 2 fists of big cactus stuck on it. This is really ungrateful. I have been treating her like this after running for her. A dog bites Lu Dongbin, but it doesn't know a good heart. You mean I'm a dragster? Taylor's face turned red, and when he saw the bastard's arrogance, he felt very unhappy and wanted to throw his mouth away. That's right, of course not. They are all powerful and terrifying killers. They do this just in case to protect your safety. Zhang Bufang noticed that Taylor was bursting out with murderous intent, and a chill rose up his back. He hurriedly changed his tone of words and said something flattering. The man had to lower his head under the eaves. That's pretty much it. Taylor snorted. If there's nothing else, I'll go back first and contact you if anything happens. No. Zhang Bufang stopped and said, smelling the faint smell of jealousy in the air with black lines on his head. He made it clear what the plan was on the road. There must be someone outside the group keeping an eye on him. Brother Fong, tell us your plan so we can be prepared. The plan is like this. Taylor fell silent after hearing this. His arrogance just now disappeared without a trace, and he reappeared with a face full of guilt. Time flew by, and a whole afternoon passed in the blink of an eye. Zhang Bufang had a very torturous few hours, and the air was filled with an awkward atmosphere. He finally got off work. On the roof opposite Taisher Group, a sneaky young man wearing black clothes stared at the door with a telescope. He soon discovered that the boy was protecting the 2 women and returning to the car. I had known for a long time that it was the secretary of the chairman. I followed him carefully all the way and recorded the video at any time and sent it to the boss. Zhang Bufang raised his eyebrows slightly when he saw the dark shadow flashing behind the butt of the car through the rearview mirror. He did not do anything else and just shook his head while playing explosive electronic music as usual. After queuing for 30 minutes, a few people returned to the villa. Ma Zai, who was following them, also took photos and headed back home. Brother Fong, I thought someone was following us just now. Guantong said with a serious look on his face. Zhang Bufang smiled slightly and did not answer. He touched the back of his head fondly and prepared to order a takeaway to fill his stomach. As for other things, he forgot about them. Inside a 3-star hotel in the city center, Boss, the chairman of Taisher Group, went home directly after get off work and didn't do any other weird things. It's just that he was protected by that kid the whole time, and there was no trace of security. How can you use security protection when you have such powerful personal bodyguards? When the burly man with yellow hair heard Ma Zai's report about the strange situation, he mocked that everything was developing according to his plan. Let him know tonight what it means to have someone outside the world, and there is a world outside the world. There was a fierce anger in his eyes. Boss, brothers are ready to go and give orders at any time. After the afternoon renovation, everyone was full of energy. Their deep eye sockets revealed the necessary gleam of a killer, and the daggers in their hands sparkled. Don't be anxious. Now is the time when you are full of passion. Wait for them to get tired in a few hours before attacking suddenly. You won't give that kid any time to react. The strong man with yellow hair waved his hand and said softly, with evil smiles hanging from the corners of his eyes. As the saying goes, you can't eat hot tofu if you are too impatient. Everyone can order some takeout to fill their stomachs. Now you can give appropriate reminders to security. Yes. Ma Zai, who was wearing a black knight uniform, nodded respectfully, then took out his cell phone to make arrangements, and had made contact as early as the morning. Why isn't his grandma's legs moving? She's asleep? Hyde stuffed the bread into his mouth and cursed vaguely. He had already searched every corner of the city. He was exhausted. Why didn't the bastard take action yet? Keep your voice down. He scolded, although there were only 2 of them in the car. Who could be sure that there was no spy of the other party nearby, and no one knew about Brother Fong's plan? Only in this way can the elite team show its truest and serious attitude. Dong dong dong. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a knock on the car window. Hyde perfectly concealed his impatience, and a solemn look appeared on Yin's cheeks. I just received news that enemy traces were found in the north of the city. Set off. Without saying a word, he ordered angrily, that old thief is really cunning. Being in the south now is equivalent to crossing the entire city, which is very time-consuming. But this was the moment we had been waiting for all afternoon, and then we stepped on the accelerator and drove straight north, followed by a large pickup truck filled with elite teams who were ready to attack at any time. As night fell, the security vehicle that drove for an hour and a half arrived at the northern suburbs. Since there were no street lights, it was pitch black and nothing could be seen. Rumble. A bright light suddenly came on not far away, and Hyde couldn't help but squint his eyes in the cab, and then a huge roar of the engine echoed in the air. Da-da-da. The elite team with a keen sense of smell took aim and pressed the trigger. The deafening sound broke the tranquility of the night. Their precise arrows accurately blasted the tires of the black car speeding past. Knowing the strength of the opponent, they struck first. Hyde's face turned pale, and now he hoped that their archery skills were worse. Currently, they were chasing those people back and forth, and if they really dealt with them, they might cancel the operation. Security, uncle, please don't do anything. My girlfriend and I are just looking for excitement. Stop, stop, stop. Get out of here. Seeing the frightened ruffian pissing his butt off, Dexing interrupted impatiently and interrupted, worried that they would tell him that he was sent to attract attention, so he drove him away with a few words. The red-haired gangster who returned to the car smiled sinisterly and pressed the call button on his mobile phone. He had already expected that he would be caught, so he made up a reason why he brought a woman with him. That grandson is very hateful, but don't do it easily. After all, there are other citizens here, and it will disturb people's hearts. Ding ding ding. After Hyde connected, he heard the latest news from the security bureau on his mobile phone. He was found again in the east of the city. His throat dropped, and his heart finally dropped. He thought that things were messed up. It seemed that he had made a lot of preparations to confuse himself. I always feel that things are a little strange. They seem to be deliberately playing tricks on us. Are they trying to make a fool of themselves? The captain of the elite team frowned and reminded, I know you are worried in your heart, but there is no other way now, because it is impossible to determine whether the enemy is causing trouble. Only by seeing it with your own eyes can you come up with a solution. Hyde scolded them in a low voice. Under special circumstances, you can only speak out of conscience to influence their normal judgment. This can be said to be misleading. Then we set off again and drove towards the east of the city at top speed. Even if we ignored the traffic lights, it would take at least an hour. What the hell? It was very similar to the situation just now. Just when I entered the eastern suburbs, a big stupid guy suddenly appeared, saying that he was lost or something. Typical of delaying time. This can't go on like this. We are being tossed around to no avail. Then what? Hyde spread his hands and pretended to be helpless. In the blink of an eye, it was already 10 o'clock in the night. Instead, he hoped that the old fox would give him some strength. The last time, if this still happens, let's go back home. You guys are tired after working for so long. I will arrange for other people to patrol by then. After everyone heard this, their impetuous mood was somewhat relieved. If it were ordinary security guards running around blindly, they would have gone crazy. When we arrived in the Northwest, we had the same result. Even the well-trained elite team couldn't hold it back. The body wasn't too tired, mainly because the nerves were in a state of tension. I believe my head was in a state of chaos now. Everyone, please go back. Hyde was so anxious that he pretended to be helpless and waved. He was clearly aware of the eyes leaking out of the surrounding grass. And then everyone nodded and turned around to leave. There won't be any problem with this, right? Chen-He, who was sitting in the passenger seat, asked softly. He didn't know why the message was completely cut off. It was because the other party had already taken action and had other plans. Just do our part. Now go back to the security bureau and fall asleep. All we have to do is wait for the results. Hyde responded in a deep voice. Their every move is being monitored. The best way is to stay the same and pretend not to know anything. Don't make the other party suspicious. That is victory, and believe that Brother Fong can handle it well. Boss, you are still smart. Those idiots were tortured so badly that they all went back listlessly and will definitely not cause trouble again. Ha ha ha. Everything is ready. All we need is the east wind. We will set off on time in 1 hour. The strong man with yellow hair raised his head and laughed loudly. The reason for setting off later was just in case, to see if the security guards really stopped taking action. Villa area several kilometers away. Brother Fong, why is there still no movement at 12 o'clock in the morning? Could it be that they changed their plans temporarily? Guantong's bright eyes were blinking, and he couldn't see the slightest hint of sleepiness. He knew what happened tonight, so he could fall asleep. Standing back and waiting requires enough patience. They are also frightened and will not dare to take action unless they are 100% sure. Lying on the sofa, Zhang Bufong leisurely crossed his legs and took a sip of the expensive red wine from the goblet from time to time. He seemed to be enjoying the nightlife in front of him and didn't care about the killer who might appear at any time. I just had a phone call with Hyde 2 minutes ago, and I learned the latest situation. It is estimated that the other party is currently undergoing the final recuperation of his mind, and I believe that it will not be too long before he starts taking action. When you get tired, just squint for a while. It won't be a big deal if I'm here. Guantong nodded obediently, feeling sleepy due to Brother Fong's relaxed mood. After all, he hadn't had a good rest these past few days, so he had to take a nap for a while if he was worried about being delayed. Zhang Bufong raised his head and looked quietly at the bright stars in the sky through the window. Perhaps it was the calm weather before the storm that was particularly good. Half an hour later, the faint lights in the villa also faded away, as if everything fell into silence. The few black shadows suddenly passing by seemed so abrupt in the middle of the night. When they arrived at Taylor's villa, there was no movement. Boss, the security bureau has sent people around to keep a close watch. If there is any action, we will be notified as soon as possible. The old guy at the door will be dealt with. His subordinate Ma Zai went up and reported it in time. Even if he was standing on the curb, even if he was wearing night clothes, it would be difficult for anyone to spot him. Leave 2 people to stand guard outside the door, and the rest will go in with me. Remember not to be separated. The strong man with yellow hair looked solemn and yelled in a low voice with a hoarse voice. He knew that the boy was terrifying and powerful. It was very dangerous to fight alone. If he didn't adjust in time, he would eventually be wiped out by the group. For figures came to the roof of the villa easily like wild wolves in the forest. Through observation, they found that there was no one in the master bedroom. The burly man with yellow hair couldn't help frowning. Could it be that he knew his plan and slipped away early? He clearly remembered that every detail was handled properly, and there would never be any clues left. Boss, they are all in the living room. Hearing the report from the man in black next to him, he glanced at the three figures on the sofa. The two long-haired ones were the chairman of Taisher Group and her secretary. As for the snoring kid opposite, he hated the guy who was grinding his teeth when he thought about it. In order to prevent yourself from moving to the sofa to sleep, just to protect that boy, sneers came out of your nostrils. Today, I will let them know what despair is. The group of people quietly came to the second floor of the villa and tiptoed towards the target. Before they could react, they put the girl into a sack first, so that they could relax and beat him. Oh. The moment he heard the shouting, he pulled Guantong next to him and managed to escape the sneak attack from behind. Then he turned on the crystal chandelier above his head and turned on the entire villa to fully illuminate it. Zhang Bufang stared straight at the four men in black in front of him and raised his eyebrows lightly. He finally waited for them. When they were whispering on the roof, he realized that he could have stopped them before taking action. The reason why he didn't do that was only known to him. Who are you? What are you pretending to be? We just met today at the ruins of the residence. I have to say that noble people tend to forget things. The burly man with yellow hair taunted in a sinister manner. When he saw the face of the woman behind him, he was ecstatic. It seemed that he was very lucky with God on his side. In the blink of an eye, the constantly shaking sack was transported to the killer at the end, with a stern look on his face as if he was thinking about something in his mind. Why did you arrest Sister Taylor? Guantong's face turned red, and he asked angrily. He felt very safe hiding behind Brother Fong. He was really curious about what the purpose was. You have to ask the young man next to you. We are probably the only ones who know about this. If you have any conditions, just tell me. Zhang Bufang interrupted with a low roar. It was clear that other killers were also unaware of this matter. As the saying goes, there is no airtight wall in a good world. Don't wait to spread the news. Things will become more difficult by then. I want your life. The strong man with yellow hair laughed evilly, knowing what each other was thinking. He was also worried that the news would spread to capable people all over the country to find trouble. How could he stupidly hand it over after all the hard work? No problem. Let her go, and I'll wash her neck and go over. He spread his hands with no expression on his face and said nonchalantly. In order to prove his sincerity, he did not forget to pull down his collar to expose the white spots on his neck. I'm curious who gave you the confidence to be so arrogant. Seeing his arrogant look, the burly man with yellow hair felt anger in his belly and on his forehead. He recalled all the troubles he had caused in the past and clenched his fists. Today he must get back his money and profits. There's no way. I'm born with it. Zhang Bufang snorted arrogantly and domineeringly, sensing that the other party was in a bad mood and making small moves in his pocket just to drive him crazy. You really think I can't kill you? A sinister smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, also attracting the kid's attention. Why? Click sound. Before he finished speaking, the sound of breaking glass echoed in his ears, and then he felt a murderous aura descending from the sky, and the sharp sword light struck towards his neck. Zhang Bufang did not panic at all, but raised the corners of his eyes. Could this be the legendary attack in the east? The soles of his feet seemed to be greased, and he easily dodged at a tricky angle. His calf muscles burst out, and he kicked out suddenly. The black-clothed killer's face suddenly changed as he rushed toward him. He never expected that the opponent would be so fast. Even the boss would most likely be unable to avoid that situation. Suddenly, there was severe pain in my abdomen, like a kite with a broken string. It flew upside down and hit the pillar hard. I vomited blood from my mouth and lay there with a ferocious look on my face. I couldn't stand up for a long time. Zhang Bufang did not stop. He was like a bolt of lightning and galloped in the opposite direction. He grabbed the man in black behind the pillar and then elbowed him on the knee. In less than 2 minutes, the two killers were full of confidence. He was lying on the ground screaming in pain, including the burly man with yellow hair standing there not far away with a dull look on his face. Even though they were not that strong, as assassins they were not able to assassinate them. Speaking of which, that boy's skill and speed were inferior to him. Who are you? You know you're scared. Why don't you get out of here? Zhang Bufang clasped his hands in front of his body and said wildly, what a wonderful look it would look like if that kid knew that he didn't even use 20% of his strength. The killer's disadvantage is revealed. As long as he takes precautions in advance or detects the opponent's position, the killer will not be able to show his strength. Do you really think you are invincible? The strong man with yellow hair gritted his teeth and roared. How could it be possible for him to give in at this time? It would be useless for me, the king of heaven, to come down to earth. Hand over Taylor now, and I will pretend that nothing happened. I know that you are from the national killer organization Black Hawk and have some relationship with the leader of your organization. Do you really think I am a 3-year-old child? The burly man with yellow hair chuckled. What kind of existence is the Black Hawk organization? It is famous internationally. This young boy should dare to say that he knows the leader. Even he himself has never seen his true face. You can guess with your, but that he is talking nonsense and pretending to be powerful. He just wants to scare himself. Simply put, he is scared. It must have been luck that killed them just now. I admit that this kid's skills are indeed good, but he has not reached the point of being lawless. I firmly believe that I can handle it myself. Call him if you can. Is this true? Zhang Bufang narrowed his eyes slightly and took out his mobile phone in a serious manner. He looked like he was not joking at all. A gentleman's words are hard to follow. The strong man with yellow hair also patted his chest and made a promise. No one noticed the small movements of his hands behind his back. It was obvious that the real purpose was to arrange something for the killer behind him. Let's see what tricks this bastard can do. Guantong is also full of questions. Although he doesn't understand the killer organization they talk about, he can roughly guess the gold content in it. Put your ears straight for me. Zhang Bufang boldly dialed the long-lost mobile phone number, which had always been at the bottom of the phone book and had never been contacted before. A disdainful chuckle erupted from the nostrils of the strong, yellow-haired man. Do. Why are you calling me, kid? In less than 3 seconds, someone answered. A slightly hoarse and sleepy voice came from the phone, but the teasing tone seemed to be in a good mood. Now someone in your organization wants to assassinate me. I'm sleeping. Can you talk about something serious? I'm whining like an old lady. The thing is very simple. You tell them your identity to demonstrate, and based on our relationship, we have the right to impose punishment within the organization from time to time. Zhang Bufang heard the curses, and his head was full of black lines. He turned on the speakerphone. Can you give me some face? You have to take your time when joking. Did you drink too much, or did you get kicked in the head by a donkey? If you don't tell me whether you believe it or not, I will come to your door tomorrow. I will give you 3 seconds to think about it carefully, otherwise I will tell your wife. Stop. If I don't give in, I am the Black Hawk of the World Killer Organization. You can hear the helplessness on the other side of the phone from the tone, followed by a blind beep sound. And if you dial again, it will remind you that the phone has been turned off. His grandma's legs. Zhang Bufang cursed in a low voice. He originally wanted to ask him to provide more proofs, but he didn't expect them to be so weak. Now you can fulfill your promise and get out. The strong man with yellow hair raised his head and laughed. Was he invited by the monkey to make a joke? There was no trace of fear on his face except a smile. Guantong also looked confused. Even she didn't believe that the leader of a big organization would make such a joke. Logically speaking, he should actually be aloof and possess absolute dignity. Have your head been pinched by the door? Are you a beggar on the street? Even if you are pretending, you have to be real. Children probably won't believe it. The burly man with yellow hair mocked unceremoniously. What if he is not satisfied? The leader of the Black Hawk organization is threatened by a young man who is nothing. What kind of international joke are you making? Zhang Bufang sighed and shook his head helplessly. It could be said that even if he jumped into the Yellow River, he would not be able to escape. He understood their suspicions, but in private, they got along with the old guy like this. In a private villa in Northwest Europe. Who was it just now? The beauty with wavy blonde hair and blue eyes rubbed her eyes and asked. The brat is out of his mind. It's nothing serious. Go to bed as soon as possible. The bearded man waved his hands casually and said perfunctorily. He was deeply afraid that his wife would hear the threats on the phone, so he didn't take what happened just to heart at all. He was very aware of his strength and believed that people who could endanger his life were not born yet. How else can he explain his identity? The leader of the world's largest killer organization is proud to say it? Wouldn't it be the end if he was taken away by international security guards? Unless he shows the relevant badge, no one will believe that he is the leader of the organization. Usually, very few people know his identity. Thousands of killers have seen him, but he can't exceed 3 fingers. Then I'll leave first. I'll listen to your bragging another day when I'm free. The strong man with yellow hair sneered. Then he picked up the sack and turned around to leave. There was no need to waste any more time. He muttered for a long time just to delay waiting for the security to arrive. If you don't want to die, just put her down. Zhang Bufang's deep voice was mixed with evil spirits. If a tiger doesn't show off his power, he will treat me as a sick cat. Today I will give a lesson to these ignorant brats. Ouch! Is it because luck has crippled the confidence of the two of them? To tell you the truth, they are the weakest in the team. Boss, don't talk nonsense to that kid. Let's kill him together and let's go. The night-clothed man beside him reminded in a low voice that the security bureau had not made any move yet. Things were very abnormal, as if everything was a trap. Brother Fong, he wants to take Sister Taylor away. Guantong pointed at the man in black sneaking away not far away and shouted. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly left and ran out the door. You found out too late. The burly man with yellow hair spread his hands in an extremely arrogant manner. When he agreed with the boy to make a phone call, he was arranging for him to sneak away first and wait for him at the designated place. I advise you not to do that. Zhang Bufang responded quietly, watching helplessly as the man in black left and made no movement at all, as if he had expected it. FCKU, second uncle. FCK me. Why did he hear his blind beeping? And with a command, the three men in black beside him disappeared out of thin air, and the strong man with yellow hair rushed towards him with a dagger in his hand. It seems like they are fighting head-on, but in fact the real explosive power lies in the killer hidden in the night. The three of them attack at the same time. No matter how powerful they are, they can't dodge. The crystal chandelier above his head was shattered, which could be said to give the killer enough space to attack arbitrarily. Zhang Bufang's bright and big eyes were very dazzling in the dark night. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised, and he disappeared from sight in a flash. The strong man with yellow hair wrinkled tightly together. As a killer, he couldn't catch the breath. He could only say that the opponent was not even a bit stronger than himself. The important point was that he was not a killer, so how could he be so fast that the naked eye could not catch it? A situation like this has never been encountered by a powerful killer organization. It can disappear out of thin air despite being targeted and suppressed by three killers. The other three men in black were also frozen there, unable to make a move. They did not expect that as a killer, he would end up like this. Are you looking for me? Zhang Bufang reappeared and was already directly behind the man in black. He dealt with him before he could react and then disappeared again. Be careful, the strong man with yellow hair ordered, feeling what it was like to be targeted by a killer. As soon as he finished speaking, a scream sounded out. He gritted his teeth and pressed the other light switches, and a black shadow flashed before his eyes again. The last of his men, Ma Zai, was also firmly under his control. Are you a killer too? Perhaps we can only use this guess to explain the situation at hand, and our strength must be far greater than theirs. In this way, the previous things can be explained, and this time it can be considered a nail in the coffin. You look really good on me. I'm just an ordinary bodyguard. Zhang Bufang waved his hand and said he didn't want to reveal his identity yet. After all, Xiaodong still had to be careful when talking next to him. The man in black, whose neck was pinched tightly, had a fierce light in his eyes. As a killer, how could he not have any way to save himself? Suddenly, a silver needle appeared on the tip of his finger, which was highly poisonous. I advise you to be honest. Zhang Bufang scolded softly. Even the leader of the Black Hawk organization knew this little trick and saw through it at a glance. How could the man in black give up this opportunity? While he was not paying attention and enduring the pain of suffocation, he swung his right arm with all his strength and smashed it at the fastest speed. When he was 10 centimeters away, there was a clicking sound on his wrist. After screaming in pain, his right hand dropped weakly. If you don't listen to the old man, you will suffer the consequences. Didn't I just remind you? Zhang Bufang told innocently that he noticed it when he took out the silver needle and immediately used his other hand to stop it as he waved his arm. Then there were 2 punches aimed at the abdomen. His fighting ability had to be disabled to prevent further sneak attacks. The poor man in black had a hideous and pale face. He lay there trying to hold his stomach and struggled for a long time without standing up. The burly man with yellow hair retreated inwardly when he saw how miserable they were. Anyway, the chairman of Taisher Group had nothing to worry about. Generally speaking, the task was completed. What needs to be considered now is how to escape. I was quite confident in my speed at first, but when I saw that the monster's strength was completely withered, the chance of turning around and escaping was reduced to zero, so I had to think of other ways. Seeing Guantong shivering behind the sofa, his eyes lit up. She was the only breakthrough. Wouldn't it be easy to escape with the opponent in his hands? From being confident and arrogant at the beginning to being in a state of embarrassment now, the strong man with yellow hair has experienced the ups and downs of life. He thinks that the girl falling into his hands is another window opened by God. He doesn't know that there are surprises waiting for him. Can you give her back to me willingly now? Zhang Bufang teased with an evil voice. Noticing the fierceness flashing in the corner of the other person's eyes, he could use his toes to figure out what kind of little calculation he had. Impossible. Puffed sound. The strong man with yellow hair threw the flash bomb under his feet. His muscles exploded, and he covered his head and ran towards the designated place as fast as possible. He pulled the girl up and returned to her original position. At that time, she felt that this girl was so thin, and she was probably too frightened to struggle. The flash only caused instantaneous blindness, which recovered within about 3 seconds, followed by laughter. Who are you? He took 2 deep breaths and asked in a deep voice. He turned around and saw a man in a cloak and strange clothes in black. Judging from his voice, he was probably quite young. I need to know Zhang Bufang's every move. Can you help me with this? What reward? Ergu suppressed his mood swings and said expressionlessly, if he tried to show off at this time, he would end up in a miserable situation. It could be felt that the strength of each other was not at the same level at all. Set the price as you like and share the rights and interests obtained from Taylor equally. As for her secrets, you should also know. The mysterious uncle whispered, straight to the point without any mincing words. He knew them very well. Now you can tell me your plan. The conditions are indeed very attractive. I will seriously consider leaving my contact information when I get home. Ergu interrupted quietly, when his head was caught by the door. Was he easily tricked out of the plan? If it weren't for the huge difference in strength, he would have pounced on him. As a 3-year-old child? As soon as he finished speaking, a murderous aura erupted from the mysterious cloaked man, and a sharp dagger appeared out of thin air in his hand. Even a fool can see the inner thoughts of the kid in front of him. He just left his mobile phone number and gave it to the security guards. He seemed to be very cooperative, but in fact he was thinking about how to arrest him. Since you have traveled thousands of miles and worked so hard to get here, you definitely can't come back empty-handed. So the best way is to bribe the killer in front of you. Knowing that he is now Zhang Bufang's confidant, as long as all his difficulties are solved, wouldn't it be clear what the kid's conspiracy is, and Taylor can't be caught easily? I never expected that this kid was quite sincere. I vaguely remembered that he was from the International Black Hawk Killer Organization. Why was he so willing? What are you going to do? Ergu's brows were furrowed and his face was solemn. He was aware of the murderous aura coming towards him, holding the dagger in his hand and his calf muscles bursting out. It was obviously impossible to defeat him, and the only option was to run away. If I remember correctly, the boy named Zhang has returned to his villa in the suburbs. It is obviously not practical to defeat me based on your strength. I'll give you one last chance. You just need to tell me what you know, and you can leave. There was a disdainful sound from the cloak. He did not take the so-called killers seriously and knew their characteristics. If they were to hide and carry out assassinations, they might have some concerns. Face-to-face combat would solve his problem in a matter of minutes. Do you really think you have a winning ticket? I advise you to leave as soon as possible. The security team was worried and specially installed a receiver on me. If I am not wrong, I am on my way here now. If you are 100% sure, you can come anyway. Ergu slightly raised his eyebrows and snorted coldly, and raised his fingers very arrogantly. He could tell that the other party was determined to win when they came. If they were not absolutely sure to control themselves, they would forcefully extract a confession and kill them if that didn't work. This was their plan of action this time. Then he shook the locator on his wrist at the mysterious uncle. It had no monitoring function at all, and it was just to scare him. It could be seen from the other party's dress that he was not willing to really reveal his identity. This was an opportunity to escape. If you really want to defect, someone will personally bring you here. I will not treat you badly, otherwise I will die because of that kid. I advise you to leave as soon as possible, otherwise you will be responsible for the consequences. Ergu clasped his hands in front of his body and muttered, Often, being arrogant and domineering at this time can have a certain deterrent effect. In the other person's mind, Brother Fong is already on his way here. The mysterious uncle chuckled and turned to leave. He didn't know the current location of the security team. He couldn't take the risk at this time. If something unexpected happened, all his plans would be ruined. It is easy to deal with the killers in frontal combat, but it is a little difficult to kill them instantly. After all, their ability to protect themselves is quite terrifying. Ergu collapsed instantly when he saw him leaving his back. Beads of sweat as big as beans fell down in strings on his forehead, and he almost died. Then he quickened his pace and returned to the staff lounge of the security bureau, reporting everything to Brother Fong verbatim. Zhang Bufang's eyes raised after hearing Ergu's story. Can't he help but prepare to take action now? It seems that he will implement his plan as quickly as possible. I believe that the fox's tail will be revealed soon. The other party's information is really well informed, and it seems that the guess is quite accurate. They have been hiding it for a long time. Fortunately, Ergu's belief is strong enough, otherwise things will become very difficult. What makes him curious is what kind of strength those people have. They are so strong even if they are randomly sent out to do odd jobs. Isn't the boss infinitely stronger? I shook my head and stopped thinking about it. When the car reaches the mountain, there will be a road and a boat to the bridge. It will be straight. Let's see how long the character can endure. Driving the jet black Lamborghini, I drove all the way back to Taylor's villa. Looking from a distance, I saw big and small bags at the door. Hey, what's going on? Zhang Bufang's eyes widened when he saw the familiar coat and toothbrush scattered on the ground. This woman went too far and even threw her things out. My things have been packed for you. Please hurry up and leave. When Taylor saw a familiar figure at the door again, he opened his mouth and cursed. When he saw the boy's appearance, he became angry. Can you be reasonable? I'm here to protect you. Not providing food and accommodation is a bit too much, Zhang Bufang angrily said. Throwing things around without my consent, I will give this woman some color today. You said you were leaving at noon. What the hell? Are you drunk? I didn't even go to the Thai group today. I have been investigating the previous kidnapping case. Sometimes, as a man, you have to be shameless and pretend to be brave to see what she can do. You. Taylor looked at his sultry appearance and stuttered angrily, which was completely different from the image of a strong woman in the group. Without saying a word, she took out the dagger she had used for self-defense. Sister, I was wrong. Let me explain the situation to you. In fact, everything is a routine. Let the killer be my bodyguard while I hide in the dark. When Zhang Bufang saw the cold dagger in front of him, his words suddenly changed, and he almost knelt there with both legs. If she killed him because of her hothead, wouldn't it be an unjust death? Don't think that I will believe it. What have you been doing? At that time, I thought that the fewer people involved, the safer the plan would be. Who knew you would have such a big reaction? Zhang Bufang lowered his head and muttered in a low voice. People had to lower their heads under the eaves. It was not because they were afraid of the woman. It was just that a good man would not fight with a woman. Real. Taylor rolled his eyes angrily, but his irritable mood had eased a lot, and he gradually realized that he had indeed been emotionally explosive at the beginning without giving him a chance to express his feelings. I'm joking about this when I have nothing to do. Zhang Bufang wiped the sweat from his forehead and said helplessly, how could he manage Taisher Group with his IQ? We have dealt with several waves of illegal organizations one after another. Why are there still people keeping an eye on the group? Taylor wondered. Even though the Thai Group is a Fortune 500 company, there are many companies with higher economic strength than hers. It stands to reason that the city's commercial leader should be the Rinshire Group. So why does it keep causing trouble for itself? I always feel that there are other reasons. It's easy to understand that their purpose is not just for group interests, but most likely for former enemies. I don't know the real reason, but now we should consider how to deal with it. Zhang Bufang noticed Taylor's suspicious expression and his eyelids kept twitching, and then he made a few excuses to change the subject. Then what is your plan for this time in detail? What do you need me to do? Taylor asked with a serious face without any playfulness. Through the previous incidents, he learned how cunning those illegal organizations were, and the further they went on, the more cautious the old fox had to be when facing them. Sister, can you go into the room first? Zhang Bufang, who had black lines all over his head, said helplessly. Clothes and other things were scattered all over the floor. It was really embarrassing for a man. Taylor's face turned red, and he nodded sheepishly. After all, he had misunderstood him. He hurriedly took his clothes and walked towards the villa. Just now, the illegal organization leaked the fox's tail again. I believe they can't stand it for that long, and will take action soon. The other party's biggest target is me. If I make up a suitable reason to leave at this time, the illegal organization will definitely relax its vigilance and wait for the critical moment to come out again. Zigu took a bottle of drink from the refrigerator and sat on the sofa to explain in detail. It would be much easier to explain things clearly to Taylor. Was the previous killer credible? After all, he also had unethical behavior towards the Thai group. Taylor frowned and said suspiciously, fearing that he would be stabbed in the back suddenly, and things would only become more difficult by then. You just need to play this scene well, and leave the rest to me. Zhang Bufang waved his hands and said casually, slapping his chest with determination, having a premonition that many evil plots would soon surface. Then where are you hiding? Secretly, they will dig deep to make sure the information is accurate. I hope they will come in person so that I can defeat them one by one. Don't contact me if anything happens. In your mind, I have already left. Taylor nodded seriously when he heard his repeated instructions. The things he needed to pay attention to were wandering back and forth in his mind, worrying that he would be delayed. It's nothing, just take a rest. Located in a 5-star hotel suite in the city center. Brother, why didn't you kill that little killer just now? It can be seen from his appearance that he will never listen to our arrangements honestly. The muscular man in black short sleeves asked doubtfully. The scars everywhere on his body showed his cruelty. He was definitely a ruthless person. You still need to be careful when writing things. You can't be completely exposed because of a small thing when you have been sneaking and hiding here for so long. I saw the mysterious uncle who had just entered the door and took off his cloak. His face was slightly weathered, but his eyes were bursting with light, and his whole body exuded a spirit of energy. I'm not sure that the bracelet has a monitoring function. If the kid caught any clues about this, wouldn't he have to pay for it? You should be more careful in the end. Although the plan to arrest the killer failed, at least nothing was revealed, and there is still a lot of room for maneuver. Brother, the grandson must truthfully report to Zhang. Otherwise, before they react, I will lead a few people to kill him directly to avoid leaving any trouble. The strong man took out the dagger and said evilly, Go ahead and tell me not to provoke the killer in any way from now on. The uncle ordered in a hoarse voice and in a deep voice, worried that the grandson named Zhang might have laid some kind of trap. At that time, it would be very worthless to lose a big thing because of a small thing. Then when will we go out? It is estimated that very few people know the secrets of that woman. It can be said that the competitiveness is zero. The muscular man couldn't wait to say, clenching his hands and making a clicking sound, it was time to show them his terror. When that kid named Zhang shows a loophole, he arranged in a low voice, and as time went by, he became more and more aware of how terrifying that young man's strength was. Even though his opponent's thugs were very confident, he always felt that his defeat rate in a head-on battle was very low. They have learned their lesson from the past few times and will not take action unless they are absolutely 100% sure. They are like poisonous snakes hiding in the dark, looking for the perfect opportunity to strike down. The old chairman of Taisher Group is recruiting bodyguards from all over the country on a large scale. Why are they so anxious? At 7 or 8 o'clock in the morning, all kinds of headlines flooded the internet and major TV stations, especially the paparazzi, who seized this opportunity to spread rumors wantonly. Scandals about tourism abuse and other scandals were overwhelming. The person involved, Zhang Bufang, carefully walked out of the airport toilet. He looked around and saw no figure strutting out. Not far away, Taylor almost vomited when she saw a beautiful woman wearing high heels and a professional short skirt. She was worried that a paparazzi would capture her, and she showed no expression on her face from beginning to end, and even showed a hint of anger. Click, click, click. The sound of high heels echoed in the air. Zhang Bufang tried his best to control his balance, muttering and cursing in his mouth, wondering why Taylor was okay wearing it. Just in case he was discovered, he disguised himself like this. In order to make things more real, he checked in and boarded the plane, and then used his good hands to sneak out when it took off. Abandoning the eye-catching Lamborghini, he drove more than 200,000 red beetles into the distance, almost forgetting that he was a great man. General Administration of Security. Sister Chun, look, why is Brother Fong leaving? Haid opened his mouth wide and said in surprise. He couldn't react at all to the situation. He was chatting and laughing yesterday, but suddenly disappeared today. What a fuss. There must be something urgent to deal with. Go about your own business quickly. Chen Lin scolded angrily, not raising her head from the beginning to the end. Of course, she knew the truth of the matter and didn't have too many concerns. Those two guys are like talkative women, so it's better not to tell them. The fewer people who know about something like this, the easier it is to implement the plan. Sister Chun, why are you so calm? There is a lot of noise on the internet. What if Brother Fong disappears and is kidnapped by human traffickers? Can you please be smarter? You don't know what Brother Fong's strength is? There must be something urgent that needs to be dealt with immediately, and you don't have time to say goodbye. When Chun He heard that Haid was talking nonsense and had black lines all over his head, he interrupted without hesitation and said, "Don't be embarrassed like that. Then why can't I get through the phone? Where do so many come from?" In addition to curiosity, I didn't worry about Brother Fong's safety at all. All the terrorist killers were recovered, and it can be said that they are invincible in the world. Brother Fong asked me to protect the chairman of Taisher Group and come back at night. Wait, do you know where Brother Fong went? Ergu shook his head without any emotion and walked out the door as soon as he finished speaking, fearing that Taylor would be in danger at this time. What does it have to do with you that the old chairman has begun to recruit personal bodyguards on a large scale? Don't think that you can do whatever you want after Brother Fong leaves you. Stay somewhere cool. Chen Lin scolded her in a cold voice, muttering in her ears, and her head was ringing. Hearing the scolding, Haid bowed his head and walked out, not forgetting to provoke her in the end. Call if you need help. The two dogs nodded, seeing their inner thoughts from each other's eyes, and then walked towards the door without stopping. Taylor drove his Mercedes-Benz Maybach straight from the airport toward Taisher Group, and saw reporters surrounding the door from a distance. Seeing the darkness, people's heads were numb. That boy had such great influence. He originally thought about how to make the matter bigger, but now it seems that he was overthinking it. I guess everyone in the city, old and young, knew about it. Can I ask where Zhang Bufong went? Looking at the look on the chairman's face, could it be that you are quarreling? He was originally my personal bodyguard. Now he has to be dismissed due to problems. If you are still here, you need security help. Taylor's face suddenly dropped, and he raised his voice and shouted in a deep voice. The domineering momentum of the business tycoon was clearly displayed. Sister Taylor, is Brother Fong really gone? Guan Tong frowned and asked impatiently, knowing that they had quarreled yesterday because of this matter. After all, they often quarreled in daily life and didn't pay much attention at the time. He never expected that this time it would be serious. I've been thinking about kicking that kid for a long time, but yesterday I actually came to fire him and threw out all his things when I got home. I was worried that the paparazzi would spread rumors, so I went to see him off. Unexpectedly, it still caused an uproar. Taylor opened his mouth and cursed loudly, but did not notice that Xiaotong looked disappointed. So that's it. Guan Tong was nagging in her heart, as if she had lost some treasure, so she forced a smile and responded. When she came to the lounge alone, tears fell uncontrollably from exhaustion. She was worried that Sister Taylor would notice something strange and hurriedly adjusted herself. Dong dong dong. Come in. Hello. Chairman, I am the bodyguard arranged by Brother Fong. If you need anything, just give me your orders. Ergu said very respectfully that the evil aura emitted by the killer before had disappeared. If you hadn't seen him before, you wouldn't have believed it. Do you know where Brother Fong has gone, or when he will be back? Guan Tong asked with expectation in his eyes. He was worried that something would happen if he didn't get a response no matter when he called or sent messages just now. I don't know the specifics. I will probably come back. No problem. I will give you a higher salary than him. I hope that boy will never come back and work hard to replace him. Taylor said earnestly. The walls have ears. It seems that the chairman's office is very safe. Who knows if anyone is eavesdropping? It's better to be cautious. When I saw Xiaodong's disappointed expression, I felt very uncomfortable, and I wished I could tell him the truth now. Rumble. When Ergu heard the noise outside the door, he suddenly turned his head and looked solemn, but he recalled that Brother Fong pretended not to hear what he said. Taylor's eyes were also slightly condensed. He didn't expect that the Thai group still had an eye on the other party, and suddenly the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Who? Guantong heard the noise outside the door and said coldly, "The chairman's office is on the top floor, and it is impossible for anyone to pass by. It can only be said that someone eavesdropped on purpose." He opened the door aggressively and saw no one. If Taylor's character was to be followed, he would definitely get to the bottom of it. Obviously, he didn't pay much attention this time. "Is this true?" the mysterious uncle asked in a deep voice. He had just woken up in the morning and received such breaking news that the boy he hated was missing. If you guessed it correctly, the killer last night would definitely report it to that kid. Logically speaking, we should be more cautious and take precautions. There must be something fishy involved. The paparazzi clearly captured the other parties back on the plane. There is no mistake. There must be something urgent that needs to be dealt with in time. This is a good opportunity. Let's do it quickly, the strong man next to me urged. Sometimes being too careful can lead to big mistakes. Many results are destined by God. Be careful of being fooled by that old fox. Brother, there is a recording from an undercover agent of the Thai group. The old guy waved his hand and turned the volume on his phone to the maximum, and what came out was the sound of Taylor and his group discussing in the office. Brother, there will definitely be no mistakes this time. It turns out they were quarreling. If we don't do something, the kid will come back in 2 days to calm down. After hearing the strong man's suggestion to remain silent, I didn't find anything unusual in their tone. Could it be that God really gave me a good opportunity? There is always an uneasiness in my heart, which can be said to be quite entangled. If I keep putting it off, I am afraid that, as he said, if I miss this good opportunity, it will be more difficult to encounter it in the future. You all work separately and make sure to check the accuracy of the information. The mysterious uncle gave instructions in a low voice and finally decided to be more careful. After all, it was not too late to wait for such a long time. First, he ordered the local thief to go to the woman's villa to check, and then arranged for his subordinates to go to the airport to check the situation. Rinshire Group. Really or not? Rin Zitao jumped up when he heard the secretary's report, with a look of extreme excitement on his face. God is helping me. I must seize this opportunity to find out the truth about Taylor. Prepare a car for me now. I'm going to Taishir Group. He stood up suddenly and snorted coldly, remembering how arrogant and domineering that woman was before, and today she must get her money back with profits. Dongren, wait a minute. There have been so many things happening in the Thai group recently. Maybe this is their routine, so be careful. The secretary in a suit and leather shoes stepped forward and reminded. That's right. First, we need to confirm whether that kid really left. Rin Zitao held his chin and murmured. It was indeed suspicious to disappear so suddenly, but from another perspective, everything was as it should be. It would be really suspicious if a press conference was needed before leaving. 5 minutes later, a dark black Rolls-Royce Phantom drove out of the Rinshire Group garage and headed towards the airport. Hello, I would like to ask if anyone named Zhang Bufong boarded the plane a few hours ago. We will not disclose passenger information unless there is an emergency. The staff member responded with a professional smile. He was really wondering what kind of person he was. This was already the second person to ask. I'm a very good friend of his. I got into trouble yesterday and left suddenly. I was worried that something would happen. Let me check it for you. There was indeed a passenger named Zhang Bufong on the early flight at 7 o'clock in the morning. As for where he was flying to, we have no comment. Thank you so much. Rin Zitao's personal secretary responded politely and did not ask any other questions. After all, he claimed that no matter how many questions his friend asked, it would only arouse suspicion. As the chairman, it was okay to check the surrounding cameras. Dong Run, just after investigation, we found out that the boy did indeed board the plane without any accident. Lying lazily on the passenger seat, Rin Zitao waved his hand casually and interrupted, his eyes fixed on the two sneaky guys not far away. Looking at it, his bald head looked like a light bulb. It was shining brightly in the direct sun. It attracted his attention 5 minutes ago. He was wearing the same black short-sleeved shirt. If he guessed correctly, he was a thug and bodyguard. Rendong, what happened? The close friend came forward and asked doubtfully. His head was full of questions, and he couldn't figure out the current situation. Could it be that he had done something wrong? Try every possible means to capture those two people alive. Rin Zitao ordered in a hoarse voice and in a deep voice, his eyebrows slightly raised with murderous intent. Obviously, a new plan appeared in his mind. It was clear that they had the same approach as him. They both went to investigate Zhang Bufang's traces. After several previous secret assassinations and other incidents, it was suspected that they were a new illegal organization with the same purpose of being the chairman of the Taisher group. By then, they would definitely know the secret that had been hidden in the woman for a long time. What? The secretary in a suit and leather suit asked doubtfully, looking like a monk 2 feet tall who was confused, and his face was full of confusion, and he had not yet realized what was going on. Call right now to arrange for thugs. They drove away. You update the location in real time. Ren Zitao sat up with a roar and walked to the driver's seat. After making arrangements in a low voice, he stepped on the accelerator and the luxury car's engine made a rumble and sped off into the distance. Even though luxury cars are expensive and there is a clear gap between them and sports cars, and the typical starting speed of 100 meters is not enough, fortunately, the guy driving the old antique Volkswagen can easily catch up. Dongren, why are we chasing 2 ruffians? Have the thugs been arranged? Already on the way. The confidant replied respectfully, looking at the boss's serious look and not asking too many questions, and used his mobile phone to update the thug's location at any time. In the end, without knowing anything, the 2 people were surrounded by more than a dozen black commercial vehicles at an intersection near the suburbs. Who are you? I saw a muscular man nearby holding a steel pipe and trembling. The fierce look he put on at this moment seemed so pale and weak. Pack it up for me. Ren Zitao waved his hand, and the big man thug behind him pounced on them with overwhelming force. The 2 poor little bald heads were put into black sacks without any resistance. Ouch! I'm going. Back in the villa area, Zhang Bufang felt the burning pain in his back heel and opened his mouth to curse. I was kicked in the head by a donkey. He actually chose to dress up as a glamorous beauty. It would not be so difficult to choose an old lady. To prevent being caught by the surveillance camera, I kept walking in the blind spot of the surveillance. Finally, I came to the back of the villa and climbed up from the white wall several meters high. I ripped off my cumbersome clothes and threw them out. I lay on the sofa out of breath and felt that being a woman was so tiring. Just as I was about to squint for a while, I heard footsteps creeping from far to near outside the door. My face suddenly changed. I saw a black shadow passing through the air, and the living room returned to its original appearance. Click. After a crisp sound, his head poked out from the cracks in the 2 doors. He learned from his employer that no one was here, so he was less cautious. From beginning to end, he was wrapped in a black tights and wore black gloves. It was obvious that he was a professional thief. He was very puzzled by his employer's strange request. He actually asked himself to come in and simply take a video. Anyway, if you have money, you don't need to worry too much. I took out the camera they provided and took pictures of every corner. As soon as I sent it, my phone rang. Boss, I have paid you the money according to your instructions. Can you pay the balance now? Don't be anxious, just follow my instructions. In this way, the thief once again followed the employer's arrangement and searched the villa from beginning to end, including the basement on the 1st floor. The balance will be credited to your account immediately. Do. He hung up the phone as soon as he finished speaking. It was obvious that the thief hadn't finished speaking yet and was about to ask if he could take out some precious necklaces and jewelry. The mobile phone number you dialed is unavailable. What made him feel incredible was that he could no longer be contacted, as if his previous employer had disappeared completely out of thin air. Fortunately, I received the information that the final payment has been received, otherwise my mentality would be completely shattered. Anyway, the employment salary is already very considerable, so there is no need to take risks. I always feel that something is wrong. He restored the villa to its original state and sneaked away. As a professional thief, he still had this quality. As soon as he left, Zhang Bufang came down from the roof. I never expected that the other party was so cunning and even sent people to investigate the situation. However, Zhang was still very old and could easily avoid it. It seemed that he had to be more careful in the past 2 days. 5-star hotel in city center. Brother, we did find traces of that boy through the surveillance cameras outside the airport, and there is no trace of him in the villa. Now we can confirm that he really left. I can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. When the mysterious uncle heard the report from his first thug, the corners of his mouth raised, and he murmured, Knowing yourself and knowing your enemy will never lead to defeat, but he still needs final confirmation. Brother, I understand your concerns, but if you continue to waste time worrying about that kid coming back, the 1.9-meter muscular man said worriedly, as the saying goes, if the knot is cut with a sharp knife, accidents will happen if the threads are broken, so it is better to set out now and win it in one fell swoop. We will make a decision after the people who went to the airport to investigate get the news. He waved his hands and said perfunctorily, if the situation is really like what he knew before, the person named Zhang will definitely not be able to come back for a while. There is no need to be so anxious. Instead, he needs to be more cautious and wait until the investigation is clear. Ren Zitao sat leisurely on the boss's chair next to him with a snow cigar between his fingers and locked the two boys in the group's utility room for torture. Who is your boss? Have no idea. What do you want to do at the airport? Have no idea. Are you kidding me? Believe it or not, I will kill you. Ren Zitao, who was sitting next to him, suddenly got angry and pointed at their noses and cursed. He didn't expect the two scoundrels to be so harsh. I advise you to tell the truth, otherwise you will be responsible for the consequences. The personal secretary asked with a strange temperament. Perhaps the intimidation was not enough to make them confess, and they had to be completely frightened. Then he took out the dagger and displayed it. The two young men in black short-sleeved shirts appeared indifferent to various threats, but in fact their legs hidden in the black sacks kept shaking. They are still different from the thieves sent out. They are originally subordinate to the elder brother, and they know that the boss is ruthless. If they really say anything, they will definitely be worse than death. Therefore, even though he was tortured, he would not tell any news and was prepared to die. His mood did not change from the beginning to the end. Ouch, you have a pretty tough mouth. Let's see how many knives it can withstand. Ren Zitao grabbed the black dagger with an evil voice and put it on his neck without saying a word. As the chairman of the Long-Tu group, it is easy to get something real. Kill or behead him as you wish, we won't say anything. The two bald boys said through gritted teeth, with beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads. Even so, they still didn't say a word, which showed that they were afraid from the bottom of their hearts. I will fulfill your wish now. Ren Zitao was so irritated by their torment that he even dared to be serious with him. He really thought he was a soft persimmon if he didn't give him some clues. Boss, wait a moment. At the critical moment, he came to stop them with his close friends and family. In fact, killing them and finding someone to dispose of the bodies was just a small matter, and he was not afraid of the security guards at all. But just a few minutes ago, he suddenly thought of other plans. What's up, Dongren? Leave it to me to handle it. The confidant smiled slightly, looking confident. Ren Zitao put away the dagger to see if there was any good solution. I won't continue to embarrass you. Please relax. As for why you went to the airport and who sent you, I won't ask any more questions. Have you reported the information you have now to your superiors? The two bald boys looked at each other and then shook their heads. They were confused by his incomprehensible words just now and still didn't realize what the other party's plot was. It might be that without the threat of the dagger, the speed of their brains had been greatly slowed down. So that's it. The confidant's eyes narrowed slightly, and he slowly walked forward and quickly grabbed the mobile phone from the bald man's jacket pocket with his hands and feet. What are you doing? The bald man's face turned pale, and he began to struggle continuously, but he was tied with a hemp rope as thick as his thumb and could not break free no matter what. Suddenly, I realized what was going on. It turned out that those good words before were all used as a cover. In fact, I took the phone away without noticing. Although there was no information about the boss in it, being able to receive the call was equivalent to indirectly contacting the boss. Boss, we just need to wait for the call. Wouldn't it be more convenient to go directly to their elder brother if anything happens? The personal secretary came over and said, coming up with a plan and implementing it perfectly without giving them any chance to react. Ha ha ha. After hearing the report, Ren Zitao reacted and immediately raised his head and laughed. Why didn't he think of this trick? Kidnapping them was nothing more than understanding the other party's leader's mission, thus saving more trouble. Ring, ring, ring. Before the laughter stopped, the ringtone of the cell phone echoed in the air. Hearing the familiar sound, the bald head was tied up and struggled again. Ren Zitao pressed the answer button without hesitation. For a moment, the air fell into silence, and no voice came out of the speaker. Let me introduce myself. I am the chairman of Rinshire Group. I also know your identities, and the target is Taylor. Say something quickly. The strong man on the other end of the phone interrupted with a deep scolding. He originally wanted to hang up, but saw the big brother's gesture before continuing to talk to him. The thing is very simple. To be honest, I hate Zhang Bufang very much. I am also very interested in the woman from the Thai group. I believe that our cooperation will lead to a better situation. Hearing the yelling on the phone, his face turned dark. He expected to calm down and responded quietly. After all, their identity was very sensitive. They could not trust themselves so much from the beginning. They had to explain their origin and purpose. FCKU. No way. What? When Rin Zitao heard the blind tone of hanging up, he swore loudly. The prince's cheeks instantly turned red at the insult. Kill these two people for me. Ring, ring, ring. The phone rang again, and I gritted my teeth when I saw the familiar number on the screen. Didn't the tiger show its power and think I was a cat? Nowadays, the internet era is very developed. If the conversation does not go well, it is very likely that you will hand over your mobile phone to the security guard. It will be quite simple to find you based on satellite positioning. Rin Zitao scolded in a deep voice. I am too angry to give you face. Since this is the case, no one will have a good time. I believe the security team will be happy to get this news. Master Ren, I'm very sorry. My subordinates were a little irritable just now. It's a great honor for the chairman of the Ren Group to ask us to cooperate. Some things can only be explained clearly in person. The mysterious uncle said with a gentle smile, and he could not feel any emotional fluctuations from it. He seemed to be gentle, but he was a ruthless master. Okay, I'll wait for your message. Rin Zitao's right eyelid jumped up and down, and he responded softly, thinking that as the leader of the organization, he would never be so irritable, and he could tell that he was a difficult old fox. However, in order to understand the secrets about Taylor, we need to go through this muddy water. Moreover, there are various signs that the boy has really left. How can we miss this great opportunity? Brother, why bother with that useless thing at the critical moment? A famous boy knows nothing. He dares to intervene and smash it back with 2 fists. The strong man was very confused and muttered, there is no need to worry about the biggest opponent slipping away, as long as the kid dares to intervene and kill him easily. Be careful with the 10,000-year-old ship. He is indeed useless, but he can do a lot of difficult things with his identity. The mysterious man had a conspiratorial smile on his face. From their previous failures, it can be concluded that impulsiveness can only lead to death, and killing someone with a borrowed knife is the most perfect plan. Of course, a strong man with a fist and a big head couldn't figure out the truth of the matter, so he had to follow his elder brother obediently to protect him. Fortunately, the boy left, otherwise he would have dared to be so reckless. Among the highest-end coffee shops in the city. Hello, Mr. Ren, my name is Li Qi. Please take care of me and apologize again for my men's recklessness just now. No matter what, I envy you for having such loyal subordinates. Rin Zitao bowed his waist slightly and shook hands. It could be said that it was a mutual compliment in the business world. While chatting and laughing, he carefully looked at the old guy in front of him. He saw that the unfamiliar face was at least in his 40s. Why are you fooling around here if you don't take care of your old age? The muscular man behind him felt the hostility coming towards him, especially when he saw the smiling old guy. He always had an ominous premonition. Master Rin is also a sensible person, so don't be polite and open the skylight to speak frankly. What do you need? Li Qi still carried the hot coffee with a smile on his face, and there was no murderous look on his face. I like to deal with the character of brotherly. You should know more or less the relationship between me and Zhang Bufang. I have always wanted to find an opportunity to take revenge, but there is no suitable candidate. When I learned about the existence of brotherly, I rekindled my desire for revenge. As long as I get rid of that little brat, I will do whatever it takes. Rin Zitao patted his chest and vowed to make a promise. Mr. Ren, we are doing serious business. It would be a great honor to cooperate with the Rin Group. As for the matter of killing, Li Qi blinked and talked nonsense seriously, his face expressionless from beginning to end, as if it was exactly what he said. Boss Li, it's meaningless to talk like this. We all don't understand people thoroughly. It's just a waste of time to play with nonsense. Rin Zitao's face turned deafened for a moment, and he interrupted in a deep voice. Thinking of himself, holding on to the Chinese nation, he is bound to win today. Why are you beating around the bush? Are you listening to what our eldest brother is saying? There's nothing important, and you should leave immediately. The 1.9-meter muscular man behind him opened his mouth and cursed rudely, and then his biceps burst out, making him look very intimidating from a distance. He didn't take the so-called young master of the group seriously at all. To put it simply, he was just a kid from a wealthy family who was waiting to die. If his eldest brother hadn't stopped him, he would have been dealt with easily. In his eyes, fists are the capital to speak. Master Run, my subordinate is very irritable. Please don't take it personally. Li Qi showed no sign of apology and always had a smile on his face, making it difficult for others to understand his inner thoughts. Ren Zitao narrowed his eyes slightly and raised the corners of his mouth with an evil smile. He had already guessed that the other party would play like this. After all, it was a U-turn, so he had to be careful. Let Boss Li meet two acquaintances. He casually clapped his hands, and the bodyguards behind him escorted out two young men wearing black balaclavas. They were dressed exactly the same as the bald boys just now. Brother, save us. Master Ren is really humorous. Are you playing hide and seek? You don't know what they look like. Li Qi frowned slightly when he saw the familiar figure, but quickly adjusted back and said quietly, sometimes it is necessary to pretend. Boss Li is really a noble man who forgets things. Don't you remember what you just said on the phone? The other party's pretentiousness made him extremely unhappy, and his patience was gradually worn out. He had said yes to everything and then regretted it. Fortunately, I had a trick left. Brother, it was you who sent us to the airport to investigate Zhang Bufang's whereabouts. Shut your mouth. You don't want to live anymore, do you? The muscular man yelled angrily, with veins bulging on his neck. He was sure that all the thugs in their organization would not betray him. He never expected that it would happen today. Master Ren, please forgive me for what happened just now. We have no choice but to be in a dangerous situation. I wonder if you were sent by the security party. Li Qi's conversation suddenly changed, and he began to resort to bitter tricks. It must be said that his acting skills are comparable to those of movie stars. In fact, in his heart, the rich second generation in front of him also does not occupy much weight in his heart. There is an old saying that many friends are better than many enemies. The other party can rely on its status to act as a troublemaker and cause trouble at critical moments, so this measure is taken. After just chatting, you can roughly understand the other person's personality and be sure that he will contribute to you. At that time, it can be said to be the icing on the cake. This would have been the end of it earlier. I really admire Boss Li's Mazai. He tried his best and didn't come up with any useful information. Ren Zitao waved his hand indifferently and said softly. The young man in a black hood knelt there and turned around to leave. Immediately afterwards, the shivering bald man was brought out. Although he kept his mouth tight and did not say anything, the current situation was caused by them. You. The muscular man rolled up his sleeves angrily and was about to pounce on them. That boy dared to play tricks on them. Let him taste the feeling of a big punch with a sandbag today. Li Qi pulled him back and found that the boy's face was darkened by routine, but the smile from before quickly appeared in the corners of his eyes again. He didn't have any brains to use it and was worried about losing his chain. The muscular man noticed that his elder brother's eyes were obediently returning to the back, staring directly at the boy, ready to attack at any time. Ren Zitao, who has a combustible personality, is very calm. In his mind, the other party's identity is like a golden triangle thug. If he is polite, he will be suspicious. I just went to the airport in person, and I can confirm that the person named Zhang boarded the plane and left. After all, your identity is too sensitive, and it is extremely inconvenient to do things. It will be much easier to handle it with me as the hub. After messing around for a long time, it's time to get down to business and talk out all the plans we've made before. How can you be 100% sure that he leaves? What if it's a trap? Wouldn't it involve us too? The muscular man asked, seemingly confident that he would have a high chance of an accident happening, so he should be more cautious. It's very simple. If you are still worried about continuing to pursue it, you are secretly investigating, and I will go to Taisher Group to inquire about the situation. Master Ren, what is the purpose of exerting so much effort? Li Qi stepped forward and said softly, sounding a little moved indeed. The security guard had greatly restricted his actions, so it was a good thing to have him as a cover. Didn't I just say that? Let's work together to deal with Zhang Bufang's bad words. Ren Zitao rolled his eyes up and down and responded without hesitation. He had another plan in mind. If he directly stated the final goal, I believe they would not be happy. It would be quite troublesome to act at that time. Sorry, we can't do this. That kid is so powerful that we won't provoke him. Li Qi refused and said he could guess that Ren Zitao was thinking of Xiao Jujiu and Bald Ma Zai was arrested at the airport. It means that the other party is also confirming whether Zhang Bufang is leaving, and he just said it casually. There are various signs that he is lying. It can be said that the lip of the donkey is wrong and the front and back are not connected at all. If you have anything to do, just make arrangements. After the Taisher Group chairman is arrested, you must tell me her secrets and get an equal share of the benefits. It seemed that Ren Zitao couldn't keep up the pretense and got straight to the point. The polite words that were originally used to cover up revenge were found to be normal. Since there was no need to pretend, this was also a good choice. Are you invited by the monkey to make fun of you? The muscular man snorted. What are you dreaming about in broad daylight? They have been waiting here for so long just to get that woman. Even if there is no boy in front of them, they can still get it. It just takes a little longer. You want to reap such huge benefits by using so little power? Only he and the eldest brother know the secret of that woman and the terrifying benefits it can bring. Okay, I'll give in and tell Taylor the secret now, and work for you for free to report the news. No problem, I agree to your conditions. Li Qi interrupted expressionlessly. To his surprise, after talking for a long time, the other party did not know the real secret. He suddenly realized that those so-called actions were caused by suspicion. In fact, he knows nothing about it. This gives him ample opportunity to find any excuse to deceive him. Doesn't it take a minute? There is no sense in sending coolies to his door. Real. Ren Zitao showed excitement. Thinking that the old fox would deceive him, his eyes gradually turned sinister, and he had to find a way to deal with it. A gentleman's words are hard to catch up with. Li Qi patted his chest and made a loyal promise. The various images were displayed vividly, and his true appearance has not been revealed so far. Brother, the muscular man said anxiously. He had to vomit out half of the duck that had already reached his mouth. How could he feel bad in his heart? He couldn't understand why the elder brother did this. From now on, we are all brothers, and we must restrain our tempers from now on. No. Seeing the eldest brother's solemn expression, he hesitated to speak, but finally chose to nod. Bosley won't play tricks on me. Ren Zitao laughed and said with a strange yin and yang aura, his whole body exuding evil aura, and he always felt that the old fox had evil intentions. Brothers help each other, so how can we secretly plot against each other? From now on, we will all be on the same page. If you find anything wrong, you can report it to the security department, and I will be finished. So we all have each other's clues, and there is no need to worry too much. The most important thing at the moment is to determine Zhang Bufang's position. As the chairman of the Rensher Group, it is not difficult to get some information from that woman. Li Qi hugged his shoulders as cordially as a brother, and then spoke a series of words of comfort. As expected, the sweet words are suitable for people in any situation. After hearing this, Ren Zitao's worry faded a lot. Let's contact you if anything happens. Master Ren, wait a moment. Li Qi watched him leave and hurriedly stopped him. The muscular man next to him once again showed doubts. In case there is any danger, I will send 2 people to protect you. You can choose whoever you need. He's still the bald guy from before. Ren Zitao chuckled, trying to protect himself from believing that the old fox had such a good heart. Even a fool knew it was for surveillance. It seems that the 2 of them have the same affection on the surface, but perhaps only they know their true thoughts. They did not refuse the old fox who sent him as a sentry. There is a saying that if you lose your wife, you will lose your troops. Okay, Mr. Run, let's go first. When we have time, we brothers will not come back until we are drunk. Li Qi said politely, the corners of his mouth raised as he watched him go away. The game was getting more and more interesting towards the end. Brother, I'm sorry. Without saying a word, the 2 bald boys knelt there with their legs weak and said with fear on their faces, fearing that they would be killed by 2 knives. Now I'll give you a chance to make up for your mistakes. Keep an eye on that kid's every move and report anything unusual at any time. As commanded, The two bald boys stood up with a sigh of relief and respectfully replied that no mistakes would be allowed this time. Li Chi looked at their determined looks and waved his hands, and then they left and rushed towards the Rin group. Ma Zai, his opponent, was quite convinced. Brother, do we really want to cooperate with that kid? That would be a huge loss. When there were no other figures around, the muscular man couldn't help but continue to ask. Anyway, there was a 90% chance that the man named Zhang had left, so it would be easy to capture the weak woman. Cooperate. Li Chi's sneer was just for use. At this moment, the despicable and insidious fox's face was revealed. Sharing the fruits of victory with a rich second generation? Only someone who has been kicked in the head by a donkey would do that. Brother, what should we do next? The muscular man finally realized what a trap he had planted and heaved a sigh of relief. Quietly enjoy the results. Absolute trust is impossible, including the fact that there are still doubts about using it now. What we should do now is not to take so many actions. Rindong, what are your plans next? Just do what you just said and go directly to Taisher Group later. Rin Zitao, who was lying leisurely in the passenger seat, lit a cigarette and said casually, the driving direction is no longer the Rinsher Group. Dongrun, we still have to be careful. What if they design a trap in advance? The personal secretary in a suit and leather shoes reminded that from the so-called chatting and laughing just now, it can be concluded that the old fox has a typical smiling face and is an absolute veteran given his age. He is worried that Rindong is no match for him at such a young age. Don't worry, I know what's going on. Rin Zitao responded calmly. Even if he was not involved with the old fox and the others, he would still go to the group to find out the news. It can be said that he was able to kill two birds with one stone. Dongrin, if you do this, you don't need to take care of those two bald boys. Anyway, he didn't do anything extraordinary. Being secretive will make them suspicious, and then the win-win cooperation relationship will come to an abrupt end. One family in the world. The personal secretary instantly understood Rindong's incomprehensible words. After all, they had a basic tacit understanding after being together for so long. Rin Zitao looked at the scene outside the car window with his pupils slightly condensed. The ability to secure the position of chairman of a large group should not be underestimated. He had already thought of a specific plan. Compared with the old fox, he is more convenient to take action. In the end, he will definitely master Taylor first. At that time, no one dares to disobey him. About 10 minutes later, a pure black Mercedes-Benz Maybach was parked at the door. Seeing such a luxury car, the group's security guards hurriedly came to greet it. Maybe it was the arrival of some important person who was talking about cooperation. Hello, Rindong. Rin Zitao ignored the security guard's greetings, adjusted his collar slightly, and walked towards the front desk of the lobby. No matter how big the position is, you cannot walk into the office directly without making an appointment in advance. This is a business rule. Hello, Chairman Rin. Have you and the chairman agreed in advance? Without, Rin Zitao said casually, then turned around and walked in the direction of the elevator. I'm sorry, Chairman Rin, I need to ask first. Don't have eyes. He glared and yelled in a hoarse voice. The lady at the front desk was also frightened and trembled all over. After all, because of his status, he did not dare to speak loudly. However, if she didn't stop him, she would definitely be criticized by her superiors. She was very embarrassed, but what made her wonder was that the chairman of Rinsher Group had never been like this before and was very polite every time he came. Can you afford to delay the cooperation between the two groups? Rin Zitao shouted at the top of his lungs, which quickly attracted crowds of day and night employees. His purpose was to create even greater momentum. You must be looking for trouble on purpose. Why don't the security guards take you out? You can't see that he is the eldest son of the Rin Group, who dares to go and seek death. It would be nice if there were bodyguards around the chairman. There was a lot of discussion nearby, and the lady at the front desk was so frightened that she burst into tears and didn't know what to do next. Rin Zitao noticed the commotion around him and raised his eyebrows slightly, feeling happy in his heart. He clearly heard what the employees said. It stands to reason that Zhang had rushed out long ago when there was such a big commotion. It seems that there has been no movement yet. Really leave. He lit a cigarette extremely arrogantly and flicked the ashes on the ground in a very arrogant manner. Without that kid there was nothing to worry about. Dongren, there is an ashtray in the rest area. Where I am has nothing to do with you as a security guard. Get out of here. When Rin Zitao opened his mouth, he cursed loudly, looking like a cockroach bully who was showing off. He was so arrogant from the beginning to the end with purpose. As usual, Zhang came out early, which was equivalent to finding out from the side that he was not in the group. You. The security captain was speechless and choked for a moment. No matter how angry he was, there was really nothing he could do to him. A dozen security guards holding police officers made no move. Chairman Run, please be patient. I will notify you immediately, and I will respond shortly. The lady at the front desk adjusted herself and continued to greet me, bowing her head and saying respectfully, after all, they have also experienced professional training. No need. I'm not in the mood to talk about work today. You will bear the losses incurred by the group. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and left, ignoring the shouts behind her. The front desk lady was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot, fearing that she would really delay cooperation and cause losses that she would not be able to bear. Sister Taylor, something unexpected happened in the lobby. After Guantong learned about it, he hurriedly came to report. When Taylor heard this, he frowned and his face suddenly sank. After the two left the office, a dark figure appeared behind them. It was Ergu who was hiding in the dark. In fact, he noticed the movement downstairs at the beginning and recalled that Brother Fong said he did not intervene at the first time. What's going on? Taylor clearly noticed soot on the ground and asked who dared to commit crimes despite the group's clear rules. The chairman is like this, just now Rinshire Group. The lady at the front desk rushed over with small steps and explained in a low voice, clasping her hands with her forehead and sweating like beads. She buried her head deeply in fear of being scolded. You are right. He and I have no cooperation at all. Remember, no matter what your status, you must abide by the rules. Taylor finally understood the ins and outs of the matter. He patted the little girl's shoulder and comforted her with serious words. It was obviously Rin Zitao who was looking for trouble. I don't know what tricks he is playing, and I can't guess what kind of medicine the other person is selling in his gourd. The only thing I know is that he has no good intentions. I understand, Chairman. The little girl at the front desk nodded solemnly. Her previous depression and panic disappeared, and a smile appeared on her cheeks again. Whoever dares to do this, please leave directly. Taylor raised his voice and yelled angrily, re-establishing his authority. Rin Zitao's intensification just now was a naked provocation. Yes. The security captain saluted and responded. Maybe it was because Zhang Bufang's masters were sitting in the battle before and no one dared to act recklessly, so they were a little relaxed. Sister Taylor, let's go have lunch. Guantong whispered, and after seeing the consent response, he ordered the driver to drive to the entrance of the group. Perhaps he felt it was inconvenient to speak and drove away in person. About 20 minutes later, I went to a Western restaurant in the city center and ordered portions for 3 people, knowing that the killer would be following me at any time. Chairman, you don't need to pay attention to me. And be careful, the Prince of Rinshire Group may continue to come to the group in the afternoon. Ergu emerged with a solemn expression and muttered. He always felt that things were not that simple, but he did not dare to draw conclusions without absolute evidence. Why? It's really fate that we can meet here. Suddenly, he was interrupted by an unexpected voice. When he turned around, he saw that bored face. Ergu had hidden his figure a long time ago. It's really unlucky. Guantong murmured in a low voice. Taylor also looked bad and paid no attention to Rin Zitao next to him. Why did 2 girls order 3 steaks? His tone became timid for a moment, as he was deeply afraid that the devil was right next to him. He looked around and didn't see the figure, and he let out a sigh of relief. Do we have a good appetite? Did you get kicked in the head? Of course it was my bodyguard. He just went to the toilet. He was the one who hit you in the face before. Taylor took Xiaoshua's words and shouted back angrily. Knowing who he was afraid of, he deliberately made up this reason. Who are you trying to trick? I knew he had already left. Rin Zitao had the courage to shout, and the sweat on his palms could tell his state of mind at this moment. Just after he finished speaking, he felt his shoulders and palms trembling all over, and his legs couldn't stop shaking. Hello, please give way. Hearing the voice of a passerby, Rin Zitao's face turned red, turned around and left in despair, while Taylor said something bad. Too lazy to pay attention to the fool, Taylor walked away after eating and returned to the group to continue working. Hidden in the dark, Ren Zitao kept observing secretly. In the end, the man named Zhang didn't come out because he had been tricked just now. Snort. Angrily, he smashed the water glass on the table to pieces. He was sure that the boy had nothing to fear after leaving, so he should give them some color. There is no leisure and elegance in tasting red wine, and he casually puts down his belly and leaves in a hurry. Watching her take away the steak before leaving to see who will give it to him in the end is definitely a fake act. Thai group. Sister Taylor, that guy came here again and said he was discussing the content of the previous cooperation. Guantong heard the report at the front desk of the lobby and came over anxiously to tell him why he was so active after his head was pinched by the door. Let him in. Taylor waved his hands and whispered, obviously hiding all the time is not a long-term solution, but let's see what tricks he can play. Chairman Tai, I came here specifically to apologize and bring you gifts. Ren Zitao said with a smile, holding a world-famous limited edition bag in his hand. In the eyes of others, it is something that others would not dare to hope for, but to the young master, it is just a small amount of money. If you have anything to say, tell me quickly. Where is the problem with the contract? Seeing his disgusting behavior and swearing, the only contract he signed with the Rensher Group was how long ago. I have confidence in Chairman Tai's ability to do things. The real purpose is to sincerely apologize, he said in a serious manner with a sincere expression. In fact, his eyes were darting around as if he were looking for something. When he saw the packaging bag on the table, he smiled evilly. How can you be so kind? Guantong shouted coldly. Knowing how rogue the guy in front of him was, how could he be so warm-hearted? The sun rises from the west. If you have nothing to do, please leave, otherwise we will ask the security guard to come over. Taylor tried his best to keep his words polite, but there was a hint of murderous intent on his cheeks. If he hadn't been concerned about his own image, he would have said it away. How interesting. You're still pretending like this when there's no Zhang Bufang around? Just be careful of getting beaten. Ren Zitao crossed his hands in front of him and said evilly, sitting on the sofa next to him with his legs crossed leisurely, not paying attention to the two women at all. I firmly believe that the boy's surname Zhang has gone to other places, and now he is in the Thai group and is running rampant, so he does not need to worry about anything threatening him. He was quite self-conscious when he filled up the cup of tea without any hesitation. He looked directly at them with a cigarette in his mouth, as if he was provoking. Shameless? Get out of here. Taylor's eyes burst out with murderous intent, and he roared in a hoarse voice. Now he suddenly realized the other party's purpose, which was nothing more than revenge. I clearly remember how humiliated Zhang Bufang was to this man before, and now he is paying back the capital and profits while he is away. Beauties must not be irritable, otherwise wrinkles around their eyes will increase, and they will age faster. You must protect your beautiful face. Ren Zitao muttered in a serious tone, not paying attention to the angry Taylor who became even more provocative. If you don't leave, I will. Call security? Or contact the security uncle. An evil smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he interrupted in a low voice. He had already ordered his men to entangle the security downstairs. It can be said that he was walking completely sideways. Xiaodong, you know. In fact, the person deep in my heart is you. This love has been suppressed for a long time. You can be my girlfriend. Guantong couldn't help but flinch back when he saw him getting closer. He was filled with fear and was afraid that the other party would do something outrageous. Screw you. Taylor picked up the water glass next to him and threw it at him without mercy. He really couldn't understand that kind of behavior, and he found more and more that the boy was a little crazy and arrogant. In the beginning, even if Zhang Bufang didn't exist, Ren Zitao would never have been so rampant. Is there another reason? Ouch. I'm going to teach you a lesson today. He easily dodged the water glass flying toward him and threatened in a low voice, then rubbed his shoulders and rubbed his hands. His eyebrows slightly raised, and a long-lost smile appeared on his cheeks. The previous scenes of being humiliated by that person appeared in my mind like a slideshow. I was completely blinded by anger and gritted my teeth with a crunching sound. The original purpose was to find out the whereabouts of Zhang Bufang. Perhaps he had suppressed his anger for too long and let himself go completely to vent the accumulated anger in his heart. I advise you not to get close, otherwise you will be responsible for the consequences. Taylor said calmly with an expressionless face, knowing clearly what kind of person was hiding in the dark, and it would only take a matter of minutes to get rid of the person in front of him. Oh, then I would like to take a look. A whoosh sound. Before he could finish his words, he felt the murderous aura coming towards him. The sharp dagger grazed his hair and plunged into the floor beneath his feet. The entire marble was covered with broken lines. Ren Zitao, who had been talking dirty words and letting loose a few minutes ago, was completely frozen there. At that moment, he seemed to feel the god of death coming, and a cold air rose up from his back. A large amount of cold sweat appeared on his forehead, which was completely different from the appearance just now. For a moment, he couldn't react to the situation. Through the sharp dagger on the ground, it was clear that the opponent's strength was very terrifying. At least killing him was not a problem. Let's talk about cooperation projects when we have time. Ren Zitao said casually and ran away in despair. He ran all the way back to the entrance of the group and sat back in the car, breathing heavily. His head was full of question marks. It was absolutely impossible for Zhang Bufang to teach him a lesson if he showed up early. Could it be that there were other masters around him? It must be investigated clearly. If the Mercedes-Benz Maybach was replaced by an inconspicuous mid-level car and parked at the door to prepare for tracking, it is possible that Zhang Bufang's deterrence was too great and he was paralyzed by other dangers. Sister Taylor, what should we do now? Guan Tongliang asked anxiously with tears in his eyes. I believe he will come over to cause trouble. Without Brother Fong, it would be impossible to eradicate the root cause. Don't worry, I'm here. Taylor patted her shoulder gently and comforted her. Knowing the truth, she didn't have much to worry about. She would report everything to the guy when she got back. Hidden in the dark, Ergu was quite measured in his actions. Knowing the fool's identity, he certainly couldn't kill him directly, as that would only make things more difficult. When it was time to get off work, Taylor drove the Porsche Cayenne towards the villa without stopping. I haven't heard from him since we parted ways in the morning, and with all the rumors on the internet, I really thought he had left. I know that those illegal organizations will definitely investigate secretly. After all, the internet is so developed now that I am afraid that the secret will be exposed. Immediately after, Ren Zitao pressed the accelerator to the bottom and followed slowly, just to see who was throwing the sharp dagger today. Taylor didn't realize that he was being followed, so he returned to the villa and deliberately turned up the volume, just in case, so he didn't say his name directly. There is no airtight wall in the world. He would definitely take the initiative when he heard the noise, but unfortunately, there was no response for 5 minutes. Then he pretended to be nonchalant and walked back and forth. He even searched the basement and still found no one. Where are the others? Taylor frowned and murmured in a low voice, his heart full of worry, and he clearly remembered the plan he made at that time. Don't worry, Brother Fong. Shoo. Just as Ergu was about to open his mouth to comfort him, he suddenly noticed some tiptoeing outside the door and was sure that someone was eavesdropping at the door. Chairman, the origin of that boy today is not simple. Yes, he is the eldest young master of the Ren Group. Taylor was very puzzled when he heard his unbelievable words. He clearly knew the origin of Ren Zitao, so when he looked up, he saw that the other party kept glancing at him and quickly realized what the situation was and responded with a solemn expression. Just let him provoke me like this? As a killer, others won't notice it at all. I can just find an opportunity to kill him. After all, the Rinshire Group is the leading enterprise in this city. If he is assassinated, it will cause a huge sensation. Just threaten him when he comes again. I see. Erga nodded and said respectfully, not shying away from his identity as a killer and hiding it again after the conversation. Taylor glanced at the door of the villa and went back to the kitchen to prepare meals. There was no other suspicion from the beginning to the end. He's gone. Erga pointed to the black Volkswagen sedan going away through the window and said softly. Taylor was worried and opened the door to check. Moreover, I obtained the surveillance video from 5 minutes ago through the property management company, and as expected, I saw Ren Zitao lying secretly at the door and eavesdropping. Fortunately, Ergu discovered that the leak would have been exposed otherwise. The door camera surveillance screen was deliberately pulled into the living room, so that you can keep an eye on the situation outside at any time and detect any inappropriate behavior immediately. The person involved, Ren Zitao, was in a very happy mood, whistling and driving the 100,000-ton car on the traffic thoroughfare. Who would have thought that the person sitting inside was the young master of the Ren Group? He looked straight ahead, and the corners of his mouth turned up. He had to admire his intelligence in getting so much useful information. He never expected that the killer who had done evil to Taylor before would now become his personal bodyguard. I guessed it was the man named Zhang who was behind the scenes. Now that the truth of the matter has been completely figured out, Zhang Bufang left on important matters and tried every means to get the killer to protect him secretly. He had long thought that it was not that simple. Knowing the close relationship between Taylor and the so-called bodyguard, he would never abandon him directly. Ren Zitao snorted bursts of contemptuous laughter from his nostrils, thinking that he had seen through their tricks. What a wonderful expression he would have if he realized that he was the one who was kept in the dark. Chairman, otherwise I will go out and look for Brother Fong and worry about other accidents. Ergu's eyebrows were knitted together, his expression full of worry. After all, the mysterious man in the cloak who suddenly appeared last night was very powerful. If a large number of the same masters really appear, no matter how powerful Brother Fong is, he will still be in trouble, just like a single tiger is afraid of a pack of wolves. A clang sound. Who? The two of them looked solemn when they heard the loud noise behind them. The sound was very close to them, and they suspected that there were other people in the room. Ouch! You knocked me to death. Brother Fong. Ergu heard the voice coming from not far away and said in surprise. He hurried towards it with small steps and soon found a familiar figure stuck in the gap of the sofa. Worn out, Zhang Bufang dusted himself off and cursed. He was worried that someone would come to spy on him while he was sleeping, so he slept on the beam that was slightly protruding from the roof. Unfortunately, it fell off when he turned over. Brother Fong, what did you do up there? Ergu hurriedly handed over a cup of hot water and wondered. Even Taylor was full of questions and couldn't figure out what kind of strange operation this was. Ahem, the secret must not be revealed. To prevent Taylor from laughing, he coughed softly and cleared his throat, pretending to be mysterious, as if everything before was done on purpose. Kicked in the brain by a donkey. Taylor couldn't help but open his mouth and curse when he saw that virtue. It must be to avoid Ren Zitao's prying eyes. What the hell? Why did that kid get in the way? Zhang Bufang was surprised when he heard Ergu's story and interrupted, saying that he would not have remembered such a person without mentioning his name. Brother Fong, I also feel very suspicious. That kid has come here again and again today to find fault with the group and deliberately cause trouble. Could it be that he is the leader of the illegal organization secretly? It's unlikely. First of all, he controls the Rensher group and is a wealthy financier. Secondly, the provocation is because of the hatred left over from before. Taylor interjected and explained that the shameless guy just came to stir up trouble and had no reason to assassinate him to compete for the Thai group. Ergu and Brother Fong looked at each other without saying anything to refute. What if the kid's ultimate goal is Taylor's secret? What he did today can be explained. Tomorrow you will secretly follow me to see what's going on. Remember not to alert the enemy. Zhang Bufang ordered in a deep voice, with a rare solemn look in his eyes. It was certain that he was not the leader of the organization secretly. Otherwise, how could he be so arrogant about entering and exiting the Thai group? It is still unclear whether they are involved or not. What is even more troublesome is whether Ren Zitao knows Taylor's secrets now. It seems that he still needs to be wary of him now. Bring the dagger with you when you go to work tomorrow. It will help you defend yourself. Taylor nodded after hearing the warning. It was a good choice to investigate the guy. He also felt that he had other purposes. After a simple meal, Ergu returned to the security station in the city center and saw Chen Lin standing at the door from afar. What's going on? Worrying about something unexpected happening, waiting to ask about the situation. At this time, mobile phone contact becomes a burden, and if you are not careful, you may be monitored. Ergu explained without any secret, including the new order given by Brother Fong. Maybe Chen Lin could play an important role at the critical moment. Go away. Go as far as you can. Zhang Bufang looked at Taylor, whose face turned red and had black lines on his head. He was completely helpless and had no sense of selfless dedication. After all, I am a gentleman and I must not take advantage of the situation. I was worried that those fools would come to monitor me again at night, so I came up with such a countermeasure. Are you kidding me? What's wrong with you sleeping in the basement? Taylor grabbed her waist with both hands and angrily yelled. Her earlobes became hot and turned red, but she was still very shy inside. In special times, I always feel a little aggrieved. When the time comes, I will lie on the ground. If I feel that I am in danger, I will put the dagger under the pillow and stab it directly if there is any abnormality. Zhangbu said with a serious look on his face. He didn't look like he was joking at all, and now the plan is being implemented normally, and there will be no room for any mistakes. Then, that's okay. Taylor had no choice but to lower his head and murmured in a low voice. No matter what, he did it to protect himself. Taylor was lying on the bed tightly wrapped in quilt, tossing and turning for a long time, unable to fall asleep. When he heard the snoring next to him, his teeth started to itch. Did that person just fall asleep like this? Nothing happened all night. Zhang Bufang woke up early in the morning and hurriedly checked the cameras installed around the villa in advance. As expected, he spotted a black figure at 2 o'clock in the night. I saw them patrolling the area twice before turning away and probably checking all the other spare rooms. Fortunately, I took precautions last night. Ergu left the security bureau early and came to the still deserted Rincher group. With terrifying speed, he quietly reached the top-floor office and hid in a hidden place. Brother Fong arranged to turn the spotlight on Rin Zitao today, so we wanted to see if there was any unseen deeds on this kid. As for Taylor, he is safe for the time being. After all, the boy overheard last night that a powerful and terrifying killer was following him, so he would not be stupid enough to look for trouble unscrupulously. Taylor obediently put the dagger in his bag and rushed all the way back to the Thai group. After learning about last night's plan, he had to be more cautious today. At 9:15 a.m., the door of the martial arts gym in the city center was already filled with a dense crowd of people. They looked like big, muscular men, and the air was filled with evil spirits. Chairman Tai Lau also came to today's bodyguard interview on time, making a decision specifically to accommodate the brat's plan. Unexpectedly, there would be so many capable people coming from all over the world, all with strong abilities, and they all came to apply for the position of bodyguard of the chairman with the same purpose. The Taisher Group is one of the top 500 companies in the country, and as a personal bodyguard of a rich man, you can imagine the benefits, which is why it is so tempting. In fact, it was just a cover from the beginning to the end. The purpose was to cover up Xiao Fong, and the bodyguards with unknown origins did not dare to hire him directly. However, when they saw their considerable strength, they came up with a new idea to form a bodyguard group to maintain the security of the Taisher Group. Although it was a bit overkill, they would be happy as long as the price was right. Hello, Chairman Tai. I am a retired elite from a southern city. The dark-skinned man said seriously, his biceps bulging out, which looked quite powerful from a distance. And then he performed a series of military-style punches, emitting strong winds every time he swung them out. Okay, what's your name? The old man couldn't help but nodded and asked with an appreciative look in his eyes. He looked honest and kind, and even the captain of his bodyguard team secretly decided. Li Luyao. The brawny man responded calmly and breathlessly. He was originally wearing black tight-fitting short sleeves, and his 9-pack abs were on full display. Go to the martial arts gym and fill in the relevant information. Smiling and waving, he slowly walked in under the envious eyes of everyone. After all, the elimination rate was as high as 90%. It can be said that he was selecting talents among the elite. The bodyguard recruitment fair was going on step by step. The men who were not far away to investigate the situation turned around and left, recording the scene just now on a DV machine. Rincher Group. During working hours, such a large office building is filled with discussions about how it is possible that the leading group in the city does not have the strength to do so. In the eyes of outsiders, Rin Zitao is a complete playboy, but he has been smart and business-savvy since he was a child. He takes care of all matters, big and small, while his father has long since left his hands. 2 hours later, Ergu, who was hiding in the office, showed no mood swings, no signs of irritability, and stared intently at the goings-on around him. Click sound. Rin Zitao walked over leisurely with a fine cigarette dangling from the corner of his mouth. He arrogantly sat down on the boss's chair next to him, with his legs naturally raised on the desk. The secretary obediently brought over a cup of tea and made some tea. At the end, he did not forget to wink. Even a fool could see the shady relationship between them. Dongren, are you still going to Taisher Group today? I have investigated what the man surnamed Zhang did. It seems that Taylor is like a polished commander, but in fact there is a killer protecting him secretly. Ren Zitao raised the corner of his mouth and said softly, after learning the truth of the matter after a day of tracking yesterday, he is now absolutely confident that he can capture the woman. He is just waiting for the last favorable opportunity. What? It can't be a killer organization that caused a lot of noise? Logically speaking, it should have been sent to prison early. Why did you become a bodyguard? The confidants beside him had their heads full of questions and their faces were confused. They couldn't figure out what the situation was. Could it be that Zhang Bufang had arranged it in advance? Given the relationship between that kid and Chen Lin, who knows how to do some small tricks together. After all, the killer is terrifyingly powerful and can perfectly replace his position. Ren Zitao took a leisurely sip of tea and explained casually, Dong Run, what should we do next? The old fox will probably use us to block the gun. Don't worry, I have a plan in mind. He raised his eyebrows slightly and smiled evilly. He had made an inner plan as early as last night. First, he must have absolute control. Then he would use his power to deal with the killer hiding in the dark, so that he could profit from it. Dong dong dong. The personal secretary hesitated when he heard the knock on the door, but finally went to open the door obediently, and saw the bald man who had been kidnapped before. We were specially sent by the boss to assist. The two said in a cold voice that there is no need to be afraid of them now, and they will get back the humiliation they suffered before, along with the profits. It turns out we are old acquaintances. It seems that Boss Lee understands me very well. We will definitely form a strong alliance. Shut up. I don't want to hear this nonsense. If you have anything to say in the future, just say it. The two bald men interrupted unceremoniously, sitting down on the leather sofa and pouring a cup of tea by themselves. The elder brother sent them here just to make himself angry. Anyway, he had support behind him and was never afraid. You were sent here to help Dongren with his work. Who gave you permission to come here and act as the boss? The secretary in a suit and leather suit couldn't stand it and yelled. The two of them were obviously seeking revenge for their own personal grudges. I really thought there was nothing they could do against them. As a leading group, the strength of the bodyguards must not be underestimated. Just tell me if you need anything. I saw them spreading their hands and innocently blinking their eyes and saying, not forgetting to tease the secretary sitting there. As the saying goes, we don't know each other until we fight. We will all be good brothers from now on. If anyone needs help, just ask. Ren Zitao's gloomy face flashed away, and he said with a smile, despite the fact that his subordinates don't have much status, they can do a lot. Serve your two little brothers well. With a big wave of his hand, he gave the order with great enthusiasm, and then brought out all kinds of luxurious gifts such as fine tea. There's no need. The two of them were completely stunned by this sugar-coated bullet. They never expected that the young master of the dignified group had no temper at all. Therefore, he fell silent for a while and forgot all the provocative words that had been brewing in his mind. Some monks Zhang Air were confused. Ren Zitao watched them enjoying the massage, with contemptuous sneers erupting from his nostrils, and he had a plan in mind. Knowing that the two bald men take all kinds of risks just to monitor themselves, the situation at hand often requires some small actions. Wouldn't it be great if they could buy it for their own use? What are your plans next? I've been having a headache recently with Taisher Group. I still need to find out Zhang Bufang's location first and discuss something with Boss Lee first. Ren Zitao pretended to sigh and said helplessly. His bald men nodded without thinking too much, and the group walked toward the door in a majestic manner. Ergu, who was hiding in the dark, did not choose to follow him. From the conversation just now, he learned that he and the illegal organization in the dark were indeed involved. Even though he desperately knew the truth in his heart and was quite confident in his concealment skills, he knew the strength of that group of people and the situation that night was really going to be very serious due to the terrifying strength of the mysterious uncle, so he decided not to continue following him. What made him doubtful was Ren Zitao's performance. He couldn't figure out what the other party was thinking, but he was sure that the cooperative relationship between the two was not as strong as he thought. As for the real reason and transaction conditions, he knew nothing about it. Ren Zitao waved his hand very grandly, believing that no one would go against money. The simple reason was to bribe them. Rendong, the personal secretary, couldn't help but stop her. She felt that they were not that simple. From the very beginning, we knew how tough these two men were. They would rather die than tell the truth, and money could not buy them off. Think about it, two little brothers. I'm sure no one else will know about something like this. Ren Zitao waved his hands indifferently and ignored the secretary's dissuasion. No matter how stupid he was, he still knew what an old fox was and how much sincerity was involved in this cooperation. It's a good idea to bribe us. It's a pleasure to work with you, but you still need to see how many people the Rensure group has as a final consideration. Another bald man interrupted and said, judging from the size of the lockbox, it can be seen that there are at least more than 1 million in it. So why not do such a great thing? To be honest, my bodyguards did go to training, but they kept it secret to some extent. I believe the two brothers can report less. Ren Zitao responded with a smile, but deep in the corners of his eyes there was a smile of success. He knew what the two bald men in front of him were thinking. As for the real purpose, only he himself knew. In the next half hour, I took them to see the group's security personnel. It was full of people, and there were no tasks, not even 10 people. Let's go back and report first. You two little brothers, please go slow on the road. The silver box has been stuffed into the car early. If you need it again, just pick it up. The two bald men nodded and turned to leave. There was nothing strange about their appearance, and it was impossible to guess their inner thoughts. Dongren, do you think you can completely bribe them? The personal secretary in a suit and leather shoes frowned slightly as he watched the two people leave. It could be said that he was suspicious in his heart. Of course not. It's probably impossible to buy it out with just over $1 million. Although I don't know exactly what they are doing, I can feel that there are strict rules, and with the top old fox sitting in charge, their strength must be beyond expectations. Then why do they want to be bribed so openly? If they reported it to the old guy, wouldn't they come to stir up trouble? There is a strategy called playing hard to get. The corners of Ren Zitao's mouth raised. If they didn't do this, I dare say they would ask the training base to the end and use bribery to successfully divert attention. The two bald men would definitely think that this was the truth. Otherwise, how could they spend money to cover it up? As for what they told the old fox, it didn't matter. The truth had not been discovered anyway, and the thugs secretly trained could not be easily revealed. Even if the bald men report that they believe the old fox is pretending not to know, they all know how cunning each other is, and will not interfere as long as it does not affect the overall situation. They now need to find out information on their own everywhere, and if the relationship is too tense, it will only bring harm. I believe that neither of them wants to cause trouble at the critical moment. It seems that the relationship between the two is harmonious, but in fact they each have their own evil intentions. It can be said that they fly away at the same time when disaster strikes. The boss is wise. The personal bodyguard suddenly realized what was going on and sighed sincerely. It must be said that this plan was all over the place and no one could realize what was going on. This million-plus hit a vital part. I believe the old fox will make the right decision. Even fools know whose hands hold the dominant position now. Is there anything new in Taisher Group? Ren Zitao opened his mouth and asked. The woman was too fat to let her slip away, so she was going to go and inquire about the situation. Everything is normal and no other suspicious messages have been received. As soon as the young man in a suit and ties finished speaking, he noticed his boss getting up and leaving, and followed him hurriedly. Tai Group. The receptionist couldn't help but tremble all over when she saw the familiar figure. She learned from the chairman that he would be looking for trouble recently and reported as quickly as possible. Do I still need to make an appointment? Ren Zitao muttered angrily, spitting out his cigarette arrogantly, noticing the fearful look on the security guard's face and raising the corner of his mouth. It seemed that his status had returned to the beginning. No need. The lady at the front desk stumbled and responded. She had received permission from the chairman just 10 seconds ago and respectfully made a gesture of inviting you. All the employees in the group knew how shameless he was, but it was a pity that there was no way to confront him because of his identity. Sister Taylor, what is that person doing here again? Guantong said anxiously, thinking back to yesterday's scene. He had a headache. The most annoying thing was that no matter how rampant he was, there was nothing he could do to him. If you dare to rant again, I will kill you immediately. Taylor gritted his teeth and growled in a hoarse voice, and without saying a word, he threw the dagger in the most conspicuous place on the desk. The weather is really nice today. Would you be lucky enough to treat these two beauties to dinner? Ren Zitao pushed open the door and walked in with an evil voice and said teasingly. He consciously sat on the sofa opposite and crossed his legs. Roll. If you have such a bad temper, you will accelerate aging. When the time comes, there will be many wrinkles at the corners of your eyes, no different from the flowers in the village. I don't want to say it a second time. Taylor picked up the dagger, pointed it at the opponent's head, and interrupted in a deep voice. Tisk, TSK, I'm still really scared. Rin Zitao said sarcastically. She even brought a dagger to threaten me. How dare she take action with her courage? Yiren stood up and walked over slowly. It could be said that she was extremely arrogant. I'm sure that woman didn't have the courage. Taylor was so angry that he trembled all over and finally did not do anything. After all, killing him would not only bear legal responsibility, but Tai's group would also get involved. It was originally intended to be used as a threat, but the other party did not accept this trick at all. What do you want to do? Guantong frowned and said with a gloomy face, clenching his little fists. He was extremely disgusted with this person. This time I really come here with good intentions to remind you that there is no other malicious intention. I can completely guarantee it with my personality. Rin Zitao told him seriously, looking at his virtue. He was not joking at all. Then I really want to thank you for your concern. It's a pity that we don't need it. If you have nothing to do, please leave Taisher Group. Otherwise, if you invite security, you will take him back for tea. Taylor responded with an expressionless face and mercilessly, then got busy with the work at hand and treated him like nothing. Listen up, buddy, who is hiding in the dark. What happens next is within your scope of responsibility. If you don't do it, you may be doomed. He raised his voice and shouted wantonly, obviously knowing that there was a killer hiding nearby for protection, and the purpose of coming this time was to say something to that guy. Don't stay in this ink stain. If you have something to say, please tell me. Guantong urged. He came all the way here just to show off his inquiring ability? I don't understand what his purpose is. During this period, there will be a group of powerful people coming to you for trouble. You must take precautions or Taylor will be harmed. Rin Zitao reminded with a serious face. The look on his cheeks was completely different from just now, and he was very serious. If he really brought the old fox's subordinates to kill him and easily wiped out the opponent, wouldn't it mean that his plan ended in failure? So he specially made arrangements in advance. You got kicked in the head by a donkey? Taylor opened his mouth and cursed. What are you talking about? He wanted to kill this idiot. Did the killer hear? Guantong was completely helpless when he saw the guy yelling about virtue. Could it be that he had taken the wrong medicine? He then took out his mobile phone and prepared to call the security party. Hidden in the dark, Ergu didn't make any response. He frowned and couldn't figure out the purpose of the other party's actions. He had to report it to Brother Fong at night to ask about the other party's conspiracy. If nothing happens, I will withdraw first. Don't take what you just said as child's play. Rin Zitao noticed that the silly woman dialed the phone and hurried away. Although she knew that the security team was on the same front as them, she still rarely showed up. Sitting back in the Mercedes-Benz Maybach at the entrance of the group, the corners of his mouth were raised. It was obvious that he was in a good mood. If nothing unexpected happened, all plans were under control. Sister Taylor, do you need to tell the security team and let them make up their mind? I always feel that that person has no good intentions. Guantong came over with anxious steps and said worriedly, I have been so flustered by him recently. It would be nice if Brother Fong was here. Let's work first and let me think of a solution. Taylor responded quietly. The killer bodyguard who was hiding in the dark didn't show up. It seemed that he had no other solution. He could only wait for the kid to make up his mind at night. 5-star hotel in city center. Brother, that guy is going to bribe us with money, saying that he will give you a false report on the number of bodyguards. The two bald men bowed their heads and respectfully reported the report, handing over the silver-white password box with both hands without concealing anything. In fact, they had already discussed it and pretended to agree to each other on the surface. In the end, they reported to the elder brother word for word and got the money back. It can be said that they killed 2 birds with 1 stone. Keep talking. The bodyguards of the Rensher group are indeed out for training, and they don't have many people there in total. Report the number of people who believe what you see to your superiors. Don't dare to report less than 1 person, and know clearly what the punishment will be for betraying the organization. Have you been bribed? If you don't tell the truth, believe it or not, I will crush you alive. The suddenly agitated, muscular man grabbed their necks with both hands, lifted them up and roared, murderous aura bursting out of his body. No, no, all. The money is here. His face turned purple from suppressing the fight, and he struggled weakly with his hands. The veins on his neck were prominent, and he rolled his eyes from time to time. Let go, Li Qi scolded in a low voice. Judging from the fear in his heart, he was not lying. He also believed that his subordinates in the organization did not have the courage. If I find something wrong, I will strip you of your skin and cramps and feed them to the dogs. The muscular man snorted coldly and threw them away like dead dogs, cursing and threatening. The two bald men kept greedily absorbing the fresh air, shivering all over, and beads of cold sweat flowed down their foreheads, as if they were covered in mud and limp. Take 10 people back later and report back in time if anything happens. Li Qi casually waved his hand to make arrangements. There were at least 110 people in the Blue Bird organization, but not many people came here. 10 subordinates are already a large number for him. Even though he ranks at the bottom in terms of skill and strength here, outside they are all killers without batting an eyelid. Brother, the muscular man stopped and said, knowing the situation at hand and giving so much at once, if something unexpected happened, he would fall in and completely lose Dafa. Give orders as I tell you. Li Qi quietly made arrangements, knowing clearly what he wanted to say and having a plan in mind. Forced by the helplessness, the muscular man next to him began to gather people. You have done a good job in this matter. You deserve the money. Take it for yourself. After all, there is no absolute sincerity in the world, especially in the face of huge interests. More than 1 million is not a big amount in his eyes, so it is better to reward them to prevent them from being obsessed. Brother, we don't want. The two bald men hurriedly waved their hands. Even if they saw the silver-white lockbox's eyes shining, they still reluctantly gave up for their own safety. What are you pretending to be? Why are you still standing there when I say something? Take the money and concentrate on your work. If I find out that I am wearing the same pants as the other person, I will bear the consequences. The muscular man got angry when he saw them grinding and grinding. He pointed at their noses and cursed again. His biceps bulged out, looking very fierce. Thank you, boss. We will definitely complete the mission. The two bald men, Pai Dian, brought the lockbox over with a smile on their faces and responded firmly in a firm tone, then rushed over with 10 brothers. Brother, why do I feel like that kid is lying? The muscular man suspected that the famous Ren's leading group had so little even basic security, and he didn't believe that all of them should be trained. Those are trivial matters. I want to see what tricks that kid can play and what kind of conspiracy he can pull off right under his nose. Li Qixie responded with a nonchalant smile. He didn't care too much. Anyway, he spent more than 1 million to save some people. He didn't take Ren Zitao seriously at all. What a wonderful expression he would have if he knew the true purpose of the young master of the Ren group. Ren Zitao looked at the burly thugs in front of him and raised his head and laughed loudly. Indeed, all of them were good prospects, comparable to a private bodyguard group. Unfortunately, they would all be wiped out soon. They also adopted the huge, sugar-coated method of providing one-stop service for eating, drinking, and having fun. The subordinates who had been depressed for a long time started having fun and got closer to this kid. Besides, the eldest brother is sent here to help the rich second generation in front of him. This kind of flattery is not considered bribery. Besides, he is always loyal to the illegal organization in his heart. With this kind of psychological comfort, you can have fun. Sister Taylor, how about I stay with you recently? Guantong looked worried and said, after all, miscellaneous things have happened one after another recently, and he had some kind of care in the past. If something unexpected happens and I'm going to involve you, I'll have that killer protecting me. It'll be fine. Taylor patted her shoulder gently. In his current state, he could perfectly confuse right from wrong. He was worried that Xiaodong would reveal the secret after knowing the truth. Then he drove back to the villa alone. Ergo followed closely after making sure there was no tracking and arrived at the destination about half an hour later. Your little life is pretty good. When Taylor opened the door and saw the man lying on the sofa, chewing an apple, he immediately became angry. Everyone else outside was on tenterhooks, but he was living a happy life. It is clear that there are surveillance cameras all around the living room. So if that kid dares to act so arrogantly, He must be absolutely sure that there are no monitors around. Looks like what happened again. Zhang Bufang stretched out comfortably and asked quietly, his whole body showing that he was just hanging up as if nothing had happened to him, and he looked like he really deserved a beating. Brother Fong, I lurked into the Rinshire group early this morning and learned that that person is indeed connected to a secret illegal organization. It sounds like they are cooperating with each other. It seems that they have their own plans, and the cooperation is not going well. Ergu truthfully reported the report, and from the men sent to monitor him and the lies he told Rin Zitao, it was easy to see that their relationship was not as strong as imagined. Although I don't know the specific facts, I can probably guess that the two of them have what they need, which gives them many opportunities. Oh, after Zhang Bufang heard this, a look of interest appeared in the corners of his eyes. It was expected that Rin Zitao would have a relationship with an illegal organization, but he never expected that they would be collaborating in such a conspiracy. They all seemed quite ambitious. Can the Rin group be taken over without anyone interfering? What the hell? Are you out of your mind? How could it be possible that the old chairman holds the most power? Answer my question. As long as there is a problem between the father and son, it can be taken away. Even if your mind is full of questions and you see that the other person is serious, you still answer this incredible question. What kind of international joke are you making? Can you tell me something serious? Not long ago, that kid came to the group and talked nonsense, saying that someone would surround me next. At the critical moment, Taylor stopped bickering and reported all the curious things so that he could make up his mind, including Ergu, who also gave him a confused look. I'll call the old man later and ask him to send all the thugs he's collected recently. Brother Fong, can you believe Rin Zitao's words? How could it turn out to be a farce in the end if he mobilized troops and mobilized people like this? From now on, treat that kid as one of your own. Just do whatever he says. If anything suspicious happens, send me a text message to notify me. Zhang Bufang responded with a firm tone and raised his eyebrows slightly with a wicked smile. It could be said that he knew both of their plans very well. Has your brain been caught in the door? What are you talking about? Taylor looked confused when he heard the kid's plan, seriously suspecting that there was something wrong with his mind. Everyone knew that Rin Zitao had evil intentions and was an accomplice of the organization that assassinated him, yet he actually regarded him as a trustworthy friend. You can contact the old man now. The thugs he took over are very powerful, Zhang Bufang said to himself and did not respond to Taylor's questions. Her fist-brain mind couldn't explain it at all. I said that Rin Zitao has been coming to the Thai group to cause trouble recently, and that he has close ties with illegal organizations. Can't he understand human speech? Taylor was on the verge of an emotional breakdown and roared at the top of his lungs. The man was drinking coffee leisurely and looked very angry, so he thought he didn't take it seriously and was just joking around. Brother Fong, you'd better tell me your plan. We don't quite understand what you mean. Erga couldn't help asking. He also couldn't understand what Brother Fong did. Logically speaking, he should be wary of Rin Zitao. Why would he still trust him now? Tomorrow he will go to Taishir Group and say some incomprehensible words, such as tipping off information and so on. Just follow the instructions. Zhang Bufang murmured and continued, mainly because many things were guesswork, and if it were revealed that the outcome would be different, it would lead to catastrophe. Brother Fong listens to you in everything. Erga nodded and said respectfully, there is no need to worry too much and just follow the instructions. Brother Fong will never make mistakes. Then he turned around and left. Taylor was so angry that he couldn't get rid of it. He pinched his waist with his hands and burst out with rage. Zhang Bufang noticed the fierce murderous intention and couldn't help but tremble all over. He turned around and left without saying a word. He knew Taylor's ferocity very well, so it was better not to provoke him. Stop. Any orders? He turned around and said with a flattering smile, displaying his dog-legged appearance to the fullest. I'm hungry. Is there anything to eat? A cold snort erupted from Taylor's nostrils. After spending so long together, he knew what the boy's virtues were, so he didn't ask any more questions. I'll do it for you. Zhang Bufang came to the kitchen in a hurry, thinking that he was the nanny. As long as the woman didn't do anything, he could say anything. Early the next morning, Rin Zitao sneaked out of the downtown club, looked around, and quietly sat down in a Mercedes-Benz Maybach not far away like a thief. Taylor came to the group early because he wanted to join the thugs sent by his grandfather. and Ergu also rushed over nonstop. It's just fate to meet each other at this point. Say something quickly, Taylor said angrily when he saw the familiar face. He went all the way to the door of Thai group to say hello. I originally thought about turning around and leaving, but I recalled what the guy told me last night, saying that this kid would become one of my own. I came here so early for your own good. There will be a robbery in the parking lot at noon. You must be prepared in advance, Ren Zitao said with a serious look on his face. Taylor was completely speechless after hearing this. What kind of operation could it be? It couldn't be that the weasel gave the chicken New Year's greetings without any good intentions, right? Don't forget to take precautions. Taylor looked at the hurriedly leaving figure with black lines on his head. The reason he came here specifically was to tip off the news. The most incredible thing was that everything was exactly the same as what Zhang Bufang said. He still hasn't realized what happened. Brother Fong is really good at predicting things. Ergu sincerely admired him and wondered how he could do it, knowing that Brother Fong was now an outsider and relied on his verbal descriptions to learn the news every day. Go and sort out those bodyguards in the morning, Taylor ordered in a low voice. There was no need for words to describe the surprise in his heart at this moment. The only way was to proceed step by step according to yesterday's plan. Ren Zitao took the trouble to buy breakfast and returned to a high-end club in the city center. He entertained them here yesterday and spent $1 million. It's really tiring, Mr. Ren. The two bald men came forward and brought the breakfast with a strange expression, which could be said to be repaying the previous grudge with all the money and profits. Brothers, eat well and drink well. I have already investigated. It is the perfect time for us when the group rests at noon. The security department is all resting. All we need to do is wait for the ambush in the underground parking lot. I ignored their attitude. Nothing was important now. I just needed to let the original plan run as usual. Master Ren has a good plan. When the time comes, we will cheer for you and come forward to solve the problem when there is danger. If I remember correctly, Bosley sent you here to help. What do you mean now? The person who was standing next to him narrowed his eyes and heard the other party's gossip. His face suddenly dropped, and he asked in a hoarse voice. It was obvious that they were waiting for all the bodyguards under his command to get into trouble before they took action. We remember clearly what the elder brother told us. Mr. Rin can't let his guests carry the sword first. The bald man at the front responded softly. Fools all know that the beginning is the most dangerous time, and rushing over rashly will definitely lead to misfortune. When Ren Zitao heard this, his face turned green. It was like the one-stop service he received yesterday was all in vain, and his teeth were itching with anger. Don't worry, Mr. Ren. We will take action as much as you want with us behind you. The bald men swore and patted their chests. Behind them were two strong men fighting one against the other. There was no monster named Zhang, so there was no need to be too cautious. I will keep watch when the time comes, Ren Zitao said in a deep voice. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. His personal secretary hurriedly followed him. He didn't expect those guys to be so despicable. Dong Run, what should we do next? Look at my eyes and act. A group of rabble-rousers are so excited that they get a little bit of glory, and then they will know who is the final winner. 12:15 noon. After knowing the truth, Taylor walked boldly towards the underground parking lot. The two dogs were also hiding in the dark to protect her safety at all times. The moment I stepped out of the elevator, I was greeted by pitch black. No matter how much noise I made, the voice-activated lights did not move. I could only rely on weak emergency lights for illumination. What's wrong with the light? Guantong asked in confusion. As soon as he finished speaking, Sister Taylor pulled him back behind him. Then a bright light came to his eyes, and the sound of rustling footsteps sounded in his ears. Who among you dares to be so bold as to come to Taisher Group? Guantong immediately came to the front to protect Sister Taylor, never expecting that the other party would be so bold. It happened that there were no security guards patrolling the parking lot at that time, and other people were off duty. It was obvious that they had planned this in advance. Robbery. The big man with a black mask on his face took out a sharp dagger and shouted, looking very fierce. I was speechless when I heard their purpose. How dare you take such a big risk and think it is a commercial dispute, but talking about it for a long time is just robbery. How much does it cost? Well, the big man was stunned for a moment. The boss just told him that he came to look for trouble. but he didn't expect that the other party was so cooperative and didn't respond. I want your lives. Suddenly his face became ferocious, and he was about to rush over with a dagger brandished. Taylor showed no emotion from beginning to end. Sister Taylor, let's run away. Guantong was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. Even if he doubted the so-called robbery, now was not the time to think about it. Before he finished speaking, the sound of noisy footsteps echoed in the distance, and then a group of strong men rushed in. Without saying a word, they rushed towards each other and started fighting each other instantly. At this time, the strong man who came to rob him seemed unable to do what he wanted, and he was quickly defeated by the overwhelming trend. Since they were sent here by Chairman Tai, they thought it was another review process that required extra effort. Even though they used all their strength to clear it all, they were exhausted in the end. Who are you? Guantong's mouth was wide open and his face was dull, and he didn't realize what was going on. He looked like he was here to help them, and he clearly remembered that he didn't make any notification. Run! Just as Taylor was about to say something, a quick and hoarse voice echoed in his ears, sounding very anxious. That familiar voice was Ergu hiding in the dark. My mind couldn't help but be full of questions. Logically speaking, things were exactly the same as what Ren Zitao told me in advance. After all the robbery was done, why would I still run away? Stop being stunned. Ergu growled, noticing that there were a large number of new thugs not far away, who were much more powerful than the group of trash in front of them. The most important thing was that the bodyguards sent by Mr. Tai were all panting and their combat ability was greatly reduced. It would not be a big problem to eliminate them with his own strength, but the main reason is that he cannot protect the two of them. If an accident occurs, he will lose his wife and lose his troops. The best plan is to escape first. Brothers, prepare to take action. The two bald men's eyes gleamed with light, and their bodies exuded murderous aura. They took out the combat tools they carried with them and whispered instructions. The situation in front of us can be said to be a rare opportunity. It can be seen that the strong men who suddenly appeared are indeed strong, but they are no match for them when they are tired. Everyone nodded, obviously aware of the situation at hand, and their calf muscles tensed up in preparation to rush out. I dare say that this attack would wipe out the entire opponent's army, and the chairman of Taisher Group would not be able to escape either. Let's go. Ergu noticed the evil aura coming towards him and roared. Taylor and the others also suddenly came to their senses and left in a hurry with small steps. Withdraw. The bodyguard group, led by Li Liao, heard the order from behind and made an evacuation gesture before turning around and leaving. He also realized what mistake everyone made just now, and it is very likely that he will explain it here. Brothers, kill them without leaving a single piece of armor behind. Stop. Suddenly, there was a shouting sound around them. The strong men who were about to explode were all stunned. In just a few dozen seconds, they missed the best opportunity. Now the parking lot is empty and there is no one around. You did it on purpose. The bald man's face turned red and he roared at the top of his lungs. The perfect situation was completely disrupted. If he started just now, he would definitely win a complete victory. Ren Zitao suddenly appeared and froze there in embarrassment for a moment, realizing that he had just rushed out and did so because Taylor and the others would be ruined. As soon as my eyes lit up, a perfect explanation came to my mind. A few minutes ago, I had looked calm, but now I was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. Security has blocked the exit of the parking lot. Leave quickly, he shouted at the top of his voice, then anxiously opened the car door and sat on the driver's seat, pressing the accelerator to the bottom, and the harsh engine roar echoed in the air. The two bald men were stunned for a moment and suddenly realized that the 10 people returned to the car in an orderly manner and sped away towards the other exit. Why didn't they catch up? The dark-skinned Li Luyao said doubtfully. Any fool would know that the other party would take action at such a good opportunity, but unexpectedly, there was no movement. Taylor Guantong also had a question mark on his face. He looked at the cars coming and going on the road and didn't notice anything unusual. It's the guy from the Run group who is secretly helping. Ergu murmured and explained, because they were escorting themselves at the end, and when they saw the black shadow emerging, they stood there stunned as if they had heard a new order. Ren Zitao? How is that possible? Guantong exclaimed. How can you be so warm-hearted if you do no evil? There was no hint of surprise on Taylor's face. She just nodded lightly as if she had expected it, and then just waited for him to report the new situation. The fool did it on purpose, and it seems that those strong men in black have been arranged in advance. He wished he could catch that woman early. How could he interfere with her? I can only say that he was a bit unlucky. The bald men heard the noisy discussions around them and explained that it was not a hindrance. It could only be said that their brains were too sensitive. Dip, drip, drip. The sound of the security car horn just sounded behind the car. I didn't think twice before breaking through. What a wonderful expression it would be if I knew that even the sound of the security car horn was disguised. A group of luxury cars stopped a few kilometers away. Ren Zitao walked over slowly with a frown on his face, looking very irritated. What's going on? Did someone tip off the news? Why is there suddenly security? He narrowed his eyes slightly and glanced around coldly before slamming the phone to the ground, perfectly demonstrating his Oscar acting skills. Master Ren, please be patient. The other party must have informed you at the very beginning. They have close contact with the security party, so it is normal for them to arrive so quickly. FCKU. All my bodyguards are dead. Ren Zitao cursed, because from the beginning to the end he had the most to lose and his mood was irritable, which was within the scope of his understanding. I can only say that they are rubbish. The bald man muttered in a low voice, knowing that the other party was out of control and did not want to humiliate him too much. After speaking, he obediently shut his mouth. What should I do next if I miss such a good opportunity? Fortunately, Lady Luck is on our side. We got word from the grapevine that the Thai group is going to do charity work. The road we pass through is located in the suburbs. It will be deserted, and it will be a good place to kill people and dump their bodies. Ren Zitao said quietly, his irritable mood finally calming down. Would you still go if something like that happens? That woman has done her duty and is expected to go there, but she's not 100% sure. She still needs to try her luck. The two bald men nodded in agreement. This is the only way at present. After this incident, the other party must have taken precautions and the success rate will be greatly reduced by then. Thai group. A ding-dong sound. Taylor's expression changed drastically when he saw the content of the text message on the phone screen. He hurriedly handed it to Ergu to read. He was still familiar with the text message sent by the bully. At the intersection of Central Avenue, we must carefully guard against blockage this time. We are all experts. Don't be so anxious. Rest the bodyguard team before coming back. Ergu couldn't help laughing when he saw the content of the message. He never expected that the enemy was leaking the information when the critical moment was coming. Then what should we do? Taylor said doubtfully. He heard from the other party that everyone who came here this time was a master, and he was afraid that Grandpa would send thugs and he would not be able to guard against them. Let the matter be handled. Just in case, you should stay in the group. Ergu suggested that the master in question was probably the thug who was hiding in the dark just now. If a bodyguard group came to interfere, he would be confident of killing him. No, I will never take the risk if they don't find out, so I have to follow. Taylor looked resolute and responded, it's still unclear what the relationship between Ren Zitao and the illegal organization is. At least he is helping himself now. Simply put, he will continue to act with that guy. Okay, don't forget to bring the dagger. Ergo had no choice but to nod and agree. It could be said that the heavy burden fell on his shoulders again. When taking action, he had to make sure that Chairman Tai was safe, and always remember that he promised Brother Fong that he would protect her. Taylor nodded with a serious look on his face, knowing the seriousness of the matter, and a little carelessness would cause irreparable consequences. Sister Taylor, come and have something to eat quickly. At this moment, Guantong pushed the door open and said softly, after what happened just now, she was worried that the accident would happen again, so she packed her lunch back alone. He clearly sensed that something was wrong with them, and his head was filled with questions. Could it be that something happened just now? Xiaodong, I need to go to Grandpa's place later to see if there are any extra bodyguards. I always feel that the Thai group will be facing unprecedented dangers recently. Taylor explained in a low voice that he was worried that she would be harmed by insisting on telling the past and deliberately concealing the facts. After all, the other party's purpose was very clear. If he left the group, this would be a safe area. Okay. No other random thoughts nodded and responded quietly. During this period of time, what she needed to do was to keep an eye on the group's movements to prevent anyone from taking advantage of it. 5-star hotel in city center. How's the situation? Li Chio lay leisurely on the leather sofa next to him and asked casually. He had made arrangements early and believed they would understand the method. Everything went according to plan, but the thugs under the chairman of Taisher Group were more terrifying than imagined. All the people belonging to Rin Zitao were eliminated. Oh, hearing the muscular man's report, he showed an interested face, and there was actually a bodyguard hidden there. Fortunately, he was smart enough to let the fool go to the minefield. What about them now? It seems that they are hiding somewhere and preparing for a sneak attack. I heard the news from them that the group of bodyguards are just a mob. With the strength of our men, we can easily solve it. Brother, there is no need to worry. The muscular man said respectfully that when he saw the video information, it was simply because he didn't care about the strength of retired elites. Waiting for their good news. Li Chi crossed his legs and put a good Cuban cigar in his mouth again. He raised his eyebrows and smiled evilly from the corners of his eyes. He looked full of confidence. Zhang Bufong, who was in a suburban villa, was not worried at all after learning about the situation via text message. It was only a matter of time to eliminate the group of so-called masters with the help of Rin Zitao. There are bananas in the left hand and puffed food in the right hand. There are various drinks and red wine on the table, which makes your life more nourishing. Several black off-road vehicles were speeding toward 20 kilometers away. As time went by, there were fewer and fewer vehicles around, including high-rise buildings, gradually turning into wilderness. Are you sure that woman passed here? The two bald men looked at this barren place and wondered, their faces full of doubts as to whether a car could pass through a place like this in a month. Would the chairman of Tang Tang Group pass by a place like this? Why would he do charity? No matter what, I don't believe it. I have investigated and found out that the highway leading there has been temporarily blocked due to emergency repairs, so this is the only route. Also, I wasn't 100% sure from the beginning that she would come over. To put it simply, I just came over to try my luck. Rin Zitao roared in a hoarse voice, his brows furrowed, clearly showing a very irritable interest, and the veins on his arms popped out, vividly expressing his anger. Master Rin, calm down and let me follow your arrangements. The bald man came over and comforted him with a strange tone, saying that he had finally settled the old debt. He was worried that the rich kid would completely collapse and the cooperation with the boss would end, and he would be the only one to bear all the responsibilities, so he chose simple condolences. Just wait here. He waved his hands and said perfunctorily, Xiesheng Xiechi is laughing and croaking. He will cry later, and then parked several off-road vehicles in the middle of the road. Tai Group. Chairman Tai, we have gathered the people and are ready to go. Li Liuhui, a dark-skinned man, reported that after a short rest, his strength has returned again. Everyone has impassioned faces and can't wait to rub shoulders. This time the enemy is no small matter. I urge everyone to be careful, Taylor ordered in a low voice, and then 3 extended commercial vehicles wrapped around the Porsche Cayenne in the center and drove towards the distance, followed closely by the 2 dogs without leaving a trace. What's going on? It's been 2 hours. She probably won't come. We can think of other solutions when we go back. It's not a problem to just wait here. Rin Zitao frowned slightly when he heard the noisy discussion behind him and stared straight at the end of the road. Logically speaking, it's time. Didn't the woman pay attention to the text message she sent? She should have gained trust after what happened not long ago. Master Ren. The 2 bald men were about to approach and ask when they suddenly heard the sound of an engine coming from far away. The thugs who had been agitated just now quieted down and entered the state of mind in an instant. Rin Zitao raised the corner of his mouth when he saw the familiar car logo and hurriedly hid with small steps. All he needed to do now was to wait and see what happened. The extended business car swished down, with about 20 bodyguards headed by Li Luyao. They already knew the purpose of the trip and immediately got into formation. Who are you? Taylor scolded in a deep voice, holding the dagger tightly in her right hand and sweating profusely. Strong women in business are still weak women after all. Let me wait for so long. Give you a chance. As long as you come with us, you can let go of the others. The bald man shouted loudly. Seeing the woman's figure, he was completely reassured and his only worry was eliminated. As for the other bodyguards, they didn't have any fear. Court death. Li Luyao gritted his teeth and roared when he saw the other party's arrogant appearance. The veins on the back of his hands protruded and his eyes turned red. He raised the sledgehammer in his hand and rushed towards him. The elite retired and became a famous blacksmith. He came to the interview after hearing about such an opportunity. Perhaps both parties had their own agenda and did not take out their weapons. As for the bald men, they must be worried about calling in security, and Taylor was pressed for time and did not have time to distribute them. A scuffle broke out in the next second, and Rin Zitao, who was hiding behind the car and observing, saw anxiety on his face as he observed the battle in front of him. I never expected that the old fox's men were so powerful. He still had the upper hand against half the number of bodyguards. Except for the dark-skinned and strong man, the other party was no match at all. It was only a matter of time before the team, led by the bald men, would win. Most of the screams that rang out in the air came from Taylor's bodyguards. Ha ha ha! What qualifications do you guys have? Before his laughter stopped, a black shadow flashed before his eyes. The murderous aura caused cold sweat to rise on his back. Then he saw blood spurting out from the necks of the men behind him. They were lying there without any breath of life. The point was that he couldn't see. To any figure, Urgu was like the god of death coming, leaving no survivors wherever he went. 4 of the 10-man team that had just been in full formation died instantly. Rin Zitao's mouth was wide open with a look of disbelief on his face. Recalling the eavesdropping that night, it seemed that the killer bodyguard was showing off his power. He showed no signs of worry and instead smiled. He put the dagger he had just taken out back into his pocket. He originally wanted to help Taylor, but now it seemed that there was no need to take the risk. My own plan is also proceeding step by step, and I will never allow any accidents to disrupt it. It can be said that the team led by the bald man must perish. Who is it? Come out if you have the ability. The 2 bald men's expressions turned grim as they looked around and roared. The loss of 4 generals in the blink of an eye was a fatal blow to them. The most troublesome thing is that there is no trace of the murderer at all, which means that he will be assassinated at any time. Their reaction is that they gathered together quickly and hurriedly, not giving Urgu a chance to continue killing. Suddenly, I remembered that that person was the killer that my elder brother called me. Knowing his weakness, I had to find a way to force him to fight head-on, otherwise it would be very difficult to deal with him. Hidden in Urgu's deep thought, if he rushed out rashly, he would most likely be caught. The fruitful results he had achieved just now were unexpected. Now that he was on guard, it would be difficult to attack again. Killing 4 of them is not enough to turn the tide of the battle. After all, more than half of the bodyguard group has been lost in the battle just now. If you are eliminated at this time, the final outcome will still be failure, so you must be careful. Push it to me. Li Luyao blushed and roared angrily. He could clearly understand the situation in front of him, and the strength of the assassin in the dark was limited. Now was the best time for them to show off their power. After a loud roar, only 10 people were left, and they rushed forward ferociously. Always watch out for the killer's sneak attacks. The bald man ordered in a low voice and winked at the critical moment, not far away. In order to prevent the killer from sneaking up on him, he could not spread out and fight. However, being grouped together in this way greatly affects one's flexibility. Some attacks can only be endured by force. At this time, the numerical advantage is revealed. Li Luyao and his party surrounded them and started punching and kicking them completely without any concern for any hidden attacks. Urgu narrowed his eyes slightly and stared at them. If he continued, the other party would definitely resist, and then he would have the chance to make a move. Taylor, who was hiding in the passenger seat, poked his head out to observe the surrounding situation. The palm of his hand holding the dagger was filled with layers of sweat. He was worried about any danger and stayed in the car. Dong dong dong. Hearing the sudden sound of knocking on the glass, he trembled all over and twisted his body violently like an electric shock. What came into view was a strange face with blood on his face. "If you don't get out of the way, I'll kill you." A trembling voice came from Taylor's throat, and he threatened him. Then he raised the dagger and pointed it at the opponent's neck. "I advise you to be honest and push me to the limit, and we will die together." From the trembling look of the woman, it was clear that she did not have the courage. Without any weapons, he only became more violent. The bald man who had just received his look told him to lie there and pretend to be dead. In order to make the disguise more realistic, He deliberately smeared his face with blood. The purpose was to sneak up on Taylor while others were not paying attention. Judging from their stalemate, it was estimated that they would not have the leisure and grace to pay attention to this side for a while. What are you going to do? Taylor took 2 deep breaths and stammered. Knowing that impulse is the devil's current solution, he didn't stay calm. He glanced sideways at the fighting scene 200 meters away. The bodyguard group could not be distracted to his side, which meant that others could not help with what was going to happen next. Stop talking nonsense and come down quickly. If you don't tell me, I'll do it. If you don't want to die, come out quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, he used brute force to open the car door. Even though the door was locked, it couldn't withstand repeated attempts and was finally torn open. Oh! The frightened Taylor closed his eyes tightly and stabbed the opponent's neck with the dagger in his hand. The arrogant and domineering guy a few minutes ago lay there, and the car seat was soon covered in blood. The sound echoing in the air attracted everyone's attention, especially Urga's expression changed when he heard the noise coming from directly behind. The calf muscles tensed up instantly, and black shadows shot out across the air. I wanted to slap myself twice. How could I forget such an important thing? Seeing the frightened Taylor with dull eyes, he let out a big breath. He was finally in danger. The dagger was of great help. He didn't expect that the other party would be so cunning, and he almost fell into a trap of attacking in the east and in the west. The evil spirit erupted all over his body, and he was completely angered by the opponent. Using such a bad strategy was the work of a despicable villain. He was like a falling meteorite and pounced on him. The 2 bald men also had expressions of disbelief. They had just sensed something was wrong and sent him over to arrest them secretly. In the end, they were beaten to death by a weak and unarmed woman. Even if the woman had a dagger, he must have noticed it a long time ago. It would not be difficult to avoid the novice's attack. After all, the chairman of Taisher Group had never been exposed to such a situation before, and he would definitely be in a hurry. While he was deep in thought, another scream sounded in his ears. While he was lost in thought, Urgu killed the 2 of them at a ghostly speed. Li Luyao also seized the opportunity to kill one of them, leaving only 2 bald men alone on the scene, looking at each other with no intention of fighting. Careful, the 2 bald men didn't care so much. They took this opportunity to leave in a hurry, got into a black off-road vehicle that drove not far away, and sped away. The driver was Ren Zitao, with an evil smile on his lips. Let that kid run away. Li Luyao, who had dark skin and clenched his big sandbag fist, cursed in a low voice. After the battle just now, the number of casualties reached 17. Although the brothers had just met each other, they all fought together. They felt very unhappy inside. The most angry ones were that they let the murderer escape. Urgu watched as he gradually disappeared from sight, but did not continue to pursue him. Perhaps if he followed, he would have a good chance of killing him, but he was worried that something might happen to Chairman Tai, so he decided to stay in the end. Chairman, are you okay? Seeing that the other party was still in a daze, he asked in a low voice. He was afraid that he would be frightened and lose his mind. After all, this kind of thing is still very common. It wasn't me who did it just now. My dagger didn't hit him. It was the arrow flying from behind that hit him, Taylor said softly. He had already recovered from the initial shock and had been thinking about other issues just now. What? Urgu opened his mouth wide and exclaimed in disbelief. Could it be that there was someone else hiding nearby? If he was a helper, he would have surfaced. There is also a possibility that the target is actually the chairman. At the critical moment, the guy suddenly raised his head and blocked the attack, but this chance can be said to be extremely slim. He narrowed his eyes slightly and let out a bright light. He glanced around and found no clues. Chairman, I will take everyone to the hospital first. If you have any further instructions, please call us anytime to make arrangements. Li Luyao, who had dark skin and bowed his head, said respectfully that if he continued to consume it, his condition would be affected. Anyway, nothing unexpected would happen. No problem. All medical expenses will be reimbursed by the group finance at that time. Taylor nodded lightly and responded, knowing how much effort they put in this time. In the final analysis, they are not the official bodyguards of the group, and he was very grateful in his heart. I know who did it. 3 extended commercial vehicles were speeding away in the distance. At this time, Urgus suddenly raised his head and suddenly realized Taylor looked puzzled after hearing this. Ren Zitao. Taylor was stunned when he heard the familiar name. The first thought that came to his mind was that it was impossible. How could that despicable and shameless person be so kind-hearted? But in my mind, I recall what happened one after another in the past 2 days. If he hadn't informed me and made preparations in advance, it would be really difficult to deal with it. The only target at the moment is that kid. Why would he do this hypocritically? Taylor's head is full of question marks. It is impossible to please him through all the hard work. He can't gain trust no matter what he does. From his own point of view, the other party seems to be doing useless work. There was a thoughtful expression in Ergu's eyes, and finally he shook his head helplessly. Perhaps only Brother Fong could explain it clearly. How could it fail? The bald man clenched his sandbag fist and slammed it on the seat. His face turned red, and he roared at the top of his lungs. He was obviously very angry. Originally, I was 100% sure of winning the situation, but now I have become a virtue. The main point is to involve everyone in it, and I am full of anger. I am also worried and afraid that the big brother will be blamed. I never expected that the killer would show such terrifying strength. With the help of his bodyguard team, he was all eliminated long ago. It's also our fault for being careless. We didn't include the killer bodyguard hiding in the dark at the beginning. There are other strong men to attract attention, and he can use it to his fullest. Ren Zitao looked ahead and drove while pretending to have a cold face and explained in a low voice with a hoarse voice. However, the raised corners of his mouth could reveal his inner state of mind at this moment. It can be said that we are one step closer to completing the plan. After all the sidetracking, Li Qi doesn't have many thugs left, but they are all very elite. It would be best to find ways to lure a few more to work for him. What I'm most confused about is why Xiao Wang, who was intact, was killed by that woman. A blind cat meets a dead mouse. Ren Zitao raised his eyebrows and responded quietly. In fact, he was the one who shot the bow and arrow just now, and he had already noticed the strong man Taylor approaching sneakily. He did not choose to alert the enemy, but followed quietly to select the best position to draw the bow and arrow, and then hurriedly fled the scene and returned to the selected position, all for his own plan of domination. That's really bad luck. There must be another conspiracy. After all, the space inside the car is small. Even if the woman has never touched a dagger before, she only needs to use her hands. Anything is possible. Now go directly to Boss Li's place. Master Ren, let me see your bow and arrows. The bald man frowned and interrupted in a deep voice. He always felt that something was wrong with the boy in front of him, and thought that the strangeness had something to do with him. What do you mean? Ren Zitao's heart skipped a beat when he heard the question, but he quickly reacted and his face suddenly darkened, and he responded coldly, with an angry look on his face. There was some regret in my heart. I was too anxious to change the topic just now. Maybe I was noticed. As expected, I was too anxious to eat hot tofu. Master Ren, don't be nervous, just take a look. The bald man smiled evilly, and the smile at the corner of his mouth revealed other meanings. As soon as he finished speaking, he went to get the co-pilot's bow and arrow. If the kid in front of me dares to stop him and take action without saying a word, it means that the incident a few minutes ago was closely related to him. Ren Zitao didn't make any movement and was still concentrating on driving. He found that there was no arrow inside. Is there any problem with you taking action to cover up? The bald man heard the strange voice, snorting, and threw the bow and arrow away. He didn't know why, but felt that there was something wrong with him. Where are you going now? Find a place to eat first and discuss how to report to brother. Ren Zitao nodded and smiled evilly from the depths of his eyes. How could he leave suspicious clues for being such a cautious person? Before leaving, he used up all his bows and arrows under the pretext of cover. After the meal, the two bald men returned to the five-star hotel in the city center, trembling all over when they felt the gaze from the eldest brother. Where are the others? The muscular man yelled angrily. Looking at their gray faces, one could guess that an accident had happened. All dead. What the hell? After hearing the bald men stumbling and murmuring, they suddenly became angry and rushed towards them like a crazy lion, grabbing their necks and lifting them up forcefully. Big brother, it's not our fault. Put them down. Li Qi ordered in a deep voice with a livid face. It was obvious that he attached great importance to his subordinates. There were not many thugs here to begin with, and losing more would affect the overall situation. You'd better give me a clear explanation, otherwise you'll drag them all out to feed the dogs. The muscular man threw them out suddenly and scolded them in a low voice. He just wanted to see where there was a problem and kill them if they dared to tell half a lie. Big Brother is like this. The two bald heads were kneeling there, telling each other their emotions with each word, without missing any plot. Impossible. How can there be such a coincidence? You must be talking nonsense. Someone is causing trouble. What? The muscular man was surprised when he heard the boss's voice. If he remembered correctly, this plan was carried out secretly, and the security team had no way of knowing about it. Besides, he kept watching and didn't notice any movement from the group of cops. Brother, I feel that Ren Zitao is very suspicious. Although I haven't found any evidence, I have a strong premonition, including that this plan is entirely controlled by him. The bald man confessed all his suspicions. Snort, I have long seen that that man has no good intentions. Now I am going to tear him apart. Who gives him the courage to show off in front of me? The muscular man rolled up his sleeves aggressively, and the muscles in his arms bulged out with a sense of strength. His words made him feel like he was going to kill him. Be honest with me. When I heard the boss scolding me, the cockroach bully look I had just shown disappeared in an instant, and I stood silently beside him like a well-behaved rabbit. Is there surveillance in that place? Li Qi asked in a low voice. There is no fatal evidence so far, so all judgments are guesswork. Taking rash actions will only worsen the situation at hand. If it was really that boy, what was the ultimate purpose of what he did? I am very confused about what he was thinking. It is understood that the boy did not know the real secret of the chairman of Taisher Group. That place is located in a remote suburb. There are no traffic lights, let alone cameras. It feels more and more like the other party planned it in advance. The bald man answered truthfully. His face became more solemn, and he gradually realized that no matter yesterday's warm reception and so on, it was all to make him relax his vigilance. Brother, we just sent someone to investigate. There was no police car at the entrance of Taisher Group's parking lot at noon. Pushing the door open, his subordinates respectfully reported the situation and had already copied the video data at the time. It could be said that there was no sign of anyone nearby for hundreds of meters. It means that person is really lying. That boy dared to be so arrogant after eating a bear's heart and a leopard. Brother, give me the order. I will capture him alive right now and interrogate him. The muscular man's face kept twitching. He gritted his teeth and roared. The veins on his neck were protruding, and his expression was very ferocious. Don't worry. Li Qi responded expressionlessly, wanting to see what the prince was thinking and patiently waiting for the fox's tail to leak out. Then he lay lazily on the boss's chair with a cigar in his mouth and leisurely crossed his legs. He had already thought of a new plan at the corner of his eyes and waited to see what would happen next. The muscular man was like an ant on a hot pot, wandering back and forth. He couldn't figure out what the boss was thinking. He could just strangle him in the cradle if he caught the evidence. Brother, what are we going to do next? The two bald men, Pity and Pidian, came up to please him and said, no matter how things were messed up in their hands, they would definitely want to make up for it. Inform that boy to come here tomorrow, and remember not to let him know our suspicions. Li Qi casually waved his hand and continued. They nodded like chickens pecking at rice, then turned and left. Rinshir Group. Ren Zitao raised the goblet gracefully with his left hand. He was obviously in a good mood. He was naturally excited because his plan was one step closer to being completed. What kind of bluebird organization? What kind of terrifying killer with rumored strength? But in the end it wasn't you who won. Ring, ring, ring. When he saw the familiar number on the phone screen, he put away his emotions, cleared his throat, and pressed the answer button. Master Ren, our eldest brother will ask you to come over tomorrow to discuss future plans. No problem, I will speak for you when the time comes. The main reason for this failure is that the other party is too cunning. Thank you very much. The two bald men gritted their teeth and responded when they heard the hypocritical tone coming from the mobile phone, fearing that they would lose control and expose their secrets and hang up the phone in a hurry. A bunch of idiots. Ren Zitao laughed loudly, and he would try to recruit a few more thugs tomorrow, and then the main event would come. Dong Ren, we still need to be more careful before things come to an end. The personal secretary in a suit and leather shoes saw the boss's appearance and reminded him that he was a little carried away now. If he didn't have a clear plan, something would happen. Don't worry, everything is under control. Rin Zitao waved his hand indifferently and was very confident in his own strategy. The old guy named Li was still in the dark. Sister Taylor, I see you don't look so good. What happened? Guantong said worriedly and quickly brought a cup of hot water. Since returning to the group, he has been a little absent-minded, as if he was thinking about other things. It's nothing. Maybe I haven't had a good rest recently. Taylor forced a smile. Things between Rin Zitao and the assassination organization became more complicated and confusing. An accident could happen at any time. How could he be alert? How about you take a good rest tomorrow, and I'll handle the group affairs. I'm always in such a sluggish state, and it's easy to make mistakes. Since Brother Fong left, all kinds of troubles have come one after another. It is not an option to continue to delay. I hope he can come back in time. I'm fine. Come back as soon as possible. He patted Xiaotong on the shoulder sincerely, and the two of them left the group together and went their separate ways in the darkness that had just fallen. After returning to the villa, he reported the matter to Zhang Bufang as usual. He had been in the group for so long just to find out the truth of the matter. He knew that the guy liked to sell things, but he finally found out that he didn't have the ability. The famous young Master Rin is really capable of doing things. His ability to direct and act is pretty good. He was the one who shot that arrow. Zhang Bufang was playing a mobile game and said casually, as if everything was expected and guessed in advance. Why are you so sure? Boss Taylor's moral character was bluntly criticized, as if other people's IQs were beyond that level. It seems like they are cooperating, but in fact they each have Xiao Jujiu in their hearts. I know this. Can you please stop talking nonsense? But I guessed it from the intrigue inside. Zhang Bufang spread his hands and blinked innocently, not telling any lies, but Taylor couldn't turn his head, which was why he didn't want to explain. Go away. Taylor glared and roared, feeling that his intelligence was insulted every time he talked to him, and he felt completely helpless. Brother Fong, what should we do next? Or should we listen to Rin Zitao's tip? Erga stepped forward and asked. He just obeyed the arrangement without thinking too much. It can be said that there are different development trends every day recently, and they are often all guessed by Brother Fong. The next thing we need to do is sit on the mountain and watch the tiger fight, laugh and watch the dog bite the dog, and finally reap the benefits. Ignore any messages from the other party from now on, and just go about your business and travel. His words are just scaremongering. Zhang Bufang continued to give orders without any fluctuation in his mood. It was like he was a military advisor hidden in the deepest place, making plans every day. What do you mean? Yesterday, we said that Rin Zitao was here to help, but now he has turned into alarmist talk. Taylor was confused. He originally wanted to thank the other party. After all, he ascended to heaven without him today. This change can be described as earth-shaking. Do you really think he has changed his ways? It's just greed. Seeing Taylor's head full of black lines, he explained that he seriously suspected that the woman's head was full of water. Brother Fong, I know what to do next. If there's nothing else to do, I'll leave first. Ergo noticed the smoke filling the air and hurriedly found a reason to evacuate. As time went by, he learned what Chairman Tai was like. Okay, I'll see you off. Zhang Bufang was also aware of Taylor's anger, but temporarily avoided it to avoid getting angry. Do you need to travel 20 meters? Ergu heard a cold voice not far away and cast a wishful look at Brother Fong, and he also left with a dejected look. Zhang Bufang shivered when he felt the murderous aura coming from behind him. His body stiffened, and he slowly turned his head, forcing a smile on his face. As the saying goes, a good person has to bow his head under the roof. Faced with Taylor's threats, he behaved like a little white rabbit, fearing that the other person would go crazy. Hurry up and cook. Taylor scolded him unceremoniously, as if he was instructing his personal nanny to drink the bottle of iced coffee leisurely. Good. He nodded with a smile and walked toward the kitchen, trying his best to please the eunuch. When he came to the stove, Zhang Bufang's expression suddenly turned cold, and he directed all his anger at the chopped meat. When Taylor passed by, it returned to normal. Rin Zitao drove his Mercedes-Benz Maybach toward the city center hotel early in the morning along a familiar route. If nothing unexpected happened, the results would appear today. When he got off the driver's seat, he had a smile on his face and exuded confidence from the inside out. It was obvious that he was in a good mood. Good morning, Boss Lee. Screw you. Where are our people? When the muscular man saw the boy arriving as expected, anger rushed to his forehead. She had a bad temper and cursed when she opened her mouth. Didn't the two little brothers explain it clearly yesterday? Rin Zitao pretended to be confused and looked very confused. He had long expected that such a big man with strong limbs and a simple mind would behave like this. It can be said that he was not surprised by it. What are you pretending to be? Believe me or not. Seeing the kid in front of him pretending to be a fool, his face turned red. He raised his sandbag fist and threatened sternly. If the boss hadn't stopped him, he would have pounced on him. The two bald men not far away sneered. Although they didn't say a word, the expression on their cheeks was enough to express everything. I would like to hear Mr. Ren describe the specific situation at that time. Li Qi said calmly, with no emotion as usual, but he wanted to see how he would explain. Boss Li, as expected, the man named Zhang secretly arranged many people before he left. They are all very capable, especially the terrifying killer who leaves no trace behind wherever he goes. Rin Zitao said seriously with a frown on his face and a solemn expression, using his acting skills to the fullest. I want to hear what went wrong with those brothers. He lit a cigarette and asked quietly. He was unmoved by what he just said, as if he was watching a clown perform his talents. Those two brothers are really not responsible. They started making trouble in the Taisher group's underground parking lot, and all my people were wiped out. At that perfect moment, all I needed was Boss Li's men to rush out and kidnap Taylor. It's a pity that we were so unlucky that a large number of security guards arrived outside the door at that critical moment. Fortunately, it was discovered in time, otherwise everyone would be doomed. He used his hands and feet to describe the story with sound and color, and danced with his hands to describe the tense scene at that time, which was very intense. You can tell lies without blushing. Still standing here, why don't you quickly get a cup of tea? Li Qi interrupted in a cold voice and glared fiercely. The fox's tail was gradually revealed. It seemed that the suspicions were correct, but he wanted to see what kind of calculation the other party had in mind. He hesitated to speak, but the muscular man finally nodded, feeling angry when he saw that boy making up things openly and honestly. Don't mind Mr. Ren. That's just the kind of character he is. It's a good thing he was aware of what happened this time. Otherwise, there would really be a big problem. After the instructions, Xiao Yingying responded, if you want to know the truth of the matter, you must not let the other party notice it. The best effect can be achieved without taking precautions. Nothing. Rin Zitao waved his hand and responded nonchalantly, ignoring the silly big man's strange annoyance and not noticing the weirdness of the atmosphere at all. Then I investigated and found out that the chairman of Taisher Group was going to do charity work. He ambushed him on the road he passed. Unfortunately, the killer was too strong. He wanted to sneak up on Taylor, but was accidentally hit and killed. That's really unlucky. Li Qi nodded in agreement. A new plan emerged in his mind, and he became more and more puzzled as to why he made up so many random reasons. He would definitely find out the truth of the matter. I'm really sorry for causing Boss Li to lose so many masters. If you need anything, just ask. After all, I am also responsible for this matter. Rin Zitao said hypocritically, thinking that his acting skills were pretty good. If he had known, the other party would have doubted his wonderful expression. We are all brothers, and there is no need to say those polite words. After all, we don't know anything about Taisher Group now. You can make the next plan. Brother. The muscular man couldn't help but block the way, and even the two bald men showed doubtful expressions. Why did they do this even though they knew that he was obstructing it? The bodyguards of the Tai Group have been greatly reduced after yesterday's fight. There are indeed not many good opportunities now, but I don't have any bodyguards under my command. Rin Zitao pretended to sigh helplessly, but in fact he was happy inside. He never expected that things would go so smoothly. I still have it here. Li Qi waved his hand casually, and a man in black with murderous intent walked slowly from a distance. The muscular man had an incredulous look in his eyes when he saw the familiar figure. These three people are all core thugs in the organization. If another problem occurs and their overall strength is reduced by more than half, a total of only 10 people will have to risk 1/3 of them, then I'd like to thank Boss Li. I'll definitely succeed this time. Rin Zitao's eyes flashed with light. To him, he was nothing more than a more professionally dressed killer, and he didn't have any high regard for him. However, It can be seen from the expressions of other people that the strength of the three of them is still very good. In this case, his plan must be postponed. In his mind, the killer hiding in the dark is invincible. I didn't expect that such a good thing would happen, and it could weaken the old fox's strength. It would be best to die together with the killer. In the end, he would control many thugs and win. Then I will wait for the good news from Mr. Ren. Li Chi responded enthusiastically. Watching him leave his back, an evil smile appeared in the corner of his eyes. The little grasshopper dared to be so self-righteous. Brother, will there be any problems if you do this? We only have 10 experts at the bottom of the box if we try our best. If something unexpected happens later, it will be difficult to deal with it. The muscular man hurried up to meet him and said worriedly, if he wanted to continue to observe the boy's movements, he could send out his subordinates of medium strength. Yes, boss. Otherwise we should follow them and cover their return if there is any situation. The two bald men looked determined and said, knowing clearly how much impact the loss of those three people would have on the organization and the consequences would be unimaginable. If the monster named Zhang is not around, who has the ability to threaten the lives of the three of them? A disdainful chuckle erupted from Li Chi's nostrils, knowing that although the killer was powerful, he had no advantage in fighting openly. What's more, the three of them are not ordinary street gangsters. After being trained by the devil, their combat power has doubled, and ordinary people can't stop them at all. But I don't know what kind of calculation that kid has made. Just in case, otherwise I will go and monitor him personally. The muscular man murmured that he should move his hands and feet after being idle for such a long time. Besides, seeing that the man was extremely displeased, he wanted to find an opportunity to eliminate him. What big waves can this boy make? He casually waved his hands and refused. He never put that kid in his eyes from the beginning to the end. He just wanted to find a surefire opportunity in him to catch Taylor. He folded his hands in front of him and waited for the result quietly. Dongren, what happened just now? Didn't the old fox find anything? The personal secretary hurried up to meet him and asked worriedly. It could be seen that the other party was not a master who could be bullied. How could he just give up after losing so many bodyguards? The situation is great. 3 more thugs have been sent, and they are even more terrifying than before. Ren Zitao responded with a smile on his face. His mood at this time can be described by the word beautiful. It seems that the goddess of luck has landed on his head. Boss, I feel that something is a little strange. How could I let it go so calmly? Could it be the conspiracy of the old fox? And the strength is too overbearing, and we won't be able to control it at all. The end result is that we can only watch the woman being taken away forcibly. The secretary's brows furrowed, and she reminded her worriedly. She didn't know why, but she always felt that things were a little strange, and she was worried about falling into a trap. Don't worry, everything is under control. Ren Zitao patted him heavily on the shoulder and exuded an aura of confidence. He had been his confidant for so many years and understood his inner concerns. Plans that go too smoothly usually make people worry too much. In fact, just proceed step by step. Rendong. Before he finished speaking, he noticed 3 men in black walking slowly towards them. Looking at them from a distance, they were shocked by the evil aura that swept through them. Do you 3 brothers need something to eat? Stop talking nonsense and get down to business. The man in black sitting in the middle of the back seat said hoarsely and coldly. They had the boss's instructions in mind and were fully aware of the purpose of their trip. We have enough time, otherwise we can go sit in a cafe a few hundred meters away. Ren Zitao shivered when he felt the cold dagger pressed against his neck. His voice suddenly stopped, and he swallowed back the next words. I originally thought that I would use sugar-coated bullets to please her like before, but I never expected that my hot face would be pressed against my cold ass. What are you going to do? The personal secretary in the driver's seat had a sudden change of expression. Without saying a word, he raised a dagger and put it against the opponent's neck and growled. The atmosphere was tense. No matter who took action, there would be countless casualties. We are all friends. Don't be nervous. Put down the gun quickly. How can brothers draw swords against each other? Ren Zitao, who had calmed down, said with a smile, trying his best to break the embarrassing situation in front of him. The man in black first retracted the dagger, and upon seeing this, the personal secretary gradually retracted it, but did not relax his tense arms to prevent him from making a sudden attack. We don't have time to enjoy other things. Let's talk about your next plan. The matter is very simple. I will send people to investigate the woman's itinerary when the time comes. I just need to ambush her in advance to capture her in one fell swoop. Ren Zitao's face was serious, and he explained in a dignified manner. He could tell that the man in black in front of him was a freak, so that was fine. He could skip the other steps and get straight to the point. How do you know she must be active? As soon as he finished speaking, questioning voices rang out, showing no mercy to the dignified young master. I believe he felt very uncomfortable being so aggrieved. So big groups collaborate with each other in countless ways every day. I heard through the grapevine that she is currently doing charity in order to make a name for herself. Yesterday, I almost caught it. I'm sure I can lure the snake out of its hole. I'll leave the rest to you, because your identity cannot be revealed, and if any problems arise, it has nothing to do with me. Ren Zitao's face darkened, and he whispered in a low voice. He first distanced himself from the relationship and then finally aroused suspicion, which just gave him a fair and just reason for the secret obstruction. If it wasn't for the progress of the plan, we would have found someone to get rid of them. Typically, the sun shines brightly, and I wish I could throw them away. After hearing this, the three men in black looked out the window without saying a word and did not pay any attention. Simply put, they just stood aside. Ren Zitao's face was livid, and he was so arrogant. How could he be willing to suffer defeat? He kept this hatred in his heart and believed that it wouldn't take long for him to pay back the capital and profits. Then he glanced at the situation in the back seat through the rearview mirror, secretly took out his cell phone, and prepared to carry out the borrowed knife murder plan. Thai group. Jingle bell. Taylor was just about to work when she heard the text message ringing. She had not been disturbed before and took her phone over. As expected, the familiar phone number came into view again. Sensing something strange, Ergu came over with nervous expressions and narrowed his eyes slightly when he saw the message from Ren Zitao. It is said that a supermaster will appear again on a certain central road around 10 o'clock in the morning. You must be careful to guard against it. And there is such an operation? It is simply stronger than human radar. Brother Fong told me last night that there is no need to pay attention to it. Ergu didn't look carefully and opened his mouth to refuse, fearing that something unexpected might happen. So he specially arranged his spies to keep an eye on the situation around the group and report anything as soon as possible. Taylor nodded in agreement. No matter what, he still believed in the kid's decision. Besides, there was a serious shortage of thugs, and going out rashly would only lead to danger. He threw his cell phone aside and started to approve the documents. It's been 2 hours. The man in black who had hidden himself early said in a deep voice. Fortunately, they had undergone special training. Otherwise, they would have collapsed long ago. Didn't you say you have absolute confidence? When Ren Zitao heard the questioning sound beside him, he felt as if he heard a slap in the face. He looked very embarrassed and did not expect this to happen. It stands to reason that the woman should have arrived at the designated location early with the bodyguard group and then used her numerical advantage to kill them. Why didn't she follow the plot? Although the information was clearly sent out, could it be that it was too serious and they didn't dare to come over? They had to find a solution. It may be a temporary situation. I will send someone to investigate. Ren Zitao responded bravely, took out his cell phone and pressed it wildly, seemingly giving instructions for other matters. He would send a message to the chairman of Taisher Group after the actual situation. Come to number 5 Central Avenue quickly. Bring your killer bodyguards to deal with it. Besides, there will be no problem with me secretly helping. I was the one who shot the arrow yesterday. After editing the text message, I pressed the send button to prevent the woman from being worried and afraid of telling what happened yesterday. Ren Zitao, who had sent the text message, slowly relaxed his frown and firmly believed that the woman would come to deal with it. After all, her character could not be so calm. He lit a cigarette extremely arrogantly, hiding in the dark, staring into the distance, patiently waiting for his prey to arrive. Drink some water first. He enthusiastically took out 3 bottles of mineral water from the car and handed them over with a smile. The expressionless man in black didn't think much about what happened next. Ren Zitao saw an evil smile appearing from the depths of his eyes as they drank the whole drink in one gulp, and his inner calculation had already started to take action. The others did not notice anything strange about this kid. Thai group. It's another text message from him. Taylor muttered to himself in the air, and then Urga showed up and raised his eyebrows when he saw the content of the text message on the phone screen. To be honest, I was a little excited. After all, I learned that the other party was tipping off the news a few times and was still secretly trying to help, including now finding out what Ren Zitao was thinking. It seems that he hopes that nothing will happen to Chairman Tai, but Xiao Jojo doesn't understand in his heart. If it can weaken the strength of the illegal organization like before, why not do it? That person definitely doesn't have good intentions. It's just that the fox's tail hasn't been exposed yet. If he acts rashly, he might fall into a trap again. Guantong reminded with a solemn face that he knew all about his character after being opposed for such a long time. Although he was confused about his previous actions, even if he really changed his past, he would definitely pretend to do so. Risk and reward are directly proportional. Urga murmured, clenching his fists to show that he wanted to try his luck, even if Brother Fong ordered it. Who wouldn't want to make meritorious deeds? Xiaodong is right. Our overall combat effectiveness is plummeting now. The safest way is to be more cautious. Taylor warned in a deep voice, with what the guy told him last night echoing in his mind. There must be a reason for him to do this. Urga looked like he was hesitating to speak, but finally nodded, and then lost his temper and secretly sent a text message to Brother Fong. At about 1 p.m., I received the same message again just after dinner. I noticed Urga's mood and did not choose to tell him. Are you kidding us? The leading man in black couldn't suppress the restlessness in his heart and opened his mouth to curse. His face turned red and his anger could be seen. He stayed in this miserable place for 4 or 5 hours. In the end, he didn't get anything. He seriously suspected that the other party was playing tricks on him. Maybe there were a lot of unexpected things yesterday, and all the charity plans I had made today were canceled. Ren Zitao responded with embarrassment. His scalp was numb when he remembered the promise he made not long ago. He never expected that this would be the case. Is it possible to change his mobile phone number? What did you do so long ago? If I remember correctly, I slapped my chest and said it seriously at the beginning, so I have to give an explanation. The man in black next to him scolded in a hoarse voice. From his elder brother, he learned that the kid in front of him had evil intentions. Logically speaking, there is no blame for such uncontrollable luck, but today we have to find fault with him. That woman and I also have a hostile relationship. Because I found out about my identity, what else do you want? Then go to Taisher Group and ask. The man in black interrupted angrily. The main purpose was to investigate his anomalies and let them confront each other to see what kind of sparks they could create. What? What kind of international joke are you kidding? You know the strength of the killer bodyguards hiding in the dark. If you take the initiative to send someone to your doorstep, you will die. That will be the opponent's home court at that time. Ren Zitao said in surprise. He knew that the old fox had a low-key style of doing things and acted in a high-profile way. He was very surprised when he drove his boss upright and above board. We are not that stupid. When the time comes, you can go up and find out more about us. We will let you know as soon as possible if your phone number is off. The man in black ordered quietly, with a whole set of action plans in his mind, just in time to find out if there were any secrets among them. No problem. Ren Zitao nodded indifferently in response. It was obvious that nothing he said now could change the decision made by the other party. About 30 minutes. A Mercedes-Benz Maybach parked downstairs of Taisher Group without any mistake. At this time, the door had already noticed it and hurriedly reported it, knowing that the kid was full of tricks. Come up together? Ren Zitao innocently blinked his eyes and asked. If he walked in this outfit, he would be besieged soon. By then, he would have saved his energy and recruited the woman to come out. On purpose. Your actions are all under our control. If we find anything wrong, just wait. The man in black lowered his voice and threatened, then suddenly closed the car door tightly. It can be said that you must be careful when going deep into the tiger's nest. A disdainful chuckle erupted from Ren Zitao's nostrils. Then he walked towards the Taisher Group, and when he got into the elevator, he pressed the button on the back of his phone. Zitzizi. FCK it. The man in black cursed when he heard the sudden harsh voice. The earpiece installed on his body just now was obviously discovered while he was not paying attention. It is not certain who destroyed it. You're still too young to fight with me. The famous Master Ding Ding sneered. He had expected this for a long time. The button on the back of the phone is a jammer, which can instantly destroy the receiver hidden in various parts of the body. Chairman Tai, we are on the same line now. Why don't you go and kill them today when you have a good chance? I don't understand what Rendong is saying. Taylor responded casually, without raising her head. It must be said that her emotional control was very good, and her acting skills were comparable to those of an actor. To tell you the truth, an organization recently targeted you and wanted to kidnap you. I was forced to join them. Although we didn't get along very well before, I believe I am sincere now. You all know that I was secretly helping you when you were not in danger yesterday. I was also responsible for saving you with the last arrow. Now you can build a bridge of trust. Ren Zitao said with tears in his eyes. He was completely different from his previous image of a despicable and shameless boy. He looked very pitiful. It's really their loss that you didn't enter the entertainment industry. Guantong taunted with a strange yin and yang attitude. Hearing the boy's sincere emotion, he was indifferent. The sun will rise from the west, as he said. Are there any new cooperation projects? Taylor raised his head without any emotion, as if Ren Zitao's painstaking speech before was all in vain. What do you mean? I really came to help with good intentions. It's okay. Please leave. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Before he could finish speaking, Taylor interrupted mercilessly. If Zhang Bufang hadn't warned him behind his back, he might have succeeded, but now that he has a clear goal, he won't be disturbed by rumors around him. The veins on Ren Zitao's forehead were bulging, and he was worried. This time, he accidentally came here in front of the man in black and had to do something. His only purpose was to constantly encourage the woman to order an encirclement and attack. Be clear about the situation at hand. If you don't seize today's last opportunity, I believe that your status in the old fox's position will be greatly reduced, which will most likely affect your plan. No matter how bumpy the road ahead is, we must find ways to convince the chairman of Taisher Group and grasp any flaws. Security guard, wait a moment. In this case, in order to show my sincerity, I will tell everything before and after. After the last incident, the leader of the illegal organization was very angry, and I want to withdraw from their camp to prevent them from getting deeper into it. What's even more irritating is that they are getting worse and worse. The status of the noble master seems very weak, so they are arranged to lead 3 masters in black to look for trouble. If you are worried about any danger you may be in, tell them in advance. How can the other party give up until the matter is resolved? How can you deal with the important matters at hand? Ren Zitao looked serious and talked nonsense. In order to gain trust, he took great pains and tried his best to act. Are those bad guys downstairs? Taylor suddenly raised his head and asked in a low voice. After all, Zhang Bufang was unable to lend a helping hand, so taking the initiative was not a good thing. No matter how well the person in front of you pretends to be, you still won't believe it. The main problem lies in what his purpose is. That's right, it's in my car. I just need to ask yesterday's killer to kill him. If that doesn't work, just destroy the car. Ren Zitao's eyes flashed with a fierce look on his face. For him, a Mercedes-Benz Maybach, a car that others would not dare to dream of, was just a simple means of transportation. As long as he could kill those men in black, a few million was a small sum. Seeing that the woman was moved, he began to explain the plan he had just drawn up. Where are the leaders of the illegal organizations? Who are they? Taylor asked. No matter where the information is obtained, the police force is directly dispatched. No matter how powerful it is, can it compete with a large number of elites? Aren't you making things difficult for me? If you tell me, you will die. Who dares to touch the chairman of Rensher Group? Guantong saw his pretended embarrassment and snorted at him. It was obvious that he was not willing to tell the truth, so it could be seen that he was not absolutely sincere. You don't know how ferocious they are. It's really terrifying. Hidden in the darkness, Urgus stopped listening to the nonsense and quietly left the office and walked downstairs. Soon I saw a pure black Mercedes-Benz luxury car more than 10 meters away. I used the killer's hiding ability to the best of my ability and slowly approached. Maybe I could hear something from their mouths. Why hasn't that boy come out yet? The earpiece installed on the body also fails. Will there be any accidents, such as joining forces with the Taisher Group to deal with us? He doesn't have the courage to wait patiently. The 2 men in black in the back seat kept grumbling. For at least 30 minutes now, they have always had an ominous feeling in their hearts. The man in black, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, had a sudden change of expression. Without saying a word, he opened the door and went out to look around. Apart from the pedestrians coming and going, he didn't notice any other strange things. All the cells in his body tensed up, and he frowned. After a minute, he sat back in the driver's seat, suddenly stepped on the accelerator, and sped off into the distance. What's wrong? The other two men in black looked confused and hadn't realized what was going on. Why did the kid leave without coming out? Someone was eavesdropping on us just now. Could it be him? They looked at each other and said in unison, knowing that the most difficult thing to deal with next to that woman was the elusive killer, but they didn't expect that the other party would take the initiative to provoke her. It's a pity that he didn't dare to take action in the opponent's territory. He would never use his full strength without discovering his trace. Knowing the killer's characteristics, it only takes a few minutes to defeat the opponent head-on. Hidden behind the stone pillar, the two dogs had solemn expressions on their faces. They had been extremely careful and looked at their appearance, but they were still discovered. Therefore, it was not that simple to determine the opponent's strength. Click sound. Ren Zitao was talking enthusiastically when he heard the sound of the door opening and turned around to see the young man full of evil spirits. He couldn't help but tremble all over. His speech had become stammering. Any fool knows that the person who came here is evil. If he guessed correctly, it was the killer bodyguard who had never shown up. He swallowed dryly and gradually regained his composure. You got off the car downstairs and left. What? Ren Zitao was a little surprised when he heard the calm voice. The man in black left only because he was discovered. He didn't expect him to be so bold. I am confident that together with you, we will catch them all. Leave quickly. Ergu's eyes suddenly widened, and he growled, and saw the young master trembling all over and walking towards the door with small steps. When he arrived at the entrance of the group, Ren Zitao wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. How could he not be afraid of the murderous monster when he was alone? The original thought of deceiving him seemed to be unworkable, so he was ready to think of other ways. Chairman, just deal with the matter at hand. Don't believe anything he says. Taylor nodded obediently without any objection. It could be seen that he had just gone downstairs to investigate, and it looked like the situation was not optimistic. Tell the truth whether you had an affair with that woman. If you don't tell the truth, I'll kill you right now. When the man in black heard that Ren Zitao grabbed him by the collar and lifted him up forcefully, he threatened in a hoarse voice that fists were the best way to solve the problem. It's over. Do you really think I have no temper? I ran back and forth just now because the killer found out that you almost killed me downstairs. If you have the ability, go catch it yourself, so don't bother me here. Ren Zitao suddenly broke free from his restraints, raised his voice and shouted back in a very domineering manner. His face turned red and he was breathing heavily. It seemed that he was very angry. Then he drove off alone in a menacing manner. This was the last trick he thought of. Now that he didn't have a chance to kill someone with a knife, he would not continue to entangle him. Otherwise, it would be very detrimental to himself. What? The three of them looked at each other and reacted. They had been submissive before, but suddenly resisted and felt a little dull for a while. Hello. Suddenly, a faint voice came from behind, and Ergu walked over leisurely with his hands in his pockets. It's you? Who gave you the confidence to dare to mess with me alone? Since you have come to your doorstep, I will fulfill your wish to die. When the man in black saw the familiar figure rubbing shoulders, he never expected such a good thing, and was still thinking about how to explain it when he went back. When I was about to exert my strength, my whole body suddenly ached, and my head felt a little dizzy. It can be said that my combat effectiveness was reduced by half. They suddenly realized that it was about the bottle of mineral water. They just wanted to go back and report the information as soon as possible. The kid had a bad mind and had an ulterior secret with the Thai group. As soon as they finished speaking, the three men in black felt the vast murderous aura coming towards them. Their legs could not help but tremble as they sat there. Even if there was something wrong with their bodies, it was normal to feel it. The bodyguard who greeted this person was by no means a killer. His strength was so terrifying that all his desire to fight was gone. He rolled and crawled away in embarrassment and ran away into the distance. The man in black had beads of sweat dripping down his forehead in strands. His tight lips turned white, and his whole body seemed to have been drained of strength. Even if he tried his best, he could only crawl out 5 meters. Seeing that he couldn't escape the situation, he hurriedly took out his cell phone to report. At noon, The boy handed over mineral water that contained special medicinal powder to make people lose their fighting ability. Since I haven't touched any other food since morning, I'm 100% sure that that kid is in cahoots with the Thai group. As for the person who was swept up and killed just now, although I can't figure out who it is, I am sure that with him, the overall situation will become very difficult, and the elder brother must be prepared in advance. When Urgu saw their movements, his eyes narrowed slightly and sparkled, and he could guess what the other party was thinking. His feet were like grease, and his body flashed, and a black shadow flashed in the air. The next second, ferocious screams echoed, and before the man in black had time to notice, he felt severe pain in his chest, blood smeared from the corner of his mouth, and he fainted without the breath of life. Brother Fong, let's leave quickly. Even if someone discovers the dead end, it will be difficult to deal with. Urgu frowned slightly and reminded respectfully that he did not report any news before he died, so it can be said that the mission was completed. Check their cell phones. Zhang Bufong, who was wearing night clothes, gave instructions in a low voice. In fact, he and Urgu had been in contact through text messages all day long, so they finally came up with this plan. It was no problem to kill him in an instant with his own strength. He never expected that the man in black would be framed by Rin Zitao early, just in time to prevent unnecessary complications. Logically speaking, he should thank that boy. Brother Fong, I didn't find any text messages, and there is no special button on the phone. Hearing Urgu's report, he nodded lightly, then turned around and disappeared into the night. An inconspicuous black Volkswagen sedan drove towards the suburban villa. Ding, ding, ding. When Taylor heard the ringing of the doorbell, she hurried over with small steps. When she saw the familiar figure, her worries subsided. Knowing how high the risk is for their trip, all the efforts made before the slightest accident occurs will be wasted, and the illegal organizations will definitely withdraw after alerting the snake, and trying to catch them at that time will be like finding a needle in a haystack. How's the situation? All the best. Urgu saw the chairman's impatient look and responded without any pretense. I just need Brother Fong to take action. Is there any problem that can't be solved? I'm now wondering how many thugs the other side has at the same level as today. Sitting on the sofa, Zhang Bufong held his chin and murmured to himself. For him, it was indeed a matter that could be solved in minutes, but if they came in groups, it would be a different situation. He really couldn't act rashly. Otherwise, Taylor is really going to have a problem. I don't think there will be many people. Urgu speculated that after all, he knew how difficult it was to create such a master to work for him. So he always felt that sending 3 men in black for Rin Zitao to use was some kind of trick. I said before that their cooperative relationship was not very strong, and they will probably fall out after this incident. After hearing what the two said, Taylor couldn't figure out what was going on, so he had to ask what he could understand clearly. That's right. When you take the initiative to find the boy tomorrow and say I didn't leave in a series of threatening words, it would be best to investigate the specific situation of the illegal organization. What? Urgu's face was full of incomprehension. He had been covering up Brother Fong's position from beginning to end, but now he had to take the initiative to say that everything would be revealed. Your head got caught in the door. Taylor opened his mouth and cursed. Doing this was nothing more than sending him to his doorstep to seek death. After all the hard work, could it be that he would eventually fall into their own hands? I believe I can handle it well. I have been planning how to take down the Rinshire group recently. There is no need to worry about other things. Zhang Bufong waved his hand casually and said softly, his calm mood revealing absolute confidence. Even if he had never met him, he still understood the boy's thoughts. A complete lunatic. Taylor shook his head helplessly, cursed in a low voice, and turned to leave. The Rin Group is a business giant in this city, and they are just playing house if they say they can take it. Don't worry, Brother Fong. I will do a good job and contact you when the time comes. Urgu no longer pursues the ultimate goal. His IQ will not be able to think through those reasons for a while, so he just does as he is told. Sanitation workers found 3 corpses on Central Road at 5 o'clock this morning. Experts judged that they died at 9 o'clock last night. The identity of the deceased and the true cause of death are still being gradually determined. If anyone knows him, please report it to security in time. All TV channels are broadcasting the same morning news, followed by various public opinions created by paparazzi making headlines online. 5-star hotel in city center. When Li Qi saw the familiar face of the deceased on the TV screen, he stood up with a roar and suddenly threw the glass away. His face turned red and evil spirits burst out from his body. Once again, I saw the face and eyeballs of the man in black turn blood red, and his heart felt like a needle pricking him. There were only 10 people in the organization, and immeasurable effort was spent training them. He was so irritable, as if he had lost some great treasure. Pull. Brother, please be patient. Something unexpected may happen. The muscular man cautiously comforted him. Worrying things still happened. It was the first time he encountered his elder brother being so emotionally out of control. What others may not know is that he knows very well how important those thugs who are originally used as killers are to the organization. What do you think? Li Qi smashed the surrounding objects again before venting some of the anger in his heart, and said in a hoarse voice, "There must be an inseparable connection with that kid. After all, he took him away yesterday." There is also no news of any injury to the chairman of the Rinshur group. As for the real activities during this period, it is still impossible to guess. The muscular man clenched his big sandbag fist and analyzed through gritted teeth. He hated that boy so much that he felt something was wrong with him. "Call him," Li Qi ordered in a low voice, and you could hear the anger mixed in his tone. This time, he was completely offended and could not laugh as happily as before. What puzzled him was who killed them. He knew how terrifying the black-clothed thugs he had trained were, let alone how 3 of them were killed instantly. Because I had been told to report first when I was not sure, and I obviously didn't have the chance to press the phone, then what kind of terrifying existence the other party is, and the wrinkled forehead really needs to be faced solemnly. "Brother, I just called you." 2 bald men came trotting over before and learned about the latest situation through their mobile phones. They always bowed their backs and said respectfully, fearing that the anger would spread to themselves, "Wait until that kid comes in and block all the exits." Li Qi gritted his teeth and growled, "We have to find out today. I turned a blind eye to some small tricks before. In this case, don't blame yourself for being rude." "No problem." The corners of the muscular man's mouth raised, and he let out an evil smile. After a while, he would talk about the previous matter with all the benefits, and let him know the consequences of pretending to be in front of the young master. Rinshur Group. Ren Zitao, who was dressed in top-notch designer casual clothes, was sitting there leisurely with a cigarette in his mouth and the morning health tea in his hand. "Dongren, please be careful when you go over there later, or else you should bring bodyguards with you." The personal secretary reminded him with a solemn expression. He seemed to have something on his mind. He always felt a strong sense of foreboding. "Why? Give that old fox the guts to do anything to me." As the leader of the city's boys, he usually walks sideways and is arrogant and domineering. There is no word fear in his dictionary, and he is getting closer and closer to implementing his plan. 3 men in black died together last night. "What?" Ren Zitao said in surprise. Until now, he had not paid attention to the TV and mobile phones and did not realize that the news had spread all over the streets. "I clearly remember playing with the mineral water at noon yesterday. It was pokey powder specially brought from other places. It is colorless and tasteless and has no symptoms when you drink it. However, when you use your strength to speed up blood circulation, the medicinal effect will be triggered. At most, it's like having a fever and a cold. You can walk normally without any problems, and you won't die from it." I wonder what happened. Has the security side reached a conclusion? Not yet. I just said that there were no obvious wounds on the body of the deceased. It is initially judged that he died of poisoning. I am worried that the old fox is looking for trouble. Ren Zitao nodded and knew what he was worried about. After all, the man in black was brought out by himself, and he would definitely ask for someone when they met. "Rendong, how are you going to deal with it?" "The soldiers will come and cover up the water and earth." He lightly raised his eyebrows and responded in a low voice. "Anyway, this is the end of using each other. It can be said that the true foxtail of the 2 people will be exposed. It was time to bring out the bodyguard team that had been trained for a long time to shake up the place." Then he called and ordered them to go down. A large number of muscular thugs poured out of the factory from the suburbs. At this time, Ren Zitao also drove the Mercedes-Benz Maybach to the city center hotel alone, without any fear of panic. "Boss Li is going to take action against the Thai group? I saw groups of subordinates standing ready to be dispatched. What are you pretending to be? Where are our people?" Seeing his arrogant look, the muscular man felt furious again and wanted to rush over and kill him now. It's understandable that young people are full of energy, but if you have a bad temper, you will be beaten. Who are you talking about? When the strong man heard the boy's sinister voice, the veins in his arms bulged. He clenched the sandbags with big fists and was about to rush over. Stop! Li Chi scolded in a cold voice. He could feel that the boy in front of him was different from before. Now he seemed to have a killer plan in his hand. Master Ren, can you explain to me what happened yesterday? The three of them are very important to the organization. I'm very sorry about what happened last night. I really don't know what happened. As Taylor's vigilance increased, he was unable to succeed yesterday. We separated around 7 o'clock. I don't know what else is going on. If you don't believe it, you can check the nearby cameras or find someone to ask if what you said is true. Ren Zitao spread his hands and said with an expressionless expression, it really has nothing to do with him. So of course he should be honest. When we are 3-year-olds, the muscular man cursed. There are no cameras in the alley where the man in black died, so why ask other people? There is no use in colluding in advance by wearing a pair of pants. That's all that can be explained. If you don't believe it, there is no other way. Master Ren, do you really think you can get away with it without evidence? If you continue to mess around, the brothers around you won't be willing. I advise you to tell the truth. Li Chi's voice suddenly became cold. From the moment he saw the boy in front of him, he could tell that he had become arrogant. He would have thought that he was a paper tiger if he didn't give him any clues. After hearing the boss's instructions, the thugs around him all took out sharp daggers. The tips of the knives shone in the sunlight, and they were obviously going to tear their faces apart. What is this for? Now as a legal society. As the chairman of Rinshire Group, if there is a problem, I believe the paparazzi will find it immediately. I believe that everyone doesn't want to be targeted by security. Then all the hard work and planning will be in vain. Actually, I don't care. I just think of relaxing recently. You have traveled thousands of miles to get nothing. I guess you are very happy. Ren Zitao said expressionlessly when facing the menacing thugs. He knew the weakness of the old fox after getting to know him for a while. You dare to threaten me? Li Chi's pupils shrank and his anger became stronger and stronger. He never expected to be threatened by this kid. The point is that there is really nothing he can do about him for the time being. Judging by his appearance, he had already expected that he would find trouble. He might have asked the good media to wait nearby, and if he didn't come out for a long time, he would be directly exposed. By then, he would have no place to hide, and the plan to capture Taylor would also be declared over. I have been here for several months, and how can I be calm and think of a solution because a kid ruined a big thing? Boss Lee is still very smart. Ren Zitao raised the corner of his mouth and murmured, so what if I want to deal with you openly? Some time ago, when I was licking my face and smiling, I really thought I was in heaven. This is the 36 stratagems, where the enemy never tires of deception. First, let the opponent relax his vigilance. By the time he notices it, it will be too late. I'm going to kill you today and see what happens. The muscular man couldn't suppress his inner anger and uttered obscenities, and the joints of his fists made a cracking sound. He must be taught how to behave. Brother, there are many strong men in black suits outside. Li Chi glanced and saw that one commercial vehicle after another suddenly appeared outside the hotel, and groups of thugs appeared. Looking at the muscular bodies, he knew that they would not be easy to deal with. However, there is still a certain gap between him and his subordinates. The only thing the other party has is the numerical advantage. It is just a matter of time to kill them. The only worry is that before the battle is over, all of them will be arrested when the security arrives. As that kid, he was released from the security bureau in a matter of minutes. All he had to do was find a scapegoat to get out of this situation. Although he has never shown up, Taylor must have known his true identity after provoking him over and over again. He has done some secret things with the security guards and has been in prison forever from now on. There are various reasons why he cannot really start a fight. Are you sure you want to take action? Ren Zitao took out his mobile phone and said, as long as he pressed the dial button on the screen, in an instant the crowds of people would rush up from the darkness downstairs. Security would arrive within 5 minutes of making such a big noise. It could be said that the old fox was completely desperate. Are you tired of living? The muscular man with a ferocious expression gritted his teeth and roared, tightly holding the sandbag with his big fist but unable to punch it out. Even if you have strong limbs and a simple mind, you can clearly see the situation in front of you. If you really take action, there is a high chance that it will be messy and affect the entire organization. Looking at the kid's arrogance, his teeth are itching with anger. What kind of onion are you? Just give me some sunshine and it will be bright? I want to kill you in a minute. A disdainful sneer erupted from Rin Zitao's nostrils. He was the one taking charge of the matter now. What did you say? How could a muscular man with a bad temper endure such provocation? In an instant, his biceps bulged and he would pounce on him no matter what. Master Run, please calm down. This matter is also a misunderstanding. We brothers can just let it go. There is no need to do anything, otherwise it will not be good for anyone. Li Qi's expression suddenly changed. He smiled and walked over and said, there is such a sense of flattery that people have to bow their heads under the eaves. It will do no harm to completely tear them apart. After struggling in society for such a long time, I know that I have to be flexible in my life. In order to arrest the chairman of Taisher Group, I have been lying in wait here for such a long time. I finally waited for the opportunity to make a phone call. How could I let this kid mess up the situation? Looking at the crowds of people in front of the hotel, even if there is no fight, if the stalemate continues, the influence of the five-star hotel in this city will still attract the attention of reporters. The most important thing at the moment is to find a way to get that kid to disperse the bodyguard group first. Sensing the evil spirit in his elder brother, the strong man finally closed his mouth obediently and stared at the boy with vicious eyes, wishing to kill him with his sharp eyes. Oh, what does Bosley mean by this? If I remember correctly, he was extremely arrogant and rude to me just now. Why is he like this now? Rin Zitao clasped his hands in front of his body and said in a very arrogant manner, this is what is called taking advantage of his illness to kill him, and today he will get back the humiliation he suffered before, along with the profits. Master Run, I was a little anxious to say sorry just now. After all, I was very annoyed that brothers who were as close as brothers left without a word. Forced to have no choice but to lower his head, Li Qi saw that his face was ashen and he felt very unhappy inside. He never thought that he would have this day. Meeting each other is fate. If you get too angry, you will be beaten. Master Run is right. The muscular man's face twitched when he saw his eldest brother, who was absolutely groveling, and thick breath came out of his nostrils. In that case, let's talk about it. Rin Zitao waved his hand casually, and the group of tough men in black clothes outside the door retreated in an orderly manner, including the team outside the hotel that dispersed at the most chaotic speed. Before passers-by could react, everything returned to its original state. He was taking risks by doing this. After all, he would be caught and interrogated by the security bureau if he made such a big fuss. Being released on bail based on his previous criminal record was not as easy as imagined, and he would lose most of his financial resources. No matter what the outcome is, it is much better than the old fox in front of him. If he is caught, he will never see the light of day. Therefore, he dares to gamble like this. Fortunately, it is successful in the end. Li Qi squinted and noticed that those people had left and felt relieved. There was no news from the sentry men several hundred meters away. It seemed that there was no near miss and no accident occurred. But he knew that as soon as the boy in front of him ordered him to go down, there would be a swarm of people rushing up. Bosley, there is no resurrection after death, and there is no need for you to keep pursuing her. The current task is to seize the woman and keep dragging her for fear that Zhang will come back. Rin Zitao leisurely lit a cigarette and murmured, with bursts of evil laughter deep in his eyes, as if a new conspiracy had arisen spontaneously. Master Rin needs to pay more attention to this. After all, the Thai group is more familiar with it than us. Li Qi responded quietly, probably understanding what kind of little calculation the kid had in mind, and it was impossible to let him succeed again. The strength of that woman's men has been thoroughly understood. The most difficult thing to deal with is the killer. In the beginning, the bodyguards suffered numerous casualties, and I guess they still haven't recovered yet. So now is a great opportunity. As long as Bosley gives me more experts, I will definitely be able to capture it. He raised his eyebrows slightly and patted his chest solemnly, swearing. He had just discovered the strength of the old fox in front of him. Obviously, the previous losses had not been a fatal blow to him. Are you kidding? How much manpower we have spent in vain. This matter is not discussed at all. The muscular man refused without any hesitation with a fierce look on his face. Do you really think they were taken advantage of? Master Rin is too low-key. He has such a terrifying bodyguard group, and destroying the Thai group is not a small matter. It seems that the thugs who went out a while ago have returned. Li Qi said with a polite smile on his face that he had expected him to do this and completely cut off the other party's subsequent plans. After experiencing so many things in the past few days, you can probably guess that the kid in front of me was making things up at the beginning. The real reason is still unclear, but it is definitely very detrimental to me. It's just a matter of sending out some thugs. Can Boss Lee tell me the real secret about that woman now? There was a smile on Ren Zitao's lips. He must have gained something after running for so long. You don't know that you have such a good relationship with the chairman of Taisher Group. The muscular man mocked in an evil voice, which obviously meant that he suspected that they were working together and that everything was just acting. Otherwise, how could such a coincidence exist? Me and her. Can you still stand here intact? Think about it with your fists and brains. Hearing the direct humiliation of the muscular man, veins bulged on his forehead. He didn't expect that a brat who dared to say such a thing would have had his head blown off before. Master Ren, don't be anxious. You will understand naturally when we share the huge profits. We cooperated before because I had the resources, Boss Lee, to attack. Now that I have everything ready, I don't seem to need you anymore. Ren Zitao's face suddenly darkened. The old fox simply didn't know why he was still so harsh at this point. In this case, there was no need to continue to waste time with him. At this time, he controlled the largest bodyguard group and had absolute arrogance. Master Ren, do you mean that the cooperation ends here? After hearing this, Li Qi narrowed his eyes slightly and burst into murderous aura. It seems that this guy wants to burn down the bridge and waste so much of my manpower and just run away. It's not impossible to continue cooperation. We just need to tell Taylor the truth hidden about him, and everything can be discussed. Otherwise, there will be no need to discuss it. In that case, let's go our separate ways. When we have time, we won't come back until we get drunk. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Qi responded expressionlessly, without any consideration. It was unexpected that the boy opposite took advantage of the situation, but it was also reasonable that he had such a powerful bodyguard team in his hands and had nothing to fear. Even if I take action now, I won't really tell the woman's secrets for fear that the other party will leak the information. By then, I will really be helpless and unable to deal with it. Boss Lee, there is no need to say any more polite words now. Although we have a common goal, it can be said that we have become enemies from now on. If you dare to let me find traces of your men in Taisher Group, don't blame me for being ruthless. Ren Zitao snorted and threatened, then walked out the door with his hands in his pockets. It can be seen that they will never give up, and I believe that they will take the initiative to come to negotiate after a while. At that time, I will have the final say on everything, so why not monopolize all the benefits? Brother, are you going to let him go like this? You have to pay with your life for killing so many brothers. The muscular man watched him leave. His face turned red, and he roared angrily. He had never been so aggrieved before, and even if he failed in the final mission, he still had to drag that kid down. Going their separate ways? Li Qi sneered and exuded a lot of evil energy. It was obvious that he was very angry just now. He just left as if this was a vegetable market. If he owed it to him, he would get it back in an extremely cruel way. Brother, if you're not afraid, I'll sneak into that guy's villa at night and kill him directly. Anyway, the security guards can't do anything to me even if I wear night clothes. That would be too risky. Our real target is the chairman of Taisher Group. Winning someone's true love is the real torture for him. The muscular man raised his head in confusion, not understanding what his elder brother meant. As far as he knew, the boy was heartless and the only thing he loved was his true love. Where did the money come from? Li Qi smiled evilly and took out a USB flash drive as big as a finger from his pocket. It can only be said that the boy was still too young and the receiver was glued on his back at the last moment. Even if he is full of anger, he still has to consider the overall situation and cannot act rashly. So far, the reason why he did this is still unclear. A bunch of big fools, being played around by me. Shi. Before he finished speaking, a harsh sound came from the computer speaker. It seemed that the receiver had been destroyed. Li Qi couldn't help but became furious and suddenly smashed the valuable computer. The resentment in my heart burst out when I heard the curse, as if my intelligence had been trampled under the feet of a kid, and I couldn't accept this fact. Find someone to follow that person and deal with him directly if you find an opportunity. Always pay attention to the situation at the Taisha group. Li Qi continued to give instructions in a hoarse voice. Even so, he still considered how important that woman was to him. The muscular man nodded and made phone calls to make arrangements. He finally found a chance to vent his anger. Ha ha ha! Ren Zitao, who was sitting in the passenger seat with his legs crossed, laughed loudly and casually threw the black disc at the tip of his finger. This was an absolute IQ-crushing performance. The specially modified mobile phone was used for decoration. As soon as he walked out of the room, the mobile phone sounded an alarm and vibrated. After deliberately cursing him, he destroyed it so that he could do nothing against him. Dong Run, let's not provoke that old fox again. Otherwise he will jump over the wall and find trouble at all costs. Their strength cannot be underestimated. The personal secretary, who was concentrating on driving, reminded that after all, the old fox had never been humiliated like this before, and he was worried that he would not be able to bear it enough. It would be very difficult to deal with it if he really had no scruples and kept looking for trouble. Keep your heart in your stomach. The old fox is not that leisurely and elegant. Now he has a headache, so he sneaked into the Taisha group and has no time to pay attention to us. Ren Zitao waved his hand nonchalantly with a cigarette in his mouth and successfully implemented his plans one after another. At this time, he could be said to be quite swollen. The personal secretary looked like he was hesitating to speak, but in the end he did not continue to remind him. Indeed, there was not much of a threat now. Neither of them noticed the black car being followed from behind. The people Li Qi sent were all masters, and their concealment abilities were very strong. They are driving on the traffic thoroughfare in the city center. It looks like they are going back to the Rinshur group. They can take action at the intersection after 1,000 meters. Erga nodded secretly when he heard Chenlin's report on the Bluetooth headset, then pressed the hang-up button and drove away in a flash. 20 minutes later. If we don't take action, that person will reach his territory. By then, there will be no chance. Just the next intersection. Immediately afterwards, there were noisy discussions in the black Mercedes-Maybach car. They were all sent by Li Qi to assassinate him. Everyone took out the daggers in their pockets, and the driver stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. The distance between the cars gradually narrowed, and when less than 50 meters away, he suddenly stepped on the brakes because he spotted a figure at the intersection. Ergo noticed a smile flashing across the corner of his eyes when the black unlicensed car suddenly slowed down not far away and immediately stopped the Mercedes-Benz Maybach to wait at the traffic light. Let's go. Ren Zitao trembled when he saw that eerie familiar face and hurriedly growled, showing a typical guilty conscience of a thief. Although he was sure that the other party would not dare to touch him, he was still very afraid. Master Ren, why are you in such a hurry? Is it convenient for me to come down if I have something to do with you? Before the personal secretary could start the car door, it was already opened, and what came into view was Ergu with a smile on his face. You, what are you going to do? Ren Zitao asked stutteringly, always feeling that the sinister smile had evil intentions. At this time, he was a mere commander without any bodyguards to protect him. I came here specifically to express my gratitude. If you hadn't tipped off Chairman Shintai a few times before, things would have been much worse. Ergu deliberately raised his voice, believing that he could hear clearly even dozens of meters away. It goes without saying that these are just polite words from friends. If anything happens, I will contact you at any time. I finally breathed a sigh of relief because I didn't feel any murderous intent. My head was full of questions. I knew that there was definitely something fishy about that woman's character. The key was to just say something nice and get away as soon as possible. Thank you very much. If it's convenient, our chairman will treat you to dinner. I have something else to do later. Then it's better to be respectful than to obey. When Ren Zitao was about to refuse, he saw the killer's face lowered, and he quickly changed his mind. He couldn't do anything to him anyway, so he wanted to see what the Hongmin banquet was about, and he wouldn't be stupid enough to really think that the woman was thanking him. Then let's go. Ergo hugged his shoulders enthusiastically like a brother he hadn't seen for many years. Even the secretary was confused and couldn't figure out what this was doing. In desperation, Ren Zitao had no choice but to accompany him with a smile. It can be said that he was worried at this moment, constantly comforting himself, and just got into the Rolls-Royce that Taisher Group took out. The thug in the black, unlicensed car seemed to have discovered a new world. He hurriedly took out his mobile phone and recorded all the scenes. Perhaps this was the truth that the boss was searching for. After confirming that it was saved, I stopped following it and turned around and drove in the opposite direction without saying a word. Such breaking news must be reported as soon as possible. Ergu squinted through the reflector and clearly saw the black car turning around and leaving, and an evil laugh emerged from the corner of his mouth. Brother, let's just say what we have to say. Ren Zitao, who was sitting in the passenger seat, was sitting on pins and needles. He felt very uneasy when he saw the killer beside him, who seemed to be smiling but not smiling, so he asked cautiously. He was deeply afraid that the other party would suddenly attack him, and given his strength, he would only get beaten in vain. In addition, he had just broken up with the old fox, and he was worried that he would use his tricks to expose himself at this time. I heard that you have a very good relationship with them. Ergu asked indifferently, and gradually reduced the speed to the lowest speed and stopped at the curb next to him. His smiling face disappeared without a trace a few minutes ago. Who are they? You have to let me use my fists to help you remember? I was forced to do so. I'm sure I never had any evil thoughts towards Chairman Tai from the beginning to the end, and even tipped off the news at that time. Ren Zitao felt the murderous aura coming towards his face, and beads of sweat as big as beads fell down in clusters on his forehead. He stopped pretending and responded hastily and truthfully. He is not stupid enough to reveal his plan. Although he cannot understand the thoughts of the killer in front of him, the terrifying strength of the other party is enough to intimidate him. What needs to be tested now is his acting skills. Where are they hiding? I don't know either. Before he finished speaking, a heartbreaking pain suddenly shot through his neck. For a moment, he couldn't breathe anymore, and his hands weakly slapped the muscular and strong arms in front of him. I said, due to the lack of oxygen in the brain, the vision becomes blurry, and it is clear that the killer is ruthless and will really die if he does not beg for mercy. The embarrassed Ren Zitao coughed softly and greedily sucked in the fresh air, almost to the point where the Lord of Hell was about to take him away. Give you one last chance. Ergu narrowed his eyes slightly and threatened in a cold voice, staring straight at the boy in front of him to see what other tricks he could pull off. We broke up completely not long ago. We were hiding in a 5-star hotel in the city center. I don't know where we are now. After experiencing the fear of death, Ren Zitao was so frightened that he told him everything, including the room number. He was thankful that he had saved himself by making up the excuse before. Then what is your purpose in cooperating with him? Brother, I really had no choice but to do anything bad. Besides, I didn't do anything bad. You have seen it for everyone, so how dare you lie? Ren Zitao's eyes were red, and he pretended to be helpless and said, looking as if he had been framed and jumped into the Yellow River and couldn't wash himself away. What are your plans next? Tai's group needs help. Call us anytime. Ergu saw his submissive look and slightly raised the corners of his mouth. He knew this man's character better than anyone else. At this time, no matter how hard he pressed, it had no effect. Then why are you still standing there? Do you really need me to treat you to dinner? I'll go down right now. Ren Zitao quickly opened the door without any resistance. It was very rare for the famous prince to be humiliated like this. In front of his life, all his money was reduced to nothing. Ergu didn't pay any attention, stepped on the accelerator, and left at a high speed. Anyway, Brother Fong told him that the task was completed perfectly and it would not be of much use if he continued to stay. Ren Zitao looked at the car that gradually disappeared in front of him. His face was livid, he clenched his teeth tightly, and was full of evil spirits. He was a person who must avenge himself. Sooner or later, he would get back the humiliation he suffered. I believe that day is close at hand. It can be regarded as a sudden realization of the real reason why the killer came all the way, which is not a bad thing for him. Now that the relationship with the old fox is completely stalemate, leaving him here will become a disaster. If you continue to use the borrowed knife tactic to deal with the old fox, it is best to hurt both sides and reap the benefits. Rendong. The personal secretary asked confusedly. Logically, he should be having dinner with the chairman of Taisher Group. So why would he bring it here? Rin Zitao didn't give any response. He sat there with a gloomy face, feeling that his face was very lackluster. 5-star hotel in city center. Didn't I ask you to assassinate that kid? Why did he come back so soon? The muscular man yelled angrily. There were no bodyguards around him just now, which was the best time to assassinate him. His head was filled with questions as to whether there was an emergency. Do you like this video? Let me know by giving it a thumbs up and leaving a comment below. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell to stay updated on my future uploads. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.